Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League, Season 3, Week 2. My name is Borg. A little different today. No K-Bot today. He'll be back for the post show. We are switching around hosts this season, trying something new, so hopefully you guys enjoy. And I got some pretty sweet guests with us today, a little range of all the teams I wanted to get. Right to my right here, Mr. Hamster Quest, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
All right, Gramella, how you doing?
I'm also doing great.
And then lastly, Snake, how we feeling?
Great.
Hey, everyone's doing great. I like it. Short answers, right to the point. We probably got a pretty quick little pre-show for you guys. We'll get into predictions here soon, but there are a few things to talk about now. It is week 2, but a patch has just released the balance changes. I don't think we really have a graphic for that. We'll probably talk about it real quick. Big things kind of just to note here, Castellax, Chrono Boost both got nerfed fairly heavily. Definitely some pretty interesting things in the meta. Now buffs coming in here. A little bit interesting. We'll talk about it, bring it up for you guys as well. I guess we'll just start. We'll kind of go down the list here. Hamster, what are you really thinking when you look at this patch? Anything big coming? Maybe, obviously, don't give away any plans, any secrets you got.
Absolutely. I mean, secrets aside, I think kind of like two of the things we expected is going to be like the Mako nerf, as that was pretty prevalent. There's a small X nerf. Juliet got touched as well. The trainings made sense. Obviously, demos brought down to earth at this point. We're going to be seeing Zen, I think, this patch. Juno untouched. That could be a sleeper pick that more midfields probably should be picking up. I think those are my biggest predictions so far looking at this patch.
Gotcha. And then Gramella, what are your first thoughts on? I mean, obviously a lot of gear and awakening changes too as well. Not too many crazy ones. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I have a pretty similar perspective. I think the Mako nerf is really interesting, especially because it seems like people are starting to figure her out a little bit last week. Chronocast, as a resident abuser of those awakenings, I'm glad to see them be down a little bit because they were a little too strong. And I think, yeah, Zentaro is going to kind of find a way back into.
Gotcha. Zentaro buffs, definitely. A little bit of Kazan nerfs as well. I personally don't think they're going to be too big of a deal. Juliet nerfs as well, but I guess, we can ask the other brawler here on the panel, Snake. What are your thoughts, especially on maybe the brawler changes, or if there's any gear awakening changes that might have affect those champions, those pools of strikers?
Juliet's still going to be fine for many patches to come, probably. Not too worried about her. I think the Kazan change is a good start. X is also a good start. Zentaro, you're going to be seeing him a lot more. It's not that he was weak necessarily, but before this patch, all the other brawlers were just 10 times better than Zentaro. So not really a needed buff, but since he got it, you're going to see him a bit more, especially with all the other changes. And then just to touch up on prime time going back down to only a 5% hit reduction, that's going to be really strong. You're going to see a lot more brawlers take that as well. And also the quick strikes change going back to 20%, that's going to be incredibly huge for midfield dominance. So you're going to be seeing a lot of that throughout the tournament or throughout all the weeklies.
Good point.
Gotcha. Well, talk about the patch a little bit. Got some pretty ranging thoughts here. Tell us what you guys think in the chat. Start some discussion what we think about the patch. But we'll see, I guess, today in the games, and we can kind of get right into that, into predictions for the games today. If you not aware, look right down at your screen. That is the schedule for the day here. And yeah, so I guess we can kind of just get right into predictions here on Cow versus EKC, the first match of the day. Before, I'll probably just go right or left to right here. Hamster, who are you thinking is taking this game?
Yeah, it's going to be close. I'm going to have to give it to Cal at the moment. They're just on the up and up. I mean, Joker's in a new role, but he's taken to it quite well, and they're still only getting better. So it's going to be hard, I think, for EKC to pull a win over them, but definitely not impossible.
Gotcha. Not impossible, but definitely going to be a little hard. Gramella, you share the same thoughts?
Yep. I think Cow's going to take the victory today.
Snake, what about you?
I believe in a 2-0 for Cal. It should be
Gotcha.
not too hard for them.
2-0 Cal. As of right now, I'm definitely inclined to agree, especially after seeing last week the EKC versus Bozo, and then just the dominance of Cow as well last week. I mean, Not really too much to talk about there, I think. Hopefully, they surprise us, make it a little bit of a close game, but we'll kind of move on to the next one here right away. Let's see, Raw versus Quest. So actually, we'll start with the Demons Raw member here first, Snake. I mean, I'll put your own team here, I think, already. I don't see yourself, betting against yourself here, but what are your thoughts on the match?
We are subbing in Rebirths for this week, so it's gonna be a little
Okay.
interesting. We're gonna be playing maybe a bit different than we would with Gumi, but I think we still have it in the bag. I think we've shown time and time again that me and Kainu are a great forward duo, and I think if anyone's been watching weeklies, Rebirths has been doing a lot of cooking, even when he is a little inebriated. So I think we have a good chance of winning today.
All right, Gramella, thoughts on this match?
Hamster Quest, look away, avert your eyes. I also think Demons Raw are going to take this one. Just historically, they have everything to back them up. But I am excited to see what kind of fight Quest puts up.
Gotcha. And then Mr. Quest himself.
Yes,
What are your
sir.
thoughts? How you feeling?
I actually didn't know that Rebirth would be in. I was getting ready to say it's just gonna be Demon's game. We just got switched back. We only got them for 2 practices in. Obviously, you guys know Vega was in last week, so getting switch up to speed and then playing a few scrims on this current patch. I think we're adjusting faster, and obviously with Rebirth in, we have a bit more of an edge without Gumi being there. I'm gonna say if we're locked in today, I don't actually know. I didn't check in with my team. It's gonna be if we just play like we did against I don't know Era's Kitten Club when we were qualifying. I think if we bring that quest into the Rebirth sub, I think we'll do it. So hey, gotta vote for my own team, but there's reason behind it.
Gotcha. You know what? I'm gonna throw a little bit of a curveball. I hate betting against demons, but I'm just gonna throw some yapping out here just for fun. Gumi's the rock of that team. He holds you guys together. I've heard the comms, so I mean, who knows? Maybe Kainu will get tilted or something. Maybe you guys will fall apart. Quest, like you said, if you guys can show up in full form, I think you guys look incredibly good. So we'll have to see what it is. I'll put the 2-2 Quest. Let's make it interesting.
Ooh.
But regardless, let's get on to the next one here. And this one will be, I believe, boys versus Sundubu Strikers. Gramel, I'll start with you. What are your chances on this? You feeling good? You feeling iffy? What are your thoughts?
I mean, it's a Sundubu sweep today. I feel like that's pretty obvious to
Okay.
everyone that's tuned in. We got gapped by management last week. This team put in Lumos, so we kind of had no shot at winning. But this week, I think we're pretty set.
Yeah, Orbits 2, aka Last Call, really.
Yeah.
I mean, they're definitely better than boys, so you guys definitely got an easier match today. But yapping aside, Hamster, how you feeling about this one?
It's just got to be boys. Nothing against Sundubu Strikers. I think just boys have been what was it? The initial predictions of the week where Vaughn was saying if Sad Boys and Demons had to play right now, it'd probably be Demons better. And then they play in Dubu Cup and Sad Boys still win. So I think Sad Boys just have picked up the game, and it's probably a good patch for them on top of everything else. So that's going to be a tough game. I think that's going to be a pretty hefty sweep on the side of Sad Boys.
All right, Snake, any new thoughts to add?
I'm gonna yap a little bit. I'm feeling like a
Okay.
Sundubu striker.
Okay.
I played with them yesterday throughout the rapid fire ladder, and I gotta say they've been improving a lot. And I think they might have a little bit of a chance today if they can pull up with their A game. So you know what? I'll be a Sundubu striker for the day.
Gotcha. I'm gonna have to go with the Sad Boys. It's actually close in my head. I think it's gonna be a really close game. I could see a 2-1 here really easily. The only reason I'm going with boys today is because Bells played Dubu forward last week, and if anyone knows me, I mean, knowers know. I'll just say that much. So we'll end that one real quick. Oshi versus Bun Bun. Let's kind of go through this one here. This one actually, I think, probably will be one of the closer matches of the week. Hamster, how you feeling about it?
Yeah, I definitely think it will be. Oshi definitely surprised me when I was watching their games. I think a lot of people were thinking they'd be one of the weaker teams in Nassel, but every team has definitely shown that they've got something to prove and are ready to fight for those playoff spots. So despite that, I think Bun has just been practicing way too much and really learning this game. So I think it's got to be a Bun win.
Gotcha. Bun win. Some interesting sounds happening in the background. But Grimella, how are you
hear that?
feeling about this one?
I'll throw it Oshi's way. Knowers know about Mirimeg. Him and I went on a little bit of a streak against a specific player on the desk here today.
No.
So he's my guy.
No.
I gotta throw him a bone, give him the prediction.
Gotcha. Snake, anything else? What are your thoughts? Who's taking it?
Uh, man, I'll say Bun Bun. I'm not really too sure about these two teams, but Bun Bun's been improving a bit as well from what I've seen. So I'll give it to Bun Bun for this game.
I'm gonna go with Oshi. I think kind of like Gramello was saying, I'm a little bit scarred right now. I think my name in Westcourt is Mirameg's maid, so it'd be a little bit criminal for me not to vote for him. So definitely gonna go with them here. And then finally, my favorite match of this week, the match of the week. LC, last call with me. I am playing this week. We're going to be a little bit worse, I think, now that I'm back in, but we'll see. Versus the Bozo Bunch. I'm just going to put my thing. Obviously, LC is taking this one. Snake, who's taking this one? What do you think?
I'm gonna say last call for now. I think if this match happened a few weeks later, I might be more inclined to say Bozo Bunch. But for now, I think I'm gonna say it's gonna be last call. So I'm gonna take it for this week.
I'd love to hear that. Gramella, thoughts? What are you thinking here?
If for nothing else, I'm gonna vote last call because those are my boys. Nama stays in the chat for hook resets. He's got the monk mental now, and he's gonna hold it down.
Oh yeah, Hamster, how you feeling about it?
I think I won't spoil it, but in my own scouting, I think Bozo has a play here that they could really take advantage of in Pixar Bands with this most recent patch. They did get a big hit on Cast to Last, so that's gonna, I think, play a factor in their most popular pool of midfielders. But I think Bozo can find the win here.
Gotcha. Going with the Bozo. I don't mind. I think they're a great team, so definitely don't mind on that. And hey, with that, I mean, pretty quick desk here. Thank you guys for joining me. Got our predictions, kind of got everything else going here. Good luck in all your matches today, gentlemen. And then I guess we'll kind of pass over the casters here. So thank you guys for joining us for the pre-show, and we'll just get right into the caster. I believe it is Gordo and Mystic, so go ahead and take it away.
Thank you very much, Borg. Welcome, everybody, to week number 2 of the Season 3 North American Strikers League. My name is Gordo. I am joined once again by Mystic. And Mystic, we are going to be walking everybody here through our first couple of games of the day, starting off with a pretty exciting one between Core Overflow and Era's Kitten Club.
Thanks for the introduction, Gordo. I hope everyone's having a great day. And knowers in the chat know that sometimes 3:05 p.m. is good morning. And I'm here bright and early in the day to see this wonderful matchup between the new Core Overflow versus the new to the league EKC.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, I mean, people were already talking about the Joker role swap there. Been the talk of the town. Core Overflow been on the come up over the course of couple of weeks even preceding Nassel, and then of course with a nice solid 1-0 start last week, taking on Era's Kitten Club, who may be a little disappointed with their week 1 performance, kicking off 0-1 after dropping close 3-game series to the Bozo Bunch. Looking to have that comeback here. Core Overflow, probably a team rated a little bit above them, but certainly close enough in those tier lists for most folks to where this could certainly be a competitive series that could swing their way if everything falls correctly.
Yeah, completely agree. And just seeing the performance out of EKC in the Blue Lock tournament, they've definitely made a name for themselves to show that they might be able to compete. given the right maps, given the right compositions, they have what it takes to take out some of the best teams. So this should be a great match to see. They're not up against the top two right now, which, between the Sad Boys or Demon's Raw, Core Overflow is like the gatekeeper to the top realm. Let's see how they hold up.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we're going to be kicking things off on Taiko Temple here. Loading on in, looking like it is going to potentially be the return of that Mako, but we already heard the discussion, right? It's a little bit nerfed on the patch. I wonder how it's going to change folks' priorities. Clearly, it's still pretty high up on the docket for Core Overflows. They are hovering a ban for it.
Yeah, my impression of the Mako ban, the Mako nerf, is that 10% off the speed, 10% off the size is not enough. The duration really needs to be hit. The buff is still just really, really powerful there. So that's what Cal recognized, and that's what they're going to take off the docket for now. And they're looking to play Atlas, Kazan, and let's see what Taiko Temple brings for the Joker. Hovering over the Juliet, but there we go. Seize the now, and we should have an interesting game of creations all over the screen with what EKC just drafted.
Yeah, wondering if it's a little bit of a creation-based start here, given that we see the rune as well. No, actually going to be Spark of Focus and Team Player here, so nothing too wild, just going to be a lot of priority on those particular characters at this particular time.
I really like that Katsuna picked rune. I've been playing an insane amount of rune over the last few weeks, and this is one of the maps, thanks to Vaughn pointed out to me that rune performs super well in, so I've been picking it here, and already within 15 seconds of this round starting, double barrier broken and NXED scoring on the IME. And I just noticed they don't have a brawler, so it's NXED on the AME, kind of acting as a pseudo brawler with the pummeler start.
Yeah, and then just relying on that one-shot potential from Katsuna's rune as well. And NXCD just taking it to him. A second play in a row there. A quick 2-0 start for Era's Kitten Club. And NXCD clearly showing that Core Overflow needs to wake up a little bit here in this Saturday afternoon.
He's got practice on this pick. And one thing that's fun about the IME, if you're playing the IME, you can sit on the other side of the pillar if it's on top or bottom, and you just have the perfect distance to try to one-shot someone. So we might see some combos come out from NXZD and some people taken out, but the creations are going crazy already. Every single time they take one barrier, they take the other one within a few seconds, and they immediately score. That is the quickest set one that I've seen so far.
Is that's just 3 unassisted goals from NXZD, just back to back to back for a quick first set win to Era's Kitten Club. We said this could be close. Era's Kitten Club not making it look that way.
Looking great for NXCD starting off. Going for the Spark of Agility, one of the only 2 people besides Leo Leon to take it. Other options could have been the Deadeye or the Heavy Impact or even the Knife's Edge. And the nice thing is, because they're not going for damage, the Stagger Swagger, which is normally such a great pickup, doesn't really do much for Cow here. So that's going to go kind of late into the draft, being picked up by Soren just for the 12% movement speed, to be honest. Other than that, looking pretty solid. Leo Leon does get the Heavy Impact here, which maybe he starts getting some KOs. But besides that, standard draft.
Yeah, the Knife's Edge really interesting to see, even nerfed on the rune. I believe that works exactly how you'd think it would. You could just hang out by the sides, get that bonus power, use it on your disruptions, no matter where they are on the map, and keeping up the pressure here are Era's Kitten Club, getting both of those barriers super early. NXCD, again, looking for the shot here, would be their 4th in a row, but it's Soren who picks it up. Nice placement there of the drone, knocks it right in.
Yeah, and the fact that he gets to pick now in the goalie position, walk up, put his primaries down, and just lock off a zone or give his either of his forwards a speed boost from the secondary is great. He can teleport in, he can do whatever he wants, and the fact that his forwards are keeping the ball up so far, like this is the first time we've seen the ball on the side of EKC, and finally one of their barriers being taken down, but the rune not enough to KO Leo Leon, and we're going back into a little bit of a neutral position, but NXCD trying to break this final barrier here. Very close attempt, but the Atlas Expanse is gone. This could be an opportunity to break it over here.
NXZD has just been running this exact same play over and over again in that bottom left corner, just hitting the same strike repeatedly. Slop able to keep up the defense, but NXZD just building up power, manages to finally get onto that barrier, and now open for another shot that they're going to put right in with the glitch pop. 5 in a row to Era's Kitten Club.
NXT is going crazy on this IME right now, and I've played with and against him quite a bit, but I think one of the biggest differences was every time he would pick IME, he would be playing it as a midfielder. But here, he's very clearly playing it as the forward, as the scorer or the brawler, getting KOs consistently and breaking barriers, doing whatever he needs to do. He doesn't have to rely on trying to pass it to his teammate because Katsuna is locking that down, and it's working out great for him.
Yeah, good use of the drums there from Katsuna, just using that to keep on pressuring that remaining barrier. NXZD ready with the backup, ready to reposition and get in towards it. Gonna be able to get it with the glitch pop there. The flip from Soren, nearly enough to put it in the goal, but Joker able to mount the defense alongside Slop, but NXZD keeps the pressure up. KO finally found there, and now on the power play, NXZD, you know who it is, puts it in once again for Era's Kitten Club, and they are up 2-0, have not given up a single goal.
6 straight points in what could have been probably 5 minutes time has passed since the start of the game. NXTD once again at the top of the Awakening draft here. Let's see what he decides to pick. We got Spark of Resilience, making him triple Spark, and now a guaranteed must pick if the Spark ever gets out of hand, or if the Spark ever appears in a future draft, if Cow are able to take a set. But other than that, we have now from Soren getting the Monumentalist, which is a huge pickup. It looks like everyone kind of got something they wanted. No one really got a Dead Awakening here. Slop getting the Twin Drive is huge, and Leo Leon getting the 1-2 punch is absolutely great, and we're already seeing KOs come out.
Yeah, really early KO there onto NXZD, and that's going to be crucial. They are in full main character syndrome right now. They've got themselves 3 sparks, and they've already been such a focus in this first game that you got to believe that's going to be a huge player to play through here for Era's Kitten Club, as they have managed to open things back up off the back of the respawn. Despite the power play, Core Overflow did not manage to get anything, and that does not bode well for their chances to be able to come back from this game. Another score for Soren, and we are getting into perfect game territory, Mystic.
Only 2 points away from this being a complete shutout. 9-0. My goodness.
I mean, it's just absolutely bananas here as NXZD going to lead off the charge onto the bottom side. Once again, there's both barriers so early. Katsuna carrying it through the cyber swipe. NXZD again does it all. Katsuna's a spectator. Katsuna's in the same shoes that we are here, Mystic. He doesn't even need to do anything.
Katsuna's doing great. He's just there blocking the clear on the top side, making sure that NXZD has all the tools he needs, getting his rebounds, doing what he needs to do. But NXZD is doing a masterpiece on this IME character, a character that we do not see very often played forward in NASL.
Yeah, I mean, something's going to have to change here for game number 2 based on how this has gone. Core Overflow, a team that we consider the gatekeeper towards the top half here, completely getting shut out here, and as I say that, they will deny the perfect shutout. Leo Leon comes alive, scores a single goal. This would be the hardest reverse sweep that you could possibly do.
0-2 position, they break their first point. That was the first time the goal gates are even opened by Core Overflow, and now they're gonna have to keep it up 2 more times in this set and then 6 more times if they want to win. But they're off to a great start here, getting to the first barrier here, and Katsuna with no elusive, looking pretty low. Maybe Leo Leon decides to go after him, but if they can't hold it down in their own net, he might not have enough time to go for these KO plays, which Kazan is so powerful at doing.
Yeah, and I mean, the lack of KO potential does mean that there's always going to be, or at least the majority of the time, going to be a full 3-on-3 or a power play for Core Overflow. And just like that, they find another one. Core flip from the Joker to open up the goal, and looking to make it 2 for 2 on open goal points here. Leo takes control over on the top. Joker coming in on the bottom, going to throw down that lifeline, and Leo Leon pokes it in with the umbrella. 2-2, Core Overflow looking to make this game a whole lot closer.
It is at least looking like there is some breath of fresh air coming into Core Overflow. I can tell that they took a deep breath, and now they're ready to start playing the game, I should say. Some great positioning from Leo Leon here, putting himself in a spot where Joker can pass really well. And there again, great, wonderful strike. We have an opportunity to at least make it to set 4 if Leo Leon plus Joker are able to finish this off together.
Yeah, NXCD and Katsuna finding an opportunity to go aggressive in their own right, trying to get at least the double open goal. NXCD returns to that comfortable position in the bottom corner, but Leo takes control, goes for the shot, not quite able to find it. KO onto the now power play. Joker going to have their shot blocked away by Katsuna, playing substitute goalie right now as they wait for the respawn, but the flip from Joker will put it into the goal and will take us to set number 4. Core Overflow wait until the last possible moment, but they're awake now.
Okay, let's see if they find the spark of strength here. It has to be denied immediately, and at least it goes to Leo Leon, who already has a spark, the spark of focus here, which is going to pair perfectly. He's absolutely not upset about taking this, and instead it is NXCD who's going to be taking the extra special here to pair very well with the turret.
Yeah, does mean that this Nerf Demolitionist might just go completely undrafted here. Missile propulsion comes on across. Big Fish for a little bit more defense from Slop. And it is going to be the Demolitionist for the Rune, actually. So, going to be able to get some value there for Katsuna.
Only 3 seconds of cooldown reduction instead of the previous 6, which was already the nerf value from 8. Looks like people are finally not prioritizing this size awakening to the moon. But Katsuna does pick it up here, and we are starting off pretty slow for the first point. And just as I say that, Leo Leon getting the double barrier again, putting it through the middle and following it up with a KO. And XCD looking like he might go off next.
Really making so much happen here, and Leo's going to put another one in the goal. That's 4 goals in a row for Core Overflow, who are really starting to get into the groove of things after that second draft going in their favor. They are now up 1-0 in this next set, looking to be able to keep on up that pressure. And it's got to be getting to you a little bit if you're Ares Kitten Club. You're 1 goal away from the perfect sweep, and now everything is just crumbling here and playing a little bit less of a straightforward composition. You can't really find those KOs. It's not quite as easy to be able to push and try to find those actual barriers, and they are really struggling to get the goal opened on up here ever since that goal streak ended. NXCD keeping the pressure on, does manage to open it up, looking for the shot off the core flip, blocked by Leo Leon. Soren going to flip it themselves, passing it up to NXCD, but Slop keeps up the defense and will not let it through. Now Soren going to have to play some defense in their own right. The core flip from Joker going to be able to find one of those barriers as Leo looks to keep it on towards a second, has the flip available, keeps Soren low, goes in for the flip, looking for the shot, does not get it in time, but will poke it back in afterwards, flips on through the team and finds himself another.
Gordo, I can hear the comms already. Huss Bets, aka Joker, definitely decided to say, guys, it's time to win. And him and Leo Leon together have been putting on a performance. Slop holding it down so well. And it's looking like a completely different game than just a few minutes ago when EKC was 1 point away from the perfect 9-0 finish. And now I can see the sweat beads rolling down from EKC members because they have this thought in their head. Can we actually lose from this position? And they're playing just a little bit different, just a little bit off, without the same confidence that they had in set 1, 2, and the first 2 points of set 3.
It's very tough for them here in this second set, or in this fourth set rather, but they are going to be able to rocket it through for a double barrier, taking some notes out of Leo Leon's book as they look to keep on the pressure. The flip from NXCD still gets saved by Slop. He misses his flip, but he lands the strike and will be able to keep that defense going. Now Soren going to be able to pass it back up. Another piece of pressure moving up for Slop as he tries to use the Cosmic Expanse to keep up the defense. There's the KO, found onto the now, and Leo looking to take it on towards Soren. Now Soren uses the flip, but gets it stuffed right back at his face, and Leo Leon not going to quite be able to snag it back with the crooked leverage. Top spin on towards the goal, can't find the core there either, and Katsuna looking to take it on towards the bottom. Leo keeps it on the aggressive though, and is looking to score alongside Joker, goes in for the drone. Leo dives forward, going to find the KO, and going to open things up for a Joker goal. 3-0 set, going to set number 5.
And it is just now 6 consecutive points for Core Overflow. Leo Leon again with the MVP of the round. Let's see what he decides to take here. There's plenty of stuff that you could want here. Most likely going to be a rapid fire or prime time angle, whatever his preference is. And then opting in for the rapid fire, the now most likely goes for the hot shot or prime time here. The other now, I don't know what Joker would want here. Maybe he goes among Titans to make Leo bigger. I would love that. No, instead, oh, definitely a great denial here. The Timeless Creator, completely forgot that NXZD had that Happy Star. Extra special, cannot let him get the Timeless Creator alongside that. Other than that, looking pretty solid. The Atlas getting Castellas and Rune getting Chrono Boost are nothing too crazy. You're not horribly upset about it, but they don't really help you too much.
Yeah, definitely not here. And feeling this slipping away, Era's Kitten Club going to have to re-solidify in this set number 5 and try to find themselves some gameplay here. Leon rocks it in towards Soren. Soren going to be able to keep up that defense. They are trying to clear it back out with that sentry turret, but not going to be able to find too much play off of it. Joker keeping up on the defense alongside Slop as the pressure coming in from the top side off those drums in the center. NXCD gets the glitch pop back up to open up the goal, and this is a scoring opportunity for Era's Kitten Club, their first one in a long time, having lost 6 in a row just the same way that Core Overflow did to start off the series. There's going to be the flip going in towards Soren. Soren going to be able to defend, but Leon still with a scoring opportunity. Flip back away. Joker ready to receive on the bottom side. NXCD gets it in towards Katsuna's hands, and Katsuna puts it in for the goal. Era's Kitten Club, they break the streak.
Okay, the last time the streak was broken, it went 6 consecutive points. So let's see what happens or what it means this time. And it's Katsuna the one to put it in. I feel like Katsuna was the one who was a little bit of that bystander while NXZD was popping off before.
Oh.
But it is Katsuna's time to shine while NXZD is down. We must see him hold. Him and Soren together must be able to hold it down for NXZD to return, but already we have one barrier being broken and almost 2, but it's a great vanish coming out from Katsuna here. Has the flip to use defensively if he needs to. Does pop it there. Now we're in a position to score with the Imi turret coming out, but not enough. Almost able to break that barrier. Katsuna running for his life, staggered out here. Leon just needs a primary to pull him off the map, and there it is. And it's going to be tough without having a brawler to stuff it in. We have these situations where NXZD plus Katsuna are having trouble breaking that final barrier.
Really starting to struggle here as they are going to look to keep the pressure up. That banish earlier from Katsuna definitely saved the point, but they haven't been able to lock it down since. And Leon finding another opportunity to get Katsuna off the map. Soren and NXZD had been stuck trying to keep up this defense for so much of this round, and it's just finally ending yet again. Katsuna coming back on up. NXZD already taking a half stagger. They're trying to push in towards the bottom. The banish going to be good on towards Joker, going to give them some time to play with, but Leon manages to send it right in towards that barrier and open up the goal. But the KO found by NXCD on the bottom side. Astral projection from Slop to clear it back out, but they are going to be able to find the barrier anyway. Katsuna takes the shot, flipped back away by Slop. Katsuna trying to hold up and keep up the defense, but it has been Leon clearing it back out, and Soren cannot save it with the sentry drone. Another goal found for Core Overflow. We are going to have a tight set number 5, Mystic.
What a crazy series of events, going from the beginning of the game, 2 sets, immediately so dominant for EKC, followed by the most insane 2-set comeback for Core Overflow. And now we're going neck and neck in this final set here, trying to each elimination onto a member is an opportunity for either team to score here. Every time a barrier breaks, it's such a long lockdown now. It is no longer being these like 2 double barriers being taken immediately, and we're just going back and forth like crazy. Everyone trying to live. The strike shot from Slop, bouncing him off, bouncing Katsuna off the middle to KO him. And now we have an advantage for Core Overflow. Can they break the second barrier too, or are NXZD and Soren going to be hold it down until Katsuna come back? And he does.
Yeah, flip to push back away Leo there, not finding the core as they look to take it on towards the other side. NXCD gonna steal it away with that sentry turret, finds a barrier that way, flip back away from Joker, rockets off the middle. NXCD and Katsuna, they can keep up the power play from here. There's a Kazan chasing on their goalie, but as long as they keep control over the core, they don't care. They put it into the goal. NXCD gets us on game point.
Beautiful. Although NXCD scored that point, I want to give props to Katsuna. What absolute patience he had winning that strike war against Slop, waiting for that strike to come out, and without using any abilities was able to break that final barrier. And now we are in position for the final point for EKC if they're able to finish it off. But NXZD, their prime scoring member, has been taken off the map by Leo Leon.
Yeah, the duo of the Rune and the Now, pretty good at being able to hold up on those power play defenses, and NXCD going to get here in time. They managed to hold on to both barriers once again, and now using that sentry turret to take control. NXCD with a breakaway gets on towards the second barrier. Open goal now for Core Overflow. Era's Kitten Club looking to send this one home way closer than they intended for it to be. But they want to get a dub in the books anyway. The sentry turret rockets it forward. Joker able to keep up the defense. Leo Leon collapsing alongside him to put NXCD on the back foot. Slop keeping up the defense. Joker has access to the flip, going to use it to send it back towards Soren. Soren gets it into Katsuna's hands. NXCD ready to receive on towards the bottom. Can't get the core in their hands as it bounces back and forth from the center. Leo Leon finds both barriers with a moment to play for. Sends it back towards Soren. Joker gets it to Leo. Leo looking for the score. Leo gets it in the bottom corner. And we are going to the full 5-point set.
Wouldn't want it any other way, Gordo. We are here 0.5 set 5 between EKC and Core Overflow. Constant going back and forth. And now we are in this final moment immediately. Core Overflow are able to take not only a barrier, but a life of NXZD, who now has 8 seconds left on the clock before he returns, and Katsuna might have to blow this this core flip defensively, and it is Joker who's able to use his offensively to get that final barrier here. And Leo Leon says, you know what, maybe I can just KO them all and get an opportunity to score that way, trying to go for some damage here, but Soren able to heal them up. Open net right now. Leo Leon has the opportunity to score, and yes, he finishes it off. What an insane comeback from 0-2 on set 3. They managed to bring back 9 goals of their own to win it all.
I was joking, Mystic. I did not think that this reverse sweep was possible from that position, but Core Overflow bring it back from the most difficult position possible and will take game number 1 over Era's Kitten Club.
What a crazy game. And that had to have been some of the best adaptation out of Core Overflow, right? Something changed in that set 3 where they started figuring out their positioning better. They weren't dying as much, and it was Leo Leon who was just getting his awakenings online and all of a sudden turned into a monster. I think by the end of it, he was on like a 10 KO streak. I don't think he died a single time. Every single one of his KOs, he was able to convert into a goal or a play.
Absolutely bananas there. What great showing. And what great resilience out of Core Overflow. I mean, it really looked for a couple of sets there like they were sort of giving up. And they just absolutely come alive in set number 3 and managed to complete the comeback. Excellent performance from them. And we still got the rest of the series to play. Era's Kitten Club are going to have to shake that one off and come back in here. It's going to be tough to avoid making something like this become pathological. You know, they were up the first series in their matchup against Bozo Bunch last week, ended up getting reverse swept in games there, and now getting reverse swept in game number 1 by Core Overflow. These have been right in their hands, and they're just barely letting them slip.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that knows how to adapt, and that's one of the traits that keeps them at the top, right? There was something wrong. They weren't able to figure out what was going on in the beginning that allowed Katsuna plus NXZD to keep breaking these barriers and scoring, but eventually their positioning, something changed. They were able to figure out whatever that missing piece of the puzzle was to stop dying. If you notice, by the end of it, it was no longer NXZD who was getting any of the KOs. It was mostly just like a random high opportunity position in the corner where they were just trying to push for something where a random straight KO came out. But the KOs that NXZD was getting earlier on that led to those goals were completely vanished. And it was instead Leo Leon who kept getting the KOs. And another thing to point out is Leo Leon, who was second pick in most of these drafts behind NXZD, who kept getting the sparks, was instead getting his character's best awakenings. He had a spark of his own. He ended up getting Spark of Strength to deny NXZD, but he also had 1-2 punch heavy impact. All of those KOs were coming out. That is a phenomenal Kazan build, and no one was able to deny him those awakenings.
Yeah, it just was too much scaling eventually coming online for the brawler there. Feels like we say that pretty frequently about Kazan especially, and he comes up huge for them there. Really good stuff from this ascending Core Overflow team. I mean, it's going to be hard not to hold those first 2.5 sets against them, but you know, when it mattered, when it came down to the wire, they are able to come back, and I mean, that goes as a dub in the win column. no matter what, you don't get to see how close the game was on the scoreboard at the end of the day, and they will be moving up into the standings as a result, assuming that they are able to take this series over Ares Kitten Club. If EKC could show a little bit more of that relative performance that they showed in those first 2 sets, then they would definitely be on the docket to be able to come back and take this one to a game number 3.
Yeah, and now I'm interested in what EKC has to pull out for game number 2 here. EKC is a team that I know likes to practice their own versions of stuff, right? Like we see this composition come out of Rune, Aimee now, something that we've never seen a team do ever before. And it is kind of like what EKC likes to do. They like to come up with their own strategy, their own way to win. So there's a good chance they have something in the back of their pockets for one of the other maps here. But the same way that they might catch Core Overflow by surprise in the beginning. You know, this is a team that is able to figure it out mid-game, what's happening, what is going wrong, and adapt.
Absolutely here. Looking towards getting into game number 2 before too long. I still see the map selected as Taiko Temple. That's not going to be the case. We will be on a different map for game number 2 whenever that swap takes place. We will let you guys know as soon as we know what the second map is going to be. I do not see that it has been fed to us in the chat yet, so we're going to find out at the same time everyone else does.
Yep, they're figuring out their map selection right now. I'm not sure what maps were banned in the beginning as well, but it was EKC who were the ones to pick Taiko Temple here. So that was their home turf.
Well, it looked like it. It looked like
Yes.
it for a while there. They definitely had a game plan and they were able to execute on it, but now we're going to Core Overflow's selection, and they should be well adept at being able to perform there. See exactly what the comp is going to end up being here. And if this Ares Kitten Club comp are going to want to go for something a little bit more traditional, you know, we talked about how interesting it was to see the Aimee rune, and it was very close to working out. I wonder if that's kind of going to become more of their style, or if they're going to return to something a little more traditional.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out here is that although Rune has been getting small buff here or there, one of the things I noticed from Katsuna that game, as a fellow Rune enjoyer and coper of wanting this character to be better, he would go for these banishes. Oh, we are going to Inky Splash Zone, by the way. So as we load in, I'll finish up what I'm saying. Rune on that map needs both of his pillars to KO. And I saw a lot of times he would try to banish one, put a single pillar down because he most likely did not have the other one. And it would lead to nothing happening, the other person not being KO'd. So just something, a little bit of tidbit. Katsuna, if you're watching this back, try bouncing off the middle bouncy wall or using double pillar to KO. So that's my bit of advice for Rune there. Do not go for the KO if you only have one pillar available.
Very, very true. So we are getting on to Inky Splash Zone. As you said, I love Inky Splash Zone. I'm excited for some action coming into this game number 2, and it is going to be Luna ban from the side of Ares Kitten Club and another Mako ban from the side of Core Overflow. They have decided that they're just going to keep that one, I think, as a consistent ban in this matchup this week, and are going to be happy to select themselves some non-Mako comps in the meantime. Going for the Rasmus for Leo Leon, going for the Kai for Slop, and looking at this Octavia for Joker, but going to swap over to Estelle.
Estelle being a standard pick on Inkies, I think it's another one of those very similar to Otten City or Oni Village, where Estelle is just a great blind pick. You don't really care about what the starting awakening is, but we do have another Spark start alongside Knife's Edge this time.
Absolutely. So let's see what is going to be the most used here. One Spark for NXCD and Slop. Everybody else going for the Knife's Edge. Going to see some action around those sides of the map throughout this game. Edges, as you might call them. It's NXCD going to look to take control on the bottom. Katsuna going aggressive here. It's going to be a Kai goalie up against a Kai forward. Soren going to be filling those defensive duties for right now. As they pass back up towards NXCD. Katsuna already staggered, but that's not going to stop him from being able to find the barrier, open up the juice, and they're going to fire it off right away. Passing it up towards Katsuna. Can't quite get the swing, but NXCD finds a KO, and it's 3 versus 1 now. Leo, no chance to defend. First point going to Ares Kitten Club.
Leo Leon looking for his teammates, nowhere to be found here. And one of the things about this map, we don't get to see it often, but when Inkies is picked, cannon is live. You break the you break the barrier. You have that water cannon there available to you, which has changed up from last NASL season. It is no longer working the same way. You are able to pull out of it more easily, and it does not rush you to the other side of the map as quickly as it used to do. So it is a little bit of getting used to now. But what a bounce from Soren to get it into the goal off that top corner.
Yeah, I mean, did Slop touch that? I don't even think he got to it in time.
Yeah, I don't.
Was just a really demonic angle there.
Knew what angle it was, exactly. He didn't understand what angle it was going to come at, and I don't think any of us would have been able to figure it out either. No. Just a really great shot from Soren, and was able to go in unexpectedly.
Really good stuff here. Ares Kitten Club looking back on form, reset in game number 2, looking to take a clean sweep in this first set. There is going to be a KO, though, found by Joker. Leo Leon passes it back over, finds that opening, opens up the goal. Here comes the juice from Slop. Nobody going to quite get caught by it yet, but it is going to set up for that touch. KO found by Katsuna. I think that was a Giga Blast right on the edge there. Now looking to take their own power play for a scoring opportunity. Strike shot to keep it forward from Soren. Here comes the blast to keep it in this corner of the map. Sent forward towards NXCD. Leo Leon looking to take the aggression back on towards the right side, and so much damage coming out onto that swordsman. NXCD. No opportunity yet, but looking for the score. Goes into the Oni's Blade. Can't find the shot forward, but they will be able to get a KO anyway. Now, flip from Katsuna right into the goal. 3-0 for Ares Kitten Club. We've been here before, Mystic.
Great KO, Katsuna, using the barrage to finish off the Joker. And then immediately, good passing plays between NXCD and Katsuna to finish off the final point. 3-0. Not as fast as it was on Taiko Temple. But we are starting off the same way. And can we get a confirmation? Was this the core overflow map? Looking a little bit like EKC is, you know, they're feeling themselves right now. We're off to an interesting start here on the Awakening draft here. One of the nice things is the Joker getting aerials on that, on the Estelle, which is a phenomenal pickup, and denying the one Dash Awakening from NXCD, who would absolutely love to have that.
That's the thing about these new gen teams, Mystic, is they look good on the new gen maps. That's just the reality of the situation here. Is Joker going to prove us wrong immediately in a 4-second goal?
One of the quickest goals in Nassau. I don't know. There is a record on this specific map, I'm pretty sure, for the fastest goal of all time. Maybe held by Bad Boys. And I did get confirmation, thank you, Saya, for that this is the core overflow map. So this is a map that they have been practicing on, they're familiar with. They took EKC to this splash zone.
And now going to look to take it to EKC a little bit more here, getting their first goal of the game just now. Going to look to keep up that momentum. Leo stepping forward, used the death touch to keep it in his hands, but is going to get stolen away. And NXCD going to be able to push it forward for a barrier. Here comes the juice. Soren going to send it forward. Katsuna able to snag it out of there and put it into the goal after one defensive shot from Slop.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out is the Joker, although he's able to convert into these barriers or get KOs of his own, has had his stagger bar depleted non-stop this game. And immediately, just like, take a look at the damage that comes out, the targeted focus onto a specific character on the core overflow side. But thankfully, Leo Leon has that stagger swagger, so he's able to live just a little bit longer. But even through the stagger swagger, his health is just constantly being depleted. And just small stuff is absolutely chunking both Joker and Leo Leon here. So someone always feels like they're out of the play, even if they're on the map. They're kind of just running around trying to live.
Yeah, Soren and Katsuna are just raining hell on towards this Rasmus, and NXZD going to be able to finish the job, creating a power play. Barrier found on both sides, but the juice going to come through for Soren first. Double KO for NXZD, and he's going to top it off with a goal as well. 2-1 in the set. Ares Kitten Club looking to take us to game point in the sets once again.
Oh, Slop, you didn't think I was going to notice that. Slop walked up into the water cannon and KO'd himself. I will happily point that out. Funny little moment there for core overflow, but it is all good here. Now, Leo Leon has returned from the afterlife here, trying to make a play on this next point number 4 of this set. NXCD for the first time has broken stagger here. The Joker plus Leo Leon are able to take off the goal barrier. And now opening up the net, Slop popping the water cannon. Is it enough to score the point? Not yet, but NXDD is low. Maybe they can convert onto a KO from him first before they try to push on to a scoring opportunity.
It's got to be the focus. Leo Leon going to use that pendulum swing, and Slop going to finish off the job on the other side. A power play available for Core Overflow to try to come back in this game. Joker getting back some of that energy, going to be able to pick up the orb. They're going to push out of Katsuna on the bottom, not able to find the KO off the flip, but Leo Leon finishes it off with the whiplash one way or the other. Joker with the breakaway now. Soren going to be able to clear back out, and NXCD puts it where Joker can't touch it and is able to buy a whole bunch of additional time, keeping it on the left side of the map in time for Katsuna to be able to respawn. Oni's Blade taking the pressure on towards Joker, who is going to find himself staggered. Slop has access to the flip whenever necessary. Flip from Leo going to get blocked away. NXCD finds a KO once again, and Eris Kitten Club find themselves with a numbers advantage, but Leo Leon not letting it get pushed over. Slop still keeping on the defense, still has the flip available, throws on out that blast, but will not end up finding its way on towards anybody. Leo knocks it back down towards Joker. Joker looking for the score as he pushes into the bottom corner and gets it off the Rose Warp. Joker takes us to point number 5.
Great defense between Slop and Leo Leon. While Joker was out there taking a little bit of dip in the pool, they were able to hold it down. They didn't even let the barrier drop, and Slop was able to hold on to his energy burst this entire time, bringing it down to 0.5. And now we have both NXDD and Slop with energy burst. NXDD going to be using his offensively, but no, doesn't even need to use it to break the barrier. Now is an opportunity to try to score with it. And he's able to use the energy burst, send it up to the top, force Slop to get his own use, and then stuff it with just a primary plus a strike to finish it off, bringing EKC to a very similar position to we saw last game, although not a clean 6-0 going into the set number 3. It is a 2-0 in sets for EKC.
And another fantastic score there from NXZD, using that slashing strike to snag it out of the air and put it right back into the goal. And now going to be rewarded by being able to get that super surge on the Zentaro. Pretty close to best in slot right there.
Super Surge on Zentaro, he is happy about that, and with the amount of times either his stagger is being broken or he is staggering someone else, that fight or flight will activate. People always forget about the secondary benefit of fight or flight, where you refresh your secondary ability whenever you stagger an enemy or become staggered. So watch NXCD as he will be bouncing around this time. Maybe he's going to get hit purposely just to get multiple secondaries. It could be a fun little tactic here, but he is happy with that awakening set.
Covering so much distance now off the back of that one. A really powerful build available to the Zentaro. Let's see if it's going to be enough for them to be able to close out this game and complete what they were unable to do in game number 1. Would force a game number 3 in that case. Already staggered is NXCD, and the pressure will not relent. Another piercing shot from Joker will nearly send him off the top side, but the pressure does not let up, and Katsuna is able to find the barrier. Firing on off that juice now, but it's not going to stop NXCD from getting KO'd. Leo Leon taking it from the top, reckoning to set up with Joker and see if they can open things up, and they can.
Great 1v2 Leo Leon breaking that barrier here as Joker is holding it down in the back. Make sure no ball gets through them. Has his own flip, able to force out Soren's flip, but neither one able to accomplish what they wanted. Katsuna immediately getting staggered super low here. Ooh, great catch by Slop. If he does not flip there, he does not get the save. Has to be careful in that corner because it is a KO zone. Going back and forth, we are in overtime. The core is moving fast. One of the teammates also has team player. I believe it is Soren here. We're just sending the core so fast, and now it's just a matter of catching the ball and seeing who's in the right position and who can clear it to their teammates better between the two goalies. NXZD using the primary to hold it back, but not enough. Slop using the specialized train to KO NXZD. And now we are in a 3v2 position for Core Overflow, trying to get it to a passing play between Leo Leon. It's not enough. And it's just going back and forth. Enough time to let NXCD spawn. The water cannon is up. The water cannon is almost up for Slop as well. Great stuff for him. And NXCD is able to come in with the Super Surge. Secondary, able to lock it in and get the KO.
Great rush there from NXCD to put it into the goal, and really great job buying time there from Katsuna, just dribbling it off the bottom up towards midfield. Really just finds the perfect distance there where it cannot be stolen away, but where it is buying just so much time for them to be able to play with. An NXCD wastes no time getting right back into the goal arc and putting it in for a second goal. One more point. Eris Kitten Club are here once again. They are so close to being able to win this game and take us to game number 3.
That was a phenomenal. I believe that was Soren. Correct me if I'm wrong. Who was able to push the core back into NXTD's ultimate there and allowed them to score. But immediately EKC starting off this point with a barrier break, and this is not like Taiko Temple. It is hard to hold an inky splash zone when you have your barrier broken because you have that one extra KO zone plus access to the water cannon immediately. All it took was a simple passing play between the forwards of EKC to wrap up game number 2.
Not going to stumble this time around. Era's Kitten Club take it in a clean 3-0 set score. Gave up a few more goals in the early game than they did last time around, but when they come up with the win at the end of the day, they are going to be plenty happy to make that sacrifice. We are going the full distance with Core Overflow versus Era's Kitten Club as EKC look hungry for their first win, and they are not dissuaded from what happened the first time around.
Absolutely. And here, I have the stats pulled up. We had a lot of damage coming out, although it doesn't seem like a lot, but it was a short game. A lot of damage coming out from NXCD, Katsuna specifically. Soren not dealing as much damage, but mostly because he was in the goalie position there. Just from everyone. It was that knife's edge start, just adding 30 power from pretty much all the forward the entire game duration there, and just causing for constant KOs. For only a 3-set game, we had a combined total of 13 KOs between the two teams, which is a massive amount.
Absolutely. So many KOs coming on through, and it looks like the decider is going to be Atlas's Lab. No home turf advantage here. Not that that's meant anything in this series. Each team has won on the opposing team's selection. Atlas's Lab will be the decider match here, and oh boy, has Era's Kitten Club gotten to play a whole bunch of Omega Strikers in these first couple of weeks. Going to 3 games last week, going to 3 games this week. At least able to keep matches close up against their first 2 opponents here, and would be very big news for them to be able to take down Core Overflow here and really start to push them into that A tier of teams from what the tier lists were looking like in the preseason.
Yep. And if I'm EKC here, what I want to see is a ban on now and pick a damage comp. We've been seeing a lot of KOs coming out, and it looks like EKC is strong with that damage comp. Just me being a bystander in all this, I want to see them bring out a damage comp on Atlas Lab, a known map for damage comps to thrive in. Take out the now from Joker, who has experience on that. Even if the Atlas comes through from Slop, it's all right. It won't be enough to stop the barrage of damage that EKC would be able to bring out. So that's my personal recommendation. And if you are and instead, if you are on the side of Core Overflow, I would like to see you guys, instead of the Mako ban. I mean, the Mako is so tough, right? Like, you want to ban the Mako, but maybe take out the NXCD's Zentaro there, right? So put an end to the damage comp before it begins. Zentaro being that prime brawler or forward player in these siphoning 1 damage comps.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to be a little bit concerned, though, about, if you don't ban away that Mako, do they just go for something really centered around NXCD's brawlers, right? Just go for that kind of now era composition that we've gotten to see a whole bunch of last week. I think it's a little bit weaker now with those nerfs that ended up coming on through, but still a comp that you can go for and would put a lot of power into NXCD's hands. And as a scorer, he's been unmatched in this series, finding so many solo goals, finding so many opportunities to just sneak it on past Slop here. It's been so difficult for him to keep up that defense.
So as we load into Atlas Lab, let's see what they end up deciding for their pick and bans here. We're not going to get any knowledge here from the pre-ban phase with all 3 of them hovered over Juliet here. It looks like the Mako ban is coming through. They just don't want to play against that character. Maybe they're not comfortable in mirroring it if it does come down to that. But one thing I did notice and I got true is that now ban coming through, which means you can expect most likely a high damage composition coming out for EKC. Most likely it's going to be something along the lines of the Luna for Katsuna, NXCD on that Zentaro, and then Soren on something dealing damage as well, most likely the Aimi goalie.
And it's looking like that's what we're going to see from Core Overflow as well. It's a Luna Mirror Zentaro, and now the Aimi coming out across for them. So Aimi, Octavia going to be the difference between the 2 compositions. See how much value Joker can get out of this. It's often a pick that we only really see when you get the right awakenings, but this time around it's Stagger Swagger, and Joker says, hey, you know what, that's good enough.
This is tricky here because Stagger Swagger makes the world of a difference when it comes to these damage comps. The fact that both players both forwards of Core Overflow have access to it rather than just one, it means that EKC aren't able to focus down the other forward, right? Normally, you have one character with it and you just go for the other one, but instead you have both forwards who have access to the increased speed boost, but it does not matter immediately. Katsuna used the rocket to get a KO onto Leo Leon and getting that first barrier. Well, I spoke too soon, holding it down, and there we go.
Okay,
Getting both barriers there, and it is now Joker's turn to go into the afterlife here as NXZD tries to set up a play to score the first point for EKC.
Looking for it here, Soren. Able to blink on back after taking control over the core, trying to get it back into NXZD's hands. A little bit of a missed strike there, but going to be able to push it through anyway. Back and forth, slop and NXZD, and every time that happens this series, it is NXZD who pushes it through and scores for Era's Kitten Club.
Yeah, and starting off very similar to both games 1 and 2 here, but as the characters on the side of, or the strikers on the side of Core Overflow get access to more stagger immediately, getting a KO, finally turning things around here, now have an opportunity to get a barrier for themselves, but it is NXZD in a 1v3 position who manages to get the last barrier of his own. Great flip from Soren, keeping it forward and allowing Katsuna to come up, and the solo play that you've been talking about so often, Gordo, that NXZD just keeps being able to pull off, is consistently getting these points.
The one-on-ones, the one-on-twos, the one-on-threes. They just come up NXZD time after time. I don't know how this guy keeps doing it. He's just doing it off of strikes and abilities. Like, it's not anything we haven't seen before, but it's just executing so perfectly over and over and over again. And Core Overflow have not been able to consistently produce an answer, especially in these early sets where Era's Kitten Club has just been so impossibly dominant. NXZD going to be getting it in his hands once again here as EKC are looking to close out set number 1. Katsuna there for the backup. Katsuna takes one off the bottom. And now Slop and Joker have got their work cut out for them as they are looking to keep up the defense. 2 versus 3. NXZD not letting up on a Joker here. Soren comes out with the cyber swipe, and Soren will push it in 3-0. Era's Kitten Club on the board first.
Looks like the stagger swagger was not enough, but this comp does scale. If Core Overflow can get their hands on some stagger awakenings like the big fish that's here, the spark of resilience definitely needs to be picked up. You know, pray that you get a peak performance or reverb showing up in another draft as well. They need some stagger to stay alive and to let that stagger swagger do their best. And yes, I'm so happy NXZD denies the spark of resilience, because that is what allows Core Overflow to come back. Denying your opponents the stagger when you are the one on the damage composition is exactly what I want to see here. Learning from the mistakes of week 1, not necessarily EKC, but just the overall drafts that have been happening in NASL week 1. It is going crazy right now. We are off to a set 2. Only Joker who was able to pick up the big fish here, getting a little bit extra stagger, but on a character who has the known least amount of stagger in the entire game. Will it be enough to keep him alive? Leo Leon is showing that he's at least able to stay alive long enough to get a barrier of his own.
Yeah, going to be trying to come on back here, and it's been Leo that's led a lot of these comebacks over the course of these first couple of games. Been able to find his way onto some barriers, get things open, find scoring opportunities. Now Slop coming on out there, going to try to keep the core on this side of the map, try to keep Soren on the back foot, get out some damage wherever they can. It's a 1 barrier to 1 at this point as Soren goes in for the flip, going to get stopped back away by Joker, who's now going to take it in towards the bottom to find that second barrier. A scoring opportunity here. Slop takes the shot before blinking back, and Joker can't quite back him up. Leo, well too staggered, has to back on off. Soren now coming back up towards midfield to try to get a opportunity into NXZD's hands. Does have access to that flip and is still trying to build up for the slashing strike that he just used. That's going to be a crater coming on towards the top corner, not going to find its way onto the core, but NXZD, again, 1 versus 2, trying to push it in towards the barrier. Katsuna comes in for the assist off the top, and NXZD going to be able to find that KO, finishes it off with the slashing strike. Joker trying to push him back with the beat drop, but it's just not nearly enough. But the flip from Joker baits out the cyber swipe from Soren, and will find a score for Core Overflow.
Looks like that big fish was enough. Joker staying alive much longer than he was in that set 1, thanks to the extra stagger from just another level or 2 and the additional 200 from big fish. And it's making a difference already. The extra HP and speed you get, or the regen you get from Stagger Swagger helping out, but not when you get comboed like that from all 3 members of EKC. We're in a position here for a power play, but is Leo Leon going to pull out an NXZD cosplay of his own and break down both barriers with his own teammate down? Almost, but holding it down long enough, Soren is able to bring it back up to NXZD, and now we have a 1-to-1 barrier difference. Not until Joker using the special from Octavia to finish off NXZD, who had a full energy meter. What an absolutely massive KO for them.
Absolutely here, and now trying to find a second barrier for the comeback here. Core Overflow on the back foot with Joker taken so low. Nearly taken down by Katsuna there, but able to keep it standing. The flip from Slop going to be able to find that barrier once again as Leo try to build up for the flip of his own. Will be able to get access to it. Slop goes through. Slop trying to find the score. Leo gets the flip. Leo dashes it in and puts it in the goal. 2-0 in this set for Core Overflow.
Great patience from Leo Leon, using the flip, setting out the secondary, and then striking it in between Katsuna and Soren. Soren had the right idea to try to set up the glitch pop beforehand, but it's just so hard to predict. Oh, looks like we might have a little bit of a pause moment as the Joker has DC'd here. Maybe he was having some ping issues and needs to restart. I know that if they are playing, I'm not sure what server they're. I think they're actually on East right now, so it's not going to be a central issue. Maybe it could have been anything. Storms are happening right now. Power could have went out. Anything could have happened. Lag could have happened. Internet could have gone out. But they will be taking a pause to wait for the Joker to return.
Yep, little bit of a break here, and doing a good job there to juggle it back and forth a little bit, make sure that nobody loses a free barrier due to the disconnect. Nobody wants to have that end up finding, but it is going to be a little bit of time until Core Overflow are going to be at full strength here. So just going to be chilling here in the middle for a little bit of time, spamming some of those emotes.
Hey, no worries for me. I get to finish my Ronald McDonald's hash browns that I picked up earlier today, put them in the air fryer, and now they're nice and fresh again. So
there you go.
Hey, thanks for the
Get
break.
yourself a little bit of a break in the action here, but let's talk about Ares Kitten Club a little bit. I mean, they're putting together a really solid performance in today's series, nearly taking that game number 1. Now going to have game number 2 with a win, and game number 3 looking like it's going to end up being pretty close here. Really solid showing from these guys, newcomers to the league across the board. None were starters in NASL last season. Some of them were subs on teams. Some of them weren't even. I believe Soren wasn't even a sub. So really crazy stuff that they're able to come out here and compete up against a team like Core Overflow, who's been playing here at the top level for much, much longer. And really impressive.
After today, there's no doubt about it. There's a conversation happening if EKC is now in the same category as Core Overflow, right? They're putting on a phenomenal performance here. And they're saying, hey, we deserve to be in this A-tier bracket right now.
And then compare that. Sorry to cut you off there, Mystic, but then compare that, across the rest of some of these squads, right? But Bozo Bunch with a win over Ares Kitten Club last week in another close series. A lot of people are talking up Last Call as well with their win over the Sundubu Strikers. And across the board here, you got to wonder just how good are some of these new teams and just how competitive and close is this league going to be. As we've got the reconnect here, I think we're going to be getting started before too long.
Yep, I think they're just double checking to make sure there's not anything else they have to do, figuring out how they're able to resume the play here. But I see Joker still standing still. Okay, there we go.
All right, we're playing the game. We're playing Omega Strikers, and an instant KO is found by Ares Kitten Club as they are going to look to capitalize.
Oh no, there
and
goes
find
Joker
themselves.
once again.
Oh no. We've lost Joker once again, but they are going to be able to keep it on towards the barrier. And I don't know if a pause is in the cards here. Soren keeping up the aggression. There's the flip, and they're going to take it down. They're going to find the score. And now maybe we're going to go into another pause here. Ares Kitten Club, they got to get the point there. The core moving too fast. We're well too deep into the flow of play at that point.
Okay, so now the pause is happening. I think that's completely fair. They waited long enough. Joker returned, DC'd again, finish out the point, and then pause from here.
Absolutely. Going to be a little showing of the rule book here for how exactly these sorts of situations have to be handled. Missing a official pause feature in custom games there. Maybe something for the future. Unlikely, but would be nice if it could be manufactured. Till then, we're going to wait here for Joker.
Yeah, I see Joker is still inside of the the Discord call has not DC'd from that yet, so I'm interested to know what the issue is. Maybe he did DC and he's still just kind of lagging behind in this Discord. But as we do not see the chats between them, between the two teams and the TOs, we're not really sure what the outcome of this consistent DCs are going to end up being.
Yep. We will have to wait and see. I mean, the man made it through 2 games pretty effectively, so hopefully can get back into whatever form they were in for that pretty soon. They're going to just have some fun here, trade some abilities back and forth, show off that, hey, I know the range of Crater. I can place it right there and know that I won't hit the core.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because no matter what, this is not the outcome, or this is not the way either team wants to win, right? If EKC ends up taking this, they want to show that they can take it against a full-powered core overflow. They don't want to get this handicapped win. And then at the same time, if they do end up winning, core overflow will have this asterisk of a loss, like, oh, we lost when Joker DC'd, right?
No.
So
there's Joker. He's moving around. It's looking like we're ready to play. We're back into the flow of game. It is going to be core overflow, looking to take both barriers right off the bat. Joker wastes no time, fresh off the back of the disconnect. Now both teams going at it once again here. Ares Kitten Club want to complete this comeback. May have got a little bit of a freebie on that first point, but they're going to need a couple more if they want to be able to take themselves this set. Leo passing it down towards Slop. Soren able to keep up on the defense, and NXCD going to take it towards the bottom. Soren clears it back out. NXCD launches themselves forward with the rush to be able to find that second barrier, and Katsuna not quite able to find it there. Throws down the crater. There's the throw from Leo. Leon can't get the slashing strike onto it. Soren snags it away with the cyber swipe up towards Katsuna into NXCD's hands. Joker throws down the base drop, not able to clear it out, but finally it will sneak past Katsuna, and Soren can't get to the defense in time. That's a set win to core overflow.
Using that middle Atlas gravity explosion to send it in, Soren was just not able to react fast enough, right? Had an idea of where the core was going to go, but then sometimes it just explodes in the middle and you just can't react fast enough, which is all right. Is 1-1 in sets now. And let's see what each team decides to take for their awakenings here. It is Leon picking up the heavy impact, which is going to help greatly for some extra damage and cooldown reduction. Soren picking up the extra special, or the specialized training to pair with that extra special. This Imi turret will be doing massive amounts of damage. NXCD denying another stagger awakening. Reverberation is being taken off. It is, instead of peak performance being picked up for the Joker, he's taking the Egoist, which will give him access to more of those elusives, and then a potential energy burst if he is able to survive long enough to use that speed.
Yeah, especially if you're finding yourself evading pretty frequently, it's going to be a good source of income there. That's an early KO, and Leo not wasting any time putting it into the goal for core overflow. Really quick point there from them as they just pushed through just a couple of seconds.
Immediately, this is a very EKC-like point coming out of core overflow. We've been seeing the fast points for them instead. But now, one barrier already being taken out for core overflow. Slop flying in to help assist with the other one. And now it is Soren and Katsuna who have to hold it down. In the meantime, Katsuna's HP bar is looking insanely low. Open net, not able to walk back to protect it. Katsuna was trying to run away and get his stagger up. Leon has a nice quick strike of send it into that empty top pocket.
Yeah, Soren once again commits themselves to that glitch, or to that cyber swipe, trying to get some control into their team's hands, but when it misses, it gets cleared back out. They just don't have the mobility to get back on that defense towards the top side of the goal. They're going to be able to find the first barrier for each team here. Katsuna finds themselves staggered in the top, taken completely out of the play. Not able to find the barrier anyway. Our core overflow, great defense coming on across there from Soren to be able to thread that core around the barrier. Taken back by Katsuna and NXCD, looking to push on towards a barrier of their own. Soren keeps up the defense. Leon taking incredibly low on stagger, and there's going to be the kill found by NXCD. Crater going to launch it back, and Soren can't defend the barrier any longer. Joker able to take that one down, and an open goal here thrown down with the base drop. Joker wants to close out the point here, but the flow state going to expire, and it's back into Katsuna's hands, who is able to open up the goal for their team. NXCD finds the KO, and there's no defense to be mounted for Leon. A point to Ares Kitten Club.
Got stuck there for a second. I was thinking, oh no, Leon might be able to save it down, but NXCD able to strike it in and finish it up. at least making it a 1-2 so far in this set. Have an opportunity to come back if they get one more. Great opportunity here with the Imi turret coming out immediately. Leon, no, going into the middle explosion here, sending it backwards. Looking low, has to use the elusive here, only has 1 bar left. Could be in a prime position to get taken out from the forwards of EKC here. As the great energy burst coming out from Katsuna to hold it down and not allow Slop's ultimate there to send it in. And now we're getting ultimate abilities being sent out left and right here. Leon able to finish off that final barrier of his own. The base drop coming out. And yes, Slop is able to fly in with the boost and finish off that final point of this set, giving for the first time a 1 set advantage for Core Overflow in this entire series.
Core Overflow, really well done there on the comeback. Now going to be looking to close this one out in set number 4. Keep themselves undefeated in Nassel Season 3. Ares Kitten Club, they've been performing so well here today. They do not want to drop down to 0-2 after having been hyped up by us throughout so much of this conversation, after having been 1 goal away from a 2-0 sweep. They do not want to end up going down and having no wins to their name in Nassel.
Every member getting something that they wanted. Joker is able to pick up that chrono boost, that infamous chrono boost on the Octavia, but this is a nerfed version of it from the latest patch. So it will not have the same overpowering presence that it normally does. But even with that chrono boost, it is not enough to hold it down as NXCD one-man armies gets both of those barriers, sends Joker almost to the afterlife here, and trying to strike it in, but the 2v1 hold down between Joker and Slop is enough to keep it there for now. Great turret from Soren with the power of the Timeless Creator. Extra special and specialized training is able to send out such more powerful help. But no, 2 barriers being returned from Core Overflow, and it is Leon able to finish off that point.
Well done from Leon there. Another really well-placed Crater going to be able to launch the core right into the perfect position. And they are able to send it on through. 2 more points to go for Core Overflow. Ares Kitten Club still trying to find their momentum back. Off the center, Katsuna looks for the shot, but there's the pressure from Leo on the bottom. Going to be able to find their first barrier. NXCD falling back to help out in the defense, and Joker building up that flow state is just so quick. Has the power of that chrono boost to keep it going even longer. So fast on the map, able to find the second barrier, but KO'd for it as snagged back away. NXCD finds the first of the barriers. Katsuna keeps it on the left side of the map and is going to try to pair on up and find a play here. Leo able to withstand that stagger, but will not be able to keep that barrier safe as Katsuna passing it down towards NXCD, actually sending it back towards Joker, launches themselves, can't find it off the boost. The defense, Joker's gone again. A disaster here for Core Overflow, and the defense will not be enough. 1-1 as we're going to find ourselves in on another pause.
That's the 3rd DC of this game. I'm not sure what the ruling here is, how many more times they're going to have to pause, but it looks like that is the final amount of pauses allowed for them. They aren't able to keep it up. And already just the 2v3. They're able to break both of the barriers between Slop and Leon and trying to get it back here. 1 barrier being taken for EKC. I'm not sure. Maybe there was a little bit of hesitation because Joker was gone. They didn't know if they were supposed to start or not. But either way, things are continuing right now. It is a 2v1 Leon, or 3v1 trying to hold it down, but not enough for him, bringing us to set point on this set number 4.
It's tough. It's not impossible, but it's tough for Core Overflow to try to fight their way back in here. Not a lot of time on the clock for Joker to be able to come back here. They will have a set number 5, I suppose, at the very least. Hoping to get Joker back in time, perhaps to make his own Awakening selections, rather than being defaulted to whatever's going to be left. There's the point. Soren pushes it through, and we have got ourselves another draft, Mystic.
Not what you want to see, like I said, for either team. Neither one is going to be happy with the win when it comes out. But we are in a position here. Maybe Joker has enough time to load back in. He was able to get back in relatively quickly enough last time. But going in, we have Katsuna up first in the draft, probably taking this Deadeye. Super Surge going to Leon. Spark of Agility, I don't know how many sparks that is. That is the 3rd spark for NXCD. Joker going to be defaulted to that Fight or Flight, which is honestly most likely what he wanted to take either way. It's either that or the Knife's Edge. He got exactly what he needed.
there's nothing to worry about in terms of not getting the awakening you want, but he's still not present right now.
Yep, they're going to have to try to buy some time for him here. An unfortunate position to be in. There's both barriers found, and cannot blame Era's Kitten Club here for taking what they can get at this point of the game. They're following the rules here, but it is a return from Joker to try to play for this one once again. We are going to set 5. Game has been made closer than ever by this situation. What a beautiful pass from Soren, puts it into Katsuna's hands and finds a goal for Era's Kitten Club.
I think that was a pass from Katsuna to Katsuna. That was the rocket coming in, hitting it back over to him as he was behind Slop. What an insane play from Katsuna. You love to see the Luna plays. They're so flashy and so entertaining. But we are finally in a position where Joker has returned and we can make at least this final set, hopefully the entire way through without a DC, and finish it off the way the game was meant to be played.
That is the hope here. Could be up to 5 more goals to find it. Open goal found for Core Overflow. Tough for Era's Kitten Club to mount the defense here, as Leo has a scoring opportunity. Can't get it past Soren quite yet. Joker coming on down for the backup. NXCD going to look to sneak it past. And Katsuna ready up on the top. Can't get their hands on it either. Glitch Pop doesn't push it forward. Slop nearly puts it into the goal, but it will be defended away by Soren once again. Leon ricocheting off the top side. Joker looking to move it forward. NXCD looking to take the pass on in. Firing back by NXCD.
Gotta be careful in that middle. Very close to being taken out there.
Yeah, could very much take either one of them out as Leo trying to push in, can't find the goal. Staggered once again.
And you hate to see it. We have our fellow Octavia member down on the bottom left corner of the map, DC'd once again. But what do you... It's just very unfortunate. You hate to see it, but the game must go on. But silver lining here, Slop 1v3, able to hold it down while Leon is taking a little quick bath, and Joker's trying to get his internet back up.
Yeah, it's a tough position once again. We have lost Joker for the 4th time, and perhaps for the final time, if Era's Kitten Club are able to push this forward. There's Joker, he's already back. That was a quick one.
They only need
2-1 Era's Kitten Club.
Core Overflow has been in this 2-set, 2-point position before. It hasn't stopped them. It does not matter. Mental reset. You got 2 points to finish up. Joker, internet hold. Finish off this game regardless of the results. You must stay till the end. No more DCs allowed. I'm calling it now. Oh no, I spoke too soon.
You shouldn't have. That's the caster curse, Mystic. You gotta.
Oh.
It's a tough position. Can they keep up the defense? They do have the power play for the time being, which in reality just makes things even. Not going to be able to push forward on that one. Slop has access to the flip. Leon trying to make the solo play. Can't find it in time. Second barrier is found. Clearing it out once again. Just try to buy that last bit of time. Slop able to find the barrier. Has to stay outside of the goal arc. Has to go aggressive here. There's no chance to defend up against 3 members. This is your best shot. But here's the aggression. Here's the push in. And Era's Kitten Club are so close. They've got an empty map. They're going to score. They're going to take their first win in the North American Strikers League.
First win going over to EKC, but as I said earlier before, no one is happy with this win. If you're EKC, you want to win just a normal, straight up best of 3 against Core Overflow to prove your worth. You're not here about the number on the victory screen. You're here more so to prove that you belong with the top dogs. And unfortunately, this is not the way to prove it. And, to no fault of their own, Joker just wasn't able to stay connected the entire game. They were paused as long as they needed to be paused. It looks like the pause timer ran up, and they were just simply had to continue playing the game. So like I said, not the way you want to win if you're EKC, and not a blemish on the Core Overflow record. They had an opportunity here to win game number 3, but it is the outcome of the game as of right now. Either way, I want to give props to EKC for proving that they at least have more than enough skill and teamwork and prowess to hang out with Core Overflow.
Yeah, absolutely here. I mean, they deserve full credit for the win, taking that first game so very close. Not their fault that we couldn't end out game number 3 the way it was originally intended, but played it out according to the rules, played it out as correctly as possible, and they will deservedly take away the win. That is going to move them up to 1-1 in the standings. It is going to move Core Overflow down to 1-1 as well. And that's it for our game number 1 of the day, Mystic.
Yeah, game number 2 as the players get ready are going to be Demons Raw versus Quest Esports. I hope I'm looking at the right thing right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay.
That's what I prepped for too. So if it's not that one, it's gonna be news to me. Hey, go ahead.
I was gonna say, as we're waiting for that, I feel bad for Quest Esports here coming in versus week 1 have to go up against Sad Boys. Week 2 have to go against Demons Raw. Their schedule is tough for the first 2 weeks here. It's going to be a great match to see, though. Hopefully, we do have the full roster here of Quest. I wasn't able to see if there's going to be any substitutes with Switch not being available in week 1. Do you know if we have the full roster for Quest Esports, Gordo?
I do, and we do. So got to hear from Hamster Quest at the beginning of the day. Switch is back in after having been subbed out for Vega in week number 1. They are now going to have their full roster. Demons Raw, however, will not have their full roster. They have Reburst in for Gumi on the day. So Quest Esports going from having to have a sub in to now being up against a sub, but still going to be a tough opponent for them one way or the other.
Got it. And as we load into this, thank you for pointing out the substitution there for Demons Raw. Reburst coming in for Gumi. Let's see if he's able to keep up the emotes to the same level Gumi is. We do have the map selection here. Thank you, Brickbat, for all 3 games for the next series. We have Night Market game 1 going into Taiko Temple for game 2, and then rounding it out on Clarion Corps or Corporation on game number 3.
Love to get those here early. So going to be a pretty interesting one to check on out here for game number 1. We'll have to find out what exactly is going to be the setup for both of these squads. And yeah, like you said, I mean, that was the first thing I was going to say, is that Quest Esports have had a tough introduction to the North American Strikers League, to say the least. Having to go against these 2 S-tier teams, it's going to... Demons Raw or Sad Boys is going to be most folks' picks for their favorites in the season, and having to play them in back-to-back weeks. Definitely going to be a little tough on your mental. Definitely going to be a little bit tough on your record as well, assuming those games don't carry with them crazy upsets. Looking at how Quest were able to do up against the Sad Boys, it does not look like they took any sets. Looks like they got 3-0, 3-0'd. So going to be hoping to take a set here on the day, I think, is the first goal, and just take it from there and see how far they can take it. We've been talking up just how impressive a lot of our new teams have been, right? Ares Kitten Club, obviously featured in the last match. Bozo Bunch have been putting on some good results as well, and Last Call coming away with a win last week as well. So with all of those teams coming on in, Quest Esports going to end up being a little bit disrespected, but I will say, they haven't had the opportunities that these other teams have had to perhaps show what they've got.
As long as they know that they're going into this with a extremely high bar set, or extremely high level opponent there to face off against. It always reminds me of that one picture or that one meme of the Dark Souls of the one guy just standing up, looking up to the giant there with the axe holding it down. Quest Esports needs to just do their best and see what they're able to accomplish, right? This is a great opportunity here. Maybe they don't get to scrim these teams or high-level teams. This is the opportunity they have to see where do they stack up against. Are their strategies strong enough to come out through? Are they able to make things work out or not? So whatever the outcome of this game is, don't take it to heart, Quest Esports. Do your best. You never know what could happen, right? Maybe they take off a set. Maybe they take off a game. Maybe they take the whole series. You never know what can happen with Quest Esports. They are one of the most unpredictable teams here, but at least they have their full roster, and I can't wait to see what strategies they have cooking.
Yeah, definitely. For those who don't know, who maybe didn't get the full breakdown last week or are just tuning in for this week, three quote-unquote rookies here for Quest Esports who have not played in the Nassel prior. They have Hamster Quest, Switch, and Toasty Local, all of whom are going to be making not their Nassel debuts. They made their Nassel debuts last week. I guess Switch is making his Nassel debut this week, so going to be having their very first Nassel game here, unless they subbed in for a Nassel team last split in some match that I'm forgetting. And of course, Demons Raw running back their same roster, with the exception that they are subbing on in Reburst for the day.
Yep. So we have Reburst here, currently in the gold box as we wait for the remaining 2 members of Quest Esports to load in. I think they're doing something like, I see everyone available in in the Discord call, so they're just doing some last minute preps as before they load into the lobby. Toasty Local just jumping in. We have Hamster Quest waiting. But besides that, we have the full roster of Demon's Raw here sitting around, with the exception of Gumi, who I do see maybe giving some support in the voice channel as well. He's here supporting his teammates as he's not available to play in the match. We do have, like I said, game number 1 is going to be Night Market, currently selected on Otten City, but waiting as everything changes around. I'm not sure what team picked what. I do know that Demon's Raw are a fan of maps like Taiko Temple. I don't know if they want to go to Clarion themselves or maps like Inkies. They like to play the maps that tend to be the least liked among the community.
Yeah, you could say that. Maybe getting a little bit of anti-hero synergy there as it ends up coming on across. As I'm seeing some readies starting to come across in the lobby, so hopefully we will be getting out of this game here before too long. At least Demons appear to be ready to move on forward. They do have Reburst in at goalie as we expected. So we're looking to see how Kainoob and Snake are going to be able to do without good old Gumi backing them up.
I mean, Kainoob and Snake are a monstrous forward duo here. One thing that I'm not sure when this discussion was happening, not during NASL, but something that goes pretty unnoticed is Snake's performance in all of these games. It tends to be a lot of the Gumi plus Kainoob show when people talk about the whys of, or the hows of how Demon Raw performs so well. And one of these conversations is, how great of a brawler player Snake is. This guy is an absolute monster, winning tournament after tournament, even though he's here on the Demon's Raw team alongside Kainoob and Gumi. This guy is contention, or if not, the number 1 brawler in NA, and I just don't see the respect that he deserves get put out there. So Snake, shout out to you. You've been holding it down great, and I want to give you the respect you deserve. But let's see what performance comes out of you this time.
Completely agree. Do you want to call out it's going to be Night Market for game number 1 as we are getting loaded onto the map here. I'll have to see what the bans and picks are going to end up looking like, as well as what those starting awakenings are going to influence this draft.
So we have Era X being hovered over for the brawler duo of Demon's Raw here. It's Reaper's currently on the Luna. Typically you see the Mako come out on this composition, but I'm not familiar with Reaper's goalie pool. The Luna being banned out, so that signature pick of Luna going away for Reaper's, having to default to another pick here. Kind of immediately swapping off the hover. Going between Now and Era, choosing to go for the Now pick here. I wonder what the starting awakening is. It could be a creation awakening here. Maybe something like the Monumentalist, but no, it is Rebirth here on the Era, so that way Kainoob can play the Now instead.
Absolutely going to be the intent. We are looking to see the double Nows, the double Eras, and the respective brawlers. Snake going to be on the X this time around. Switch going to be piloting that Centauro. See which brawler is going to end up coming out more favorably as a result of the selections, as it looks like Rapid Fire and Monumentalist are the startings. Monumentalist taken by both Nows.
Yep, it was that creation training now being picked up, or Monumentalist being picked up by both Nows. One of the strongest awakenings for this Now character, just because of the massive increase in size that it offers, plus the damage. Now ends up being one of the highest damage dealing characters in the game when she has access to this Monumentalist here. But we do have a difference in brawlers, like you mentioned, between the Zentaro for Switch SSB and Snake on that X. Immediately, both barriers dropped by Quest Esports, and now we're in a scoring position here for Demon's Raw. Reapers almost able to hold down that final barrier here. Both nets wide open here, but almost 3 full energy bursts for Demon's Raw. Kind of trying to get into a position to use his maybe offensively or to get at the Snake here. But great hold from Hamster Quest, being able to send it up the Switch, and then the 1v2 to get it into the net.
Pretty good for your first round in Nassel for Switch, as they are able to put it into the goal and find themselves their first point up against Demon's Raw. Great start here for Quest. Snake had a really close to a scoring opportunity there, but got blocked by the opening gates off the back of those barriers. Going to take both barriers here near instantly, and that's going to be a quick and easy point as Toasty too far up and doesn't get their hands on the goal.
Like I said, this Snake fellow is just such a good brawler, able to make space, get barriers, use X to his highest potential here. He has so many animation cancels into, or I should say like strike resets, that you need to know if you want to get the full maximum potential out of this character here, and Snake uses them so well, positioning himself perfectly, creating space to get both the barriers and score. And we're starting off this point for in favor of Quest Esports with the one barrier down, using a flip to clear. Rebirth has to get it out there, but now to switch SSB, getting the second barrier with his own energy burst. Now let's see if they're able to make a play, making it a 2-point lead or a 1-point lead for Quest Esports, but they're holding it down pretty well on Demon's Raw side.
Keeping up that defense, doing very well as they rush forward. Switch goes in for the shot. Can't quite find it. Is Kanu going to be able to keep up that defense? Passing it back into Snake's hands. Snake going to be dissuaded as well. Hamster Quest just juggling it back and forth with Kainoob here, buying some time until he gets KO'd off the top side, and now Snake and Switch going to have to brawl it out here to try to keep that barrier safe and or take it, depending on which side you're on here. Rebirth passes it back over. Snake going to be able to find the second barrier, has access to the flip, uses it for a KO, and gets the goal to follow up.
Yeah, Reaper's doing a great job that point, holding it down as long as he was able to, plus getting the KO with a non-monumentalist era, has that rapid fire instead, and then I like the way he played that point. We had both brawlers being behind each other on one side of the map, on that top side, with the Reapers walking down on the bottom side, really far up to make sure they get the pressure onto the goal, get the barrier, and then score. So we can see that there is good synergy here happening. There is some teamwork coming out. You know, it's not just Reapers subbing in. This is an actual composition that's going out between all three members.
Absolutely, some great passing play there from Snake, just trying to juggle it and get it past Toasty, and great damage coming through as well. Toasty now going to be sent out of the back foot, going to have to go evasive. There's the knockback from Switch. Kainoob ready to receive the core, blinks back towards it, and puts it in the goal. Great play by Kainoob there. 3-1 on the first set. Demon's Raw going to put themselves on the board.
Yeah, Demon's Raw starting off really strong, and like I said, I'm so happy to see Rebirth's performance. He's been playing really well this entire set. Great finish from Kainoob there, using the ultimate to kind of pass back to himself. A little bit of a eject button play almost. Now gets access to that twin drive with the Monumentalist start already. What a phenomenal pickup for him. He's gonna absolutely love that training. Quick Strikes going over to Toasty Local instead. Stagger Swagger being picked up by Snake to ensure that they're able to keep getting those KOs that they need to. He doesn't really need it for himself. Just more of a denial for the other two players on Quest Esports here.
Really good stuff for them so far. Back out onto the court here for set number 2. See what these awakenings are going to do to influence how this game has been played out so far. As you said, it's been so much about Snake on the X, as it often will be on these kind of the double buff-up compositions with the Brawler, and Snake doing a good job so far of having been able to secure himself a fair bit of KOs and keep himself a menace in the other side's goal arc. But now a little bit of play being found by Quest here. So they get some breakaway, they get themselves a barrier, and they haven't yet been able to get it really on towards the right side of the map. Switch snags it away there for a second barrier, and now Toasty just trying to keep up the aggression and see if they can put it in the goal, but they are now down a member. They have lost Switch, and that's going to be Kainoob and Snake looking to capitalize on that opportunity as quickly and easily as they can. Toasty with a nice flip, gonna get blocked away by Rebirth. Snake finds a KO, and with only one member left on the map, now finally going to be 2 with Hamster Quest respawning. It might be too little, too late. So they are looking to put it in off the flip. Nice block from Hamster Quest, though. Times it perfectly, and is able to stuff Snake's attempt. That is going to buy them some time to be able to keep on playing out this point.
Yeah, they're putting on so much pressure here. Although Quest Esports is able to hold it down, Snake is getting a lot of opportunities onto the net here, and a KO coming out, taking away Toasty Local. Open net there pretty much. Snake is able to finish it off. That's the first point of this set right now.
Beautiful stuff there to be able to find that KO, open things up for a follow-up goal. Demon's Raw looking to keep that set dominance that Quest has had pushed against them throughout this entire season so far. I mean, it's only been a week, but overall going to be very, very tough for them so far to be able to actually be able to find too many points and be able to get themselves on to the set win board. Switch wants to turn that one around here as he is able to find themselves both barriers opening up the goal yet again, trying to set up for a scoring opportunity, but Switch without the cooldowns, without the stagger, has a tough time of it. going to push forward. Hamster Quest gets the shot. Toasty still on the defense. Hamster Quest down. And Switch going to be ready to follow up as their barrier goes on down. Looking to push it forward. Toasty off the back of the block, trying to buy the time, but it's an ace for Snake. And with nobody left standing, it's going to be the easiest goal you can get in the game.
Snake on this X is an absolute monster here. If you take a look, he only needs the 2 awakenings he has to deal so much damage. It is the Siphoning Wand plus Rapid Fire. The Bell Ringer just covers so much space, right? It does so much natural damage, and then when you have 2 of those plus the Siphoning Wand, you just end up clearing so much area or getting opportunities to score by the space you make from people stepping aside or from pushing them away from the move itself.
And Snake now with the breakaway on the bottom side once again. Great damage onto Toasty. Hamster Quest able to keep themselves a little bit safe, but not going to be able to keep their barriers much the same. Kainoob pushing it forward towards Snake. Reburst just playing at midfield, has access to the flip as necessary, and might just use it to get into the Snake's hands here. Fighting alongside Kainoob. Switch not going to be able to get the core, and that's going to be another easy point. A 3-0 set. Demons Ra going to get themselves on a game point.
Starting off this set really strong, a 3-0 coming out, not able to get any points on the side of Quest Esports, and it looks like Snake is scaling up. Let's see what everyone wants to take on this time around. Heavy Impact being hovered over for now, and although I'm not sure what impact she has, we absolutely love this on now because of the 35% cooldown reduction that's offered when you hit 2 targets, right? That specific part of the Awakening does not need to be attached to an impact. It's just any ability that hits 2 people. And when you have that Monumentalist secondary plus Twin Drive, you'll be having infinite secondaries coming out from Kainoob.
Yeah, infinite secondaries before too long, to be sure, and is going to just make things harder and harder to really be able to deal with. And Monumentalist, so valuable on the now, makes each ability more impactful. When you just got more abilities on top of that, it's going to be so tough to actually keep up the defense. Now going to try to push on towards the barrier, going to be able to get themselves their first one. Snake gets the second, and Snake is not letting up. Kainoob waiting at midfield just to keep feeding it into this X. And there's just not been able to be a good defense mustered up by Quest Esports here. Hamster Quest trying to help out with the goal. Is going to be able to push it forward for at least one. Switch now with an opportunity to try to push it forward if he can get it past Reburst. Trying to punish the substitute goalie here wherever they can, but Snake sneaks it past. Snake finds the KO, and it's going into the goal. Toasty can't get the defense off in time.
Snake with the great KO on the top side, the bull rush into the X Maximus there, getting the strike reset, immediately knocking off. I don't even know who fell off. That's how quick they got KO'd there, and then leading that into a point. But it is so much pressure coming out from Kainoob here, right? Able to keep it up alongside Reapers with the great Era Tornadoes or the Maelstroms. Just holding it down really well for Demons Raw, while Snake is just let loose, rampant. It is Quest Esports, though, who are able to get a barrier to almost every single time. They're just not able to finish off the points.
That has been their difficulty so far. Snake stepping forward, looking to push it forward once again. There's going to be the flip used by Reburst. Doesn't actually find the core or anybody, but they will be able to keep up the defense on that barrier nonetheless. Hamster Quest still waiting to back on up the team. Switch wants to push it in, wants to open up the goal, but is just getting thwarted by Reburst at each and every opportunity. Instead going to fall back and try to help out on the defense, but Snake going to have access to that special again before too long, and it's just going to be so tough for them to actually stand up to the X Maximus, finally opening up the goal on the other side. Switch with a scoring opportunity that he seizes. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Quest Esports find themselves another.
And there you go. First point being taken over of this set for Quest Esports. A little bit of breath of fresh air. They can sit back or take a deep breath here as the momentum of the train between Kainoob and Snake has slowed down just a little bit here. And like I said, they have been getting the barriers. It's just finishing off that point. So they're just one step off from continuing to getting these points here. And they need to figure out what that is that's holding them back. But overall, pretty good possession here for Quest Esports, but a little too far forward for Toasty Local. Not able to defend his own barrier here. Snake using that speed boost between the Era plus the mine from Kainoob to just walk right over, break the final barrier, flip, and get that point.
Snake, you didn't have to do it to him like that, man. That's a tough one to have to watch there. Just flip it right into the goal, puts it in with the bell ringer, and now 1 point away from a game number 1 win to Demons Raw. Quest Esports still yet to win a set in the North American Strikers League, and it is not looking like Demons Raw are looking to be the first one to give it to them. Somehow it doesn't hit the barriers, and just nothing is going Quest Esports' way at this point here. Kainoob trying to take control, Switch coming back alive off the respawn, but there's the lifeline just to keep up the aggression, get it into Snake's hands. Kainoob follows up, Reburst is here, and Reburst, they have left the goal undefended for now. Switch trying to capitalize, trying to push it in and find a barrier, but Kainoob helps out on the defense and is able to clear it back out once again. Hamster Quest snags it away with the magical Maelstrom, but Snake with the breakaway, looking to push it forward for a goal. There's an attempt at the Bewitching Beam, not going to connect. Switch trying to get it past these two, but not going to be able to find it there either. Snake ready for the flip when it comes towards him, but the first barrier is found by Switch. Reburst having trouble clearing it out here up against the Centauro. Switch will be able to get it in, blocked by Toasty. Snake trying to push for more, can't find it, and now a chance for Switch, blocked away by Reburst once again. Snake on the bottom, back towards Kainoob, flip blocked away again. Snake takes another shot, and none of them will go through. Toasty locked down on the defense until it can get into Switch's hands. Pass back up again. Hamster Quest helping out as Switch once again wants to get that one-on-one with Reburst, wants to get the chance to set up with the rush, with the Oni's Blade, with the core flip, with whatever he can find. Another shot, can't block it. Reburst will be able to get it back away, and we're just going to continue to duel here, Mystic.
It's been going back and forth like crazy, but this is a phenomenal point for Quest Esports. They're showing that they have this opportunity here to score, and they're trying their hearts out to find the final step that they need to put it in. And no, an unlucky bounce off the middle barrier or the middle block on Night Market, sending it into that top corner. But overall, even though that was a crazy last point, I want to give props to Quest Esports. They held it down really well. They were always just one step off from finishing off a goal, usually had the barriers wide open, and they just needed a little bit more of a push to go get that last point that they needed. But either way, it is going to be a 3-0 in set finish for Demons Raw, a dominant performance from the duo of Kainoob and Snake. If we saw the levels towards the end, it was double level 10, I believe, or level 9 and level 10 for Kainoob and Snake, like the level 6s of the forward duo of Quest Esports. You could just see how much aggression and domination was coming out from Demons Raw.
Really, really good stuff put together by Demons in that game, you know, showing what we're used to from them. Their regular form, really making great use out of those double buff compositions, getting things into the hands of Snake. As you said, he has been so good on this X and on all of these brawlers. One of the best we have in the league, perhaps the best we have in the league, and was able to come on up, find 6 goals. Kainoob gets 3 for themselves and plenty of assists, and they play out their game according to plan and come on up with another win here. So it is going to be coming into game number 2. Looks like that will be...
I think it's Taiko Temple.
It is Taiko Temple.
Yep. So going over to Taiko Temple, a little bit of a bounty house action for game number 2. Maybe Quest Esports has a specific strategy here, similar to how EKC had a little bit of something in their back pocket for Taiko Temple. But like I said, great performance out of Quest Esports on that game number 1. And as people get ready for this game number 2, and the map is updated over to Taiko Temple already, we are going to be going in shortly. Some of the things that we want to see here is, you know, maybe a better, I don't want to say a better brawler pick. Is one of those things where I think X is more effective on Night Market than Zentaro is, because that Bellringer size plus the size boost just covers the entire lane. Like any lane, top or bottom, you can cover everything with the Bellringer, which is really, really powerful, which Zentaro can only do when using that ultimate. So I think a change in Brawler could be really well here, because we saw the effectiveness of Snake on X, and yes, props to Snake for piloting it really well, but maybe a little bit of a better strategy could help them go for that final push that Quest Esports needed to get a little bit more out of their performance.
Yeah, absolutely. That could be the recipe, the sauce that it's going to take to see a little bit more competition for Quest Esports. Still on the hunt for a win here in the North American Strikers League, and it is going to be a tough task up against Demons Raw. We keep talking about how hard this schedule is, and I just can't emphasize it enough, Mystic. It's a tough introduction to the league here for Toasty, Switch, and Hamster Quest. Substitutes or no, these are some very difficult squads that they've had to play up against. I really liked what they were able to put together, especially in set number 3 of that first game. If they're able to reprise a little bit of that in this game number 2, we might see a closer match.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at that final point that happened. They were holding it down so well. They were able to break both barriers. They had plenty of opportunities there. And they were on the back foot, right? They didn't have the awakenings that they wanted. Demon's Raw had such great awakenings. Kainu having the heavy impact, plus the Monumentalist, plus the Twin Drive. He had an absolutely insane build on now. So they were playing not only from behind in terms of levels, behind in terms of awakenings as well. And they were able to put on such a great performance on that last set, like you mentioned, that set number 3. So coming in, I mean, I would be happy. Their performance was good. You were going up against what could be the potential number 1 team in NASL here, and you were able to hold it down really well. But now Taiko Temple, game number 2, a little bit of a reset here. Let's see what strategy they got to bring out for this this drum-filled bouncy house, Bongo Palace.
Yeah, let's find out what it is going to be here. So we are on the lookout for a little bit of variety in the compositions, if that is going to at all be possible. Dubu being hovered by Snake here. I don't think that's likely. As the Aimi going to be banned, the Luna going to be banned, and the Dubu going to be locked in.
Oh, love to see the Dubu, and it says Dubu forward here for Snake and not for Kainoob. Last time we saw it on Amy's app in week 1 of NASL, where Snake picked the X on Amy's app with Kainoob piloting the Dubu, but instead we're going to have Dubu here for Snake. It could mean that we have a start such as like Missile Prop, or Timeless Creator or Castellast that's allowing a pick like this to come out.
Very possibly here. The Mako and Era going to be the lock-ins, so another one of these double buff comps coming through for Demon's Ra. Now, what is going to be the selection on the other side? Juno, Kai, Zentaro, so something a little different for Quest.
Let's see what we have for the Awakening here. It is neither of the Awakenings that I have listed. I was incorrect. We have Among Titans being picked up for 5 of the 6 players, with Snake being bolstered by his 2 members here with an extra 30% size because he chose to take the Spark of Strength instead. So we're going to see a big Dubu this game as Rebirth pilots the Mako. The Mako plus Era size boost onto Snake is going to be really fun to watch here. A little bit of a funky a little bit of a funky start in terms of the character selection for Demon's Raw, but it should be an entertaining game here for us.
So triple Among Titans for Quest Esports. This means everybody loses 15% size and gains 15% speed. It's an interesting one. Wait, actually...
Well,
wait,
it evens out.
No, it evens out. You lose no size. It's just everybody gains 15% speed. That's all it does.
Yes. All it does is the size cancels out because you lose 30, but you give 15 to everyone, and then you get 15% speed yourself. But the strategy that I typically like to do is, if you have a Brawler, you tend to just let the Brawler get the free 30% size and pick the other Awakening if it's viable.
Yeah, I don't know. Switch deciding that he doesn't need that size. He'd rather just get the extra he'd rather share the wealth, get the extra speed across the board, and not have to sacrifice that size for Toasty. We'll see how that ends up paying off for them here, as the goal's already been opened up for Quest Esports, a position they continue to find themselves in, able to get past those barriers, but not quite able to finish the job, as Rebirth going to clear it back on out once again, has access to the flip, has all of the tools with the drum and bass that they could possibly need, and Switch not going to be able to get past, just getting bullied here by Snake and Kainoob in that melee range, and not able to push it forward, not able to find a good shooting angle up against Rebirth, is Snake now taking control, going to be able to find a barrier, but all the way around the map. Rebirth wasn't ready for that one, and the first goal will go through for Quest.
Quest Esports, and this is a... I'm not sure if Hamster Quest was able to play the Juno last time, but this is one of the first few Juno picks coming out in the midfield here in NASL. A pick that typically doesn't really get too much light or showtime, but with all the recent buffs coming through, Juno is a really strong midfielder that I'm hoping the midfielders or goalies of NASL teams put some time into to let it shine. We saw Hamster Quest pilot it really well for that first point. Let's see if he can keep it up and get some good value out of it the rest of the game.
Tons of damage coming through onto Snake there. He's just getting bullied around the map. Going to have to use that flip there to clear it back away, and now trying to get back on the aggressive, but Switch smells blood. Switch is going to find out that it's actually his. He gets taken down off the bottom, and now Snake and Kainoob looking to join forces and keep that pressure on. This is a big Dubu, and they really want to get the most out of it that they can. The Soup going to come on across to push Toasty further back, prevent the defense of this barrier, and finally, I think that was Kainoob's strike that finally got it opened up as Snake is now looking to turn this into a score. Kainoob ready to fight for it at midfield, but Switch sneaks right past, gets it while Reburst isn't ready. And again, Reburst's second goal let through with core flip available.
Yeah, the first one was a little bit out of his reach, but there he definitely had an opportunity to flip, but got hit stun by the Zentaro rush and not able to flip in response. That Switch SSB, 15% speed is making it work, and it is Snake who's immediately gone out by the barrage of damage coming through from Quest Esports. Now we have a little bit of passing play coming through between Switch and Hamster Quest. Going back down to Toasty Local, trying to find an opportunity here to break a barrier, but no, not able to make a play while they had a man advantage here. But they do finally find their first barrier onto Rebirth here, holding down the speed and size boost, coming through, trying to make Snake as large as possible and return the barrier. Gold gates opened up for Core. I was about to say Core Overflow here. Excuse me.
That was a long game. That was a long
it's-
game. It feels like we're still in it, but it is Demon's Raw.
It is Demon's Raw able to open up the gates here, and Snake trying to get himself into an opportunity here to finish off the point.
Absolutely, and so far not been able to do it. And Switch looking to go aggressive in their own right, use the flip there, but not able to find it. And Snare Drum's going to lock him down for a little bit, finally able to escape, rushes forward towards the center, but Snake able to find the goal on the top. Toasty cannot block that one away enough times in a row. And the Season 2 finalists will get a point on the board.
Yeah, using the drone to his advantage there to get a nice high-speed rebound, and then using the log, which has multiple hitboxes to finish up. Oh my goodness, Snake with the roll coming in. The Summer Assault able to knock out Hamster Quest off the side there, getting a KO for them. No pummelers, though, to take advantage of the speed, but it does not matter. Snake using the energy burst, really quick shot up into that top corner and tying it up 2-2. You know, I didn't even realize that they were down in the set for up until that point. It is now even 2-2 in this set number 1 here. Quest Esports has a chance to take their first set over Demon's Raw.
Absolutely here. Snake putting the assault in Summer Assault there. Finds themselves another KO, but going to have to reprise that performance, this time without energy, but they're going to be happy to do it. They take both barriers. They take the goal in an instant. Snake closes out set number 1. Quest so close to being able to take one, not this time.
Flap your wings, Snake. You deserve it. Snake being the first pick over here has an opportunity to take so many things that honestly he would like, but opting right now for the Egoist, wants to take advantage of that speed boost when at maximum speed. Maybe gets an opportunity to take quick strikes later on as well. Juno getting the rapid fire, which is an absolutely massive pickup. One of the Juno's best trainings in this entire game. Mako getting the prime time. Honestly, these are great picks for pretty much everyone here. Everyone getting something that they want, not necessarily their best in slot, but something they're definitely happy with.
Yeah, Demo falling down to last pick once again. What happened to the Awakening that I love, Mystic? It is fallen so much down in priority since that last round of nerfs. Is now going to be taken once again. Wow, what a combo there between Kainoob and Snake. Nowhere for Switch to go. Loses his entire stagger bar to the Magical Maelstrom plus Soup combo. And now going to have to be on the back foot for quite a while. And Snare Drum's going to hold out that core up on the top side as Kainoob shrinks down multiple and finds the KO on a Switch with another well-placed Maelstrom. Power play here for Demon's Raw.
Power play indeed. Kainoob getting the KO with the Maelstrom, and now almost had the opportunity to break that final barrier here. Trying to get another KO with the Maelstrom again, but not able to find it. Still, they're in such a prime position to break this barrier. There's so much aggression coming out. Hamster Quest looking really low. The Soup, Tofu Fortress coming in to help break that final barrier here. Hamster Quest running, but no, the snipe from Kainoob on the Bewitching Beam is able to take him off the top. And Snake, although low, is sitting in a position here, aggressive as possible, to try to finish off this final point, or this first point of this set here, and yes, is able to find it with the strike.
Yep, and that's why he stays up there. I mean, he's big enough, he's tanky enough, he's not afraid of getting taken out by any of the cooldowns that are available at that time. And really, it's Switch who's got to be afraid standing that close to the Dubu for when Summer Assault is back up and all the damage that that's going to dish on out. So going to be pushed back once again. Snake able to position themselves well to be able to find that point, and now trying to position for it once again, just living inside the goal arc of Quest Esports as he intends to. And we'll be able to find the first barrier as a result. Pass back on up. Toasty coming out of the goal box now to try to make something happen, and is going to be able to at least get a little bit of damage undone, but loses their second barrier for it, and now really going to have to focus on that defense because they haven't been able to get anything past Reburst.
Yeah, the Reaper's been doing a great job adapting to the game. In game number 1, we saw the barriers go down, and even in set 1, we were on that final point. But for set number 2, he's doing a massive job of holding it down, not letting any barriers fall as of right now. And Snake just trying to find an opportunity to either KO, one hit away from getting his energy burst. If I were you, Snake, walk up to that orb, get the last bit of energy that you need, and fly. Flap your wings, Snake. You only need one more hit, but no, saving it for the next point as Kainu using the flip to get it into that top pocket, immediately shooting it in straight line.
Gorgeous, gorgeous stuff there from Demon's Ra, finding the weak point in the armor and able to push the core right through it. 2-0 now in this set, looking a lot more dominant than they did in the first, although their own Soup going to be blocking them a little bit here. Snake doesn't care, though. Snake will just find the KO, and he'll just keep on pushing until eventually the core ends up where he wants it, and he wants it in the goal. Kainu puts it in for a second set win to Demon's Ra.
3-0 this time, not going over to 0.5. Kainoob in the lead in terms of XP is going to have that first pickings for Demon's Ra in this Awakening draft here. Dubu manages to go. I don't think it'll end up falling down to him, but Dubu has an opportunity here to get the quick strike paired with the Egoist, which is a very deadly combo. But no, they're Toasty Local able to recognize the power of that combo and denies it himself. Instead, opting in for the speed. He has been taking in a lot of damage here. Gets the Stagger Swagger to help increase that survivability plus the speed. A baseline 12% with an increase in speed for all the damage that he ends up taking. Overall, pretty good Awakening set for Demon's Ra here. Even Reaper is getting the glass cannon to help with some speed and power as well.
What a fast Dubu this is, Mystic. I mean...
Oh, he's zooming.
He's
no.
really zooming.
Reaper
is...
Okay. False alarm was just gone for a second here, but I was getting flashbacks to series number 1 with EKC and the Joker.
Yeah, it looked dangerous for a moment, but looks like we've got the full squads both back and available as Snake goes back to the defensive position, but Reburst missing the perfect pitch. Cannot defend the goal and will give up a point to Quest.
Quest Esports starting off this set with the first point. We have an opportunity to change it around from set number 2 here. They did bring it to 0.5 on set 1, and now let's see if these new Awakenings can help them out here. Zentaro has full energy, trying to find an opportunity to use it, either to break the barrier or to score, but no, finds no value out of that energy burst, and instead trying to look for the KO onto Kainoob instead. Soup's coming out, Snake gets a trade on the barrier for his own troubles here. Toasty Local walking up, using the barrage to get that final barrier. Doesn't, but with the help of Switch SSB, finding the last barrier, goal gates open. Let's see if they can score onto this open net with Reburst manning the helm.
All right, there is going to be that chance. Snake pushing in for another goal. The flip comes through, trying to find the score. Not going to quite get it that time as Toasty still on the defense on the other side. Kainoob helping up on the offense, trying to get it into Snake's hands. Toasty going to be able to go on in towards the flip if he needs it. Switch pushes it past Reburst, ready to receive it midfield. Snake stepping up, having already thrown down the Soup once again. This is a large Dubu, but it's not going to be enough. Reburst just barely gets to the defense in time. Snake holding it at mid, moving forward past Hamster Quest, but Hamster gets it past him first. Kainoob having to duel with Switch. That's not a matchup that you really like to be in, as the rush is going to push it past him, but Hamster Quest not able to get back on the defense in time, looking for the shot alongside the Bewitching Beam. Snake takes the shot towards the bottom. Toasty keeps up with the defense. Reverse ready to receive on towards the left, and nobody able to get it past Toasty or Reburst so far. Another perfect pitch saves the defense just in time.
Holding down, but Switch is in an opportunity here to score. No, does not have the energy burst in time, or does not use it in time to help prime that position here for point number 2. The Soups come out for Snake. Switch SSB looking really low. Do not greed that energy burst, Switch. Use it if you need to. Do not get taken out. And instead uses it to take out the demon that is Snake on this Dubu. Has an opportunity here with the man advantage, although has no stagger. They're trying to find an opportunity to walk up and make a play with the help of Toasty Local, almost able to get it, but no, aren't able to find the angle that they need. Switch is back, and Switch is low, Snake is back. Switch is low on that stagger bar, and Snake is able to find it with the massive size he is on that Dubu, is able to find the angle onto the top pocket, and is flapping his wings for the happiness that he is feeling right now.
Spinning around, taking a nap. Snake ready to be able to score once again. Finds the one spot Toasty can't save and is able to come on up with the score. Magical Maelstrom now going to lead the charge for a follow-up offensive from Demon's Ra, and Snare Drums keeping him in place alongside the Snoop, and Snake going to put him in the ground as a result. Now it's a power play here, and with Switch nearly taken out by the rollout, how are they going to be able to keep up this defense? The respawn from Hamster Quest is here in time, but Switch already sent on the other side of the map. Snake gonna get taken off, though, thrown into the goal, and going to give a little bit of time for Quest to play with here as they look to be able to open up the goal for themselves.
Kainoob looking really low now as well, although has the elusive to help out, but no, didn't expect the rush from Switch to come in. Good flip from Rebirth, but just a second too late. They have an opportunity here, 3v2, to score onto Demon's Ra. Snake trying to hold it down, but getting chunked out between all the damage from Snake, Toasty, and Switch. Good opportunity here, and Rebirth, no, just a second too late, is not able to clear it down. Hamster Quest with the shot onto the bottom corner, or onto the bottom side of the map, able to finish it off, and now giving an advantage over to Quest Esports. And Toasty Local has that energy burst with Hamster Quest and Switch not too far behind.
And Quest now up 2-1 in the set, on the verge of winning their first set here in the North American Strikers League, having played against both finalists from Season 2, the hardest schedule one can get. Desperate to get themselves on the board here to find themselves a set win, and on the verge of doing so. Switch throws it past Rebirth, uses the slashing strike to be able to open things up, but that's both of their barriers taken down by Demons on the other side. Switch with a breakaway in the 1-on-2. Snake finds the KO. Snake looking to push it past Toasty, and Toasty will be able to get it around him. Oni's Blade from Switch has the swipe available, and the set win will come through for Quest. We're going to set number 4.
Great set of plays over there. Toasty Local had a phenomenal Giga Blast to clear it through Snake, who was expecting to score right in that top right corner when he was up there, but no, able to clear it out with the Giga and pass it along to his teammates, and Rebirth not fast enough to clear it down to Kainoob, giving them the first set win for Quest Esports in this entire series.
Really good stuff coming on across here. It's going to be team player selected for the Juno. And holding on here, Big Fish for the Mako, just to try to get a little bit more space for the defense.
Yeah, Switch getting that 1-2 punch, and with all the KOs coming out, is a really big pickup, even though you get some stagger here on Rebirth. No stagger being picked up by either Snake or Kainoob, but Snake does have the infamous specialized training here, but the soup does not land it onto Switch SSB, though. That would have been a really funny scene, because I believe thoroughly that he would have been knocked off the map had those soups connected. But now we have one barrier being taken down for Quest Esports, have to try to find an opportunity here onto Rebirth. Using the ultimate on Zentaro, does find the first barrier. Second barrier is primed to be taken at this very moment here. Switch using the rush, not able to find it. Toasty Local, no, not in the right position here. Getting a bounce off the middle, and then the strikes coming through between Kainoob and Snake, able to score onto Toasty.
Really good stuff there from Rebirth to be able to come on out, help out with the scoring opportunity, and they are able to push it on through. Now looking for the finish here are Demon's Ra. Kainoob taking another shot here. Snake following up alongside him. The ricochet off of the center once again. There's going to be the tumble forward. The Summer Assault from Snake, able to keep them on the back foot as he finds the first barrier, looking for a second, and is not going to be able to find it. Toasty keeps up the defense very effectively. Hamster Quest now there to help him out, but those in Snare Drums keeping Switch on the backside. Snake finds a KO with the goal on the other side, and it's a 3-on-1. Toasty has to try to withstand all of the members of Demon's Ra, and there's just no chance.
Toasty Local fighting his heart out, 1v3 on the guy, as Demon's Ra push forward, getting KOs on both ends of the map between their forward players. But we do have an opportunity here to come back here. Switch, let's see if he's able to dodge the Maelstrom. No, takes half of his health, but at least does not go down here. Both barriers immediately being taken out thanks to the help of Kainoob and Snake. Some aggression needs to be coming forward. Let me defend. The ping is coming out. Rebirth is being told to fly. Go forward, Rebirth. They want him to finish off this final point of the series. Kainoob holding it down, a known goalie as well. Number 1 on the leaderboards on the era right now. Rebirth does not find the opportunity here to score.
Okay.
Coming back here, and it's Snake using the log to finish it off. What a funny point there to finish off this series.
You know, they try to put a little bit of flair on it for the sub. Not gonna end up coming through this time. Snake gets himself his upteenth goal of the match, and Demons Ra are going to be able to walk away with the win here. Going up to 2-0 in the North American Strikers League. Quest Esports drops to 0-2, and they can breathe easy knowing that at the very least they have got no more matches on the schedule up against either the Sad Boys or Demons Ra.
Hey, they took a set win off of Demons Raw, and they had plenty of great points where it was looking like it could go either way. Even if we did have Snake on the Dubu, he played his heart out, and Quest Esports played phenomenally. So I'm happy with his performance out of Quest. Keep it up, and at least, like you said, the hardest 2 matches of the series or of the season are gone, or at least based on last season's performance. And now they can go forward knowing that, hey, there's plenty of people that they can take games off of as long as they put in the work.
Plenty of people to be sure. And yeah, I mean, I really like what they were able to put together for us there. They managed to take a set win in the second game. They were able to have some really good volleys, some really good defenses. I think Switch looks pretty good now that he's gotten to play his first Nassel game with the roster. Looked like they were a lot more comfortable there. And I'm very excited to see what we're going to be able to see from this team going forward as they get to play some other opponents in the league. It definitely got kind of thrown right into the deep end here with the start of their season and going to see how they can grow from that.
Yeah, and as we prepare for game number 3, we have Sad Boys versus Sundubu coming up. A match that I am so excited to see. Anytime Sad or Sundubu Strikers makes an appearance, it's always a fun thing to watch. And with the performance, although not taking the win over last call, they had a phenomenal performance there in their games individually. So something that's always fun to watch. I've been a really big fan of Gramella coming forward. I think his performance has been going through the roof, and he's been playing some picks like Jakar, which has been very underrated or almost never seen in these games. But we will not be handling that game, Gordo. So it is no longer going to be our time to shine.
No, yeah, that's going to do it for our section of the broadcast here. So thanks so much for hanging out with me, Mystic. Thank you to everybody at home for hanging out with us as well. We are going to be throwing it off to, I believe it's going to be K-Bot and Fudgy Waffles. We'll have to see. But I believe that's going to be the casting duo for the next pair of games. Whoever it's going to be, they will introduce themselves once they are here. We're going to throw it to a quick break while we get swapped out. But until then, we'll see you next time.
Okay, don't say anything dumb.
No promises.
We have the best team comms in the entire world, in my opinion. Ba bomba!
My heart rate is like 7,000.
Bomba!
Hello, I am PPL.
Oh, I thought he would go up. I have a hair on my arm.
What?
I have a hair on my arm.
Yeah, there's hair supposed to be there. I'm doing the direct thing where I walk up to this guy and I like look at him funny.
Oh, look at our core flips. Oh, Lee.
What core flips? I don't have one.
Oh my god.
Oh, I won the strike war.
I believe you.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good.
Oh, I lost again. Don't worry, guys. Oh, no.
It's starting to not
Try
be
again,
good,
try
okay?
again, try again. One more time.
Yo, I'm just waiting up here. Yeah, whenever you're ready. Two more?
Yeah, two more.
I don't know if we got 2 more.
Yeah, you do.
What did I tell you yesterday? I get 4 saves and I'm done.
Oh,
Look, striking a war.
Oh, he has fan brace. How cringe.
Now he's gonna expect me to wait, and I don't wait, baby.
Oh.
I don't wait. Oh no.
I don't put the ball in the net. Alex does. That's not my job.
Oh yeah.
Alright, what is your job around here?
I push buttons.
Okay.
We're so chill. Oh, never mind. We're not.
Yo! You just
No,
hit
it's
every
fine.
key on your keyboard when that happened.
It was an accident. Okay. I'll put the ball in the net. Give me like 5 tries though.
5 guys.
5 guys.
Oh yeah. Guys, he's f***ing dead again.
Oh, I can come kill.
Oh wait, how did I miss that?
As they say, I've got pace.
Guys,
I had to
they
read and everything.
scored. Guys, I don't want to play anymore.
Alright, Alex, you can... Bloom, you're in.
I'm the FF.
Guys, I'm tired.
Alex, that guy is bigger and faster than you. It's really
Yeah,
scary.
it is a bit of a problem.
Oh,
But he ain't got heart like me. He ain't got a bigger heart than me, okay?
This guy back.
So, chat, what are the odds we get reverse 3-0 here?
I'm leaning 80%.
You think 80%?
Yeah, I'm leaning 80.
Okay, alright.
If he flips this, I don't save it. Swear to God, no cap.
Oh, real? No!
I don't know how it killed me. I'm leaning like 92%.
Guys, he doesn't have heart like that.
92%.
Guys! Oh, to Fiery. The play of a lifetime. He gets the barrier. He passes down to his Drakkar. The handsome and talented Drakkar, waiting for him to pass.
The handsome and talented. More like the average Drakkar, am I right?
So true.
Goodbye, teammate. Not what I meant.
Bro, they're not even focused on me! They're focused on the me, not the core! These It's fine, you guys hold.
Nice.
Oh, he got mind controlled! Jedi mind trick, baby. Oh, okay. This time, for real, there's no universe. I'm surviving. Wait, they almost got mind controlled though. Again, keep killing me. Like, am I like a you know, it's because I play Julia and everyone's a bull who plays this game, so they're just trying to get me.
What?
It's like, you know, the color red or something.
Oh,
Juliet red?
Well, not this skin. Wait, is she not? I'm colorblind, so I actually don't know. No.
Nice.
Oh my god! He's the one who's dead, bro! He didn't even get hit! This Imi guy, by the way, literally watching me trying to snipe every time I dash punch.
Cleared.
Clear. Oh my
Alright.
gosh.
Cleared.
Did I just not shoot the enemy?
Cleared. Cleared. Where's my team?
Gone.
Cleared. Cleared.
Oh no, your primary ruined it, Fox.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's chill.
You should be sorry, you monster.
It's so
What?
chill. Oh! Oh. What a save from their no-name guy. Who is that?
Go Appa.
Nice.
I figured you could score that, but like, I don't know where Kai was.
Guys, I was more worried I'd miss this strike, to be honest.
Yeah, I low-key thought you were about to miss that since you had the very top.
I was more worried I'd miss this strike than anything.
Oh,
Whoa.
the Appa gap. The Appa gap.
Oh wait, that's
It double hits and
Megaverse.
strike.
Nice.
Looky, this time you can.
Oh no, I got killed by the
Ouch.
vertical.
Ouch.
Lovered
Perma-shrinking
Kello.
Julie isn't as big a deal as perma-shrinking.
Oh my god, we're gonna...
Wait, what just happened?
We got the bear!
Oh!
It's just one.
Guys, they're mind controls! The Jedi mind tricks, bro. We have like the best Jedi mind tricks in the fucking world. Either me or Drew get away with some of the most illegal shit because of the Jedi mind tricks. Insane.
Because of you.
I knew I did evade instantly. I just didn't it fast enough. Nice try, Truckbox.
We're bad at NASI, yeah, that's because of nerfs.
Weeklies aren't
and
real,
Appa
bro.
Being on other characters other
I'm
than Julie.
gapped.
Like, now we don't have that problem. It's been a whole season.
Go.
Appa's had years to recover from the Julie one-trick illness.
Surely. Surely I've recovered. Surely I've recovered. Surely I've
These
recovered.
guys don't even ban Julie, so like, what's the
Surely
point,
I've recovered.
right?
Smile.
It's me! Share this!
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Season 3 of the North American Strikers League. My name is K-Bot, now joined by Sub of the Week last week, Fudgy Waffles. Fudgy, how's it going for you this fine morning at 2 p.m. West Coast time?
Yeah, sometimes 2 p.m. is good morning, K-Bot. It's not too bad. Not too bad waking up, seeing Grimella asking me, hey, wanna warm up? Hey, wanna warm up? Getting called by Grimella, even saying like, hey, you're up soon, by the way. You should probably be up and in the call. And I'm like, I'm ready. I have like 20 alarms set every morning. I'm always ready, K-Bot. I'm always ready for NASL. I was watching the matches, and by that I mean I would wake up, look at the matches, look at the score, be like, yeah, like sounds about right. Except for EKC going 2-1. I saw a little bit of that. That was pretty exciting stuff, but maybe you're right. Maybe EKC. Well, honestly, Core Overflow, they should have subbed me in because I feel like things might have went a little bit differently had they done so. But unfortunately, did not go ahead with that plan. I mean, the offer was on the table, and it still is for all teams. And I want them to know that that for these first 5 weeks, you can sub me in. But that's not what's happening right now. We're watching Tsundubuli striking versus the Sad Boys. And I think, although Sad Boys are probably heavily favored, I think everyone's expecting Sad Boys to win this. I do think it's going to be quite a bit closer than people expect.
We'll have to see. Of course, last week, the Sundubu Strikers had a close match versus Last Call, so they're certainly looking to redeem themselves, but this is not exactly the opponent you want to go up against if you're trying to redeem yourself. To give you all a taste of just how seriously these teams are treating the match, these teams warmed up against each other earlier in Tea Time Tussle. So, and then they did their map pick ban. We will be sent to Night Market first by the Sundubu Strikers. And you see the bans come through here. Budgie, what do you expect to see? We've started to see some rumblings out of this patch. What are you expecting to see here from these teams?
Well, you see the X get banned. We see the Finny be hovered, which would have been kind of a weird ban because Mako Era X is a big... I mean, we already know Sundubu from Season 1 just being... Or Season 2 even. I mean, every season just being Era X enjoyers. Instead of seeing the Octavia mirror and in the Mako Julie, this is... I don't know. This is not what I expected. Like, I see a lot of the prep for Sundubu, so I should, like, know what they're doing. But instead, they're doing... this, so
whatever this is.
Yeah, whatever this is. So we'll see how it works. It's kind of interesting to see the Mako. It is a Chrono Boost start, which is why we see the Octavia mirror. Extra special is also on the table, which both Julies have taken. But ooh, 3Z Breezy getting a little bit of a double as soon as the match starts. But now we get to watch two Octavias run around in circles.
And
yeah, this is exciting stuff. Oh, Carmella wins the strike war. Vaughn, I don't know if the Tea Time Tussle is enough. Just losing strike wars for free, kind of the Octavia brain bug of I need to strike to keep my speed. So sometimes you just strike to lose the strike war, which is kind of what you have to do, but doing it in the wrong way there to not win that interaction.
It feels like to me, Fudgy, as we take a look at how this match might play off as a result of the draft. With a Chrono Boost start, obviously Octavia is also going to be looking for Cast Blast, maybe a Twin Drive later. But it's really going to be a matter of who's going to be ahead of the other Octavia on the important carousel and whether or not they can actually lock down that first pick of a potential Castellast later on. Because while both Chrono Boost and Castellast were nerfed, they are still incredibly important on this Octavia.
Yeah, for sure. Like even like I mean Josh or Grimella, I call him Josh. I know top players. I'm really cool. Was playing Octavia in solo queue last night and was playing with like the new Chrono Boost. It kind of has a somewhat of a feel. I know has at least been able to practice it in solo queue, if not in scrims as well, which is also pretty likely. So, I mean, both players probably have a good grasp of the new changes, but I think everything's the same for these two teams except for this Mako and Now, and they both provide support for their Octavias in different ways, and as the game progresses, that support may kind of scale better or worse. If this healing ends up being really important for a team, and there's the goal from Vaughn. Good shot there. Bell's boxing out both Grimella and Obscurebreds, but if the healing ends up being a big deal from You Already Lose, then that could kind of be a little bit like an outscaling thing, where Mako's speed and size is helpful, but it's honestly might not scale as well if, like, for example, Bells gets Giga Abyss and Octavia does enough damage to support that, but there you see Bells getting a KO on the 3C Breezy, and now it's a 3v2.
Power play opportunity here for the Sad Boys. They'll have to pick up these barriers, but Grimella will lock it down there with that beat drop. Be looking to kill the penalty here for soon-to-be strikers. Vaughn looking to continue to keep up this flow state on the top side of the map, trying to find a way to get it around to Bells, but of course, Breezy and Grimella are there. Find one barrier for the trouble, and now it's Grimella's turn in the flow state, but he's right on top of Bells, who will find the KO with the energy burst. Another power play opportunity here. Good, perfect pitch from Obscure Breads, interrupting any sort of play that the Sad Boys could get rolling. But, other thing, was talking with Vaughn a little bit before this match. He said at the end of their match last week, Bells said, "All right, guys, I'll see you next week." So I don't know that this Bells guy has been playing the game as much. We'll see whether or not that plays a role, especially in this first game. Breezy, nice shot, gut check, still there, and he'll be able to put it back to soon-to-be strikers.
Yeah, and what your point, what you just said about Bells, is a super real thing, in my opinion. I was going to say, like, Grimella, Vaughn, both, like, I know grind the game a lot right now. I actually think Grimella is one of the best midfielders in the league right now. Has really just gone really insane. Like, even in all the games that they lose, Grimella's always looking pretty good. Like, I kind of expect the midfield matchup to be pretty close there, but oh my, Bells finds a KO on the Obscure Breads there. Breads, and I know the rest of soon-to-be strikers also just been playing in a lot of scrims together. Yeah, that was insane. The angle off of that to get the barrier from across the map. Yeah, ridiculous. But both barriers somehow open. It's actually like pretty even, minus Vaughn having the flip, but there's so much pressure. The dash punch goes through. This is an insane double flip. But they just wait. That was insane.
Pressure mounts to be so much, and there's only so many cooldowns that a single goalie has in order to keep the rock out of the goal. Reds did a fantastic job, but at the end of the day, of course, when you're staring at two energy bursts, Vaughn and Bells, this iconic duo, will know how to put it away.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been playing it for so long. Even if Bells, I mean, maybe they are, double barrier. Maybe they are just kind of working together behind the scenes, but it doesn't. So I'm Grimella and 3Z. Oh my god! Look at that K-Bot! They're so good!
Able to find the angle there, sneaking a set victory ahead, and now we're heading to the Awakenings Carousel. Grimella, first pick, will cast the last come up. It will not. Instead, 3 Sparks will. Hotshot specialized training and Glass Cannon, even potential ideas here, but not really what the Octavia wants to see.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a sad boys luck moment. You lose your first draft and get the other Octavia. Get specialized training, which is pretty interesting, actually, because I was talking about earlier about that damage and stuff like that. It is like pretty good, but Prize Fighter and Heavy Impact, like there's like a lot of damage in these first 4 drafts. Hotshot's really good on now goalie. Gives you, like, your cooldowns are already just got buffed to be lower, and now whenever you hit the core, your cooldown's even lower, and you're just hitting the core harder. It's easier to clear out. It's really good. I mean, I really like now into Julie because your secondary just like stifles dash punch so hard. So interesting to see that. But if we can see Josh or Grimella, I know top players first names. Yeah, we're cool like that. It's then like stack up that damage onto Vaughn with that ult, and then 3Z can kind of finish those off. Mako can support the KOs, but it doesn't really matter if you just stand too close to the wall and get dash punched.
And that's +1 Prize Fighter stack right there for Bells, which is the thing that I'll be keeping my eye on as these sets continue forward. We saw Bells pick up a lot of KOs in that first set. Now we'll collect it with the Fire Flurry. Almost gets it up to Vaughn, but he's not quite there in time. Breezy's turn. Tries to find the punch into You Already Lose. Doesn't have it there. Energy Burst will bait out the base drop. Now Bells collects the core. Here's Breezy. Breezy's turn on the Energy Burst, and he'll find the strike to the barrier. Grimella will collect with the speed, and he'll find that primary into the net. Vaughn flashing the Energy Burst because he knows he should have used it right there.
Yeah, a little bit of a Garfilth moment, but 3Z, I don't know, it was interesting because I was truly thinking, like, it's really I thought the big matchup would be, I think Vaughn and Grimella have a good chance of going pretty even. I think Breads and Caleb, You Already Lose, I know top players, are also going, I think they can go pretty even. Then it's really up to these brawlers, like, who can just score. But then they picked the Octavia mirror, and things have gone pretty crazy since then. And Bells has also been doing like pretty much has just been doing what seems like his job this game has really been getting the KOs, but just the conversions are not coming through. Bread's just holding it down. Like, look at that, just insane plays like that, holding it down once again, just keeping it up. And Josh still, or Gramella's, the top players still have speed, and Bells does this flip, should probably be able to get this barrier soon with it, unless they really want to greed for it afterwards. Both of these Octavias just having the speed, though, to get through. Like, it's really hard to tell when anything's going to happen. Vaughn finally finding an opportunity there to just kind of keep speed and dribble, which is going to be huge. Those moments when you find them to take, keep your speed and take it away are huge. But then I'm going to say, but Bells was able to find the KO earlier, but now it's just 3Z Freezy, and now it's a 3v1 power play.
3v1 power play. You already lose, has the energy burst, and will find the gap to send it away. Here's 3Z's trying to get it down to Gramella, but doesn't go hit the angle of the barrier. Now will collect it with the Flying Phoenix, but gets KO'd thanks to Vaughn's beat drop. It'll be a power play back the other way now for the Sad Boys. Although, the core will start to die out in the goal box of Obscure Reds. Here's the primary, finds the barrier. Opening now, up to Bells, to the corner, looking for the shot, and all Bells needs to do is interrupt whatever Breads is doing in the goal box. Vaughn will put it away.
It's pretty interesting because Breads is really holding it down right now. Made one, like, honestly pretty big mistake to kind of lose that last barrier, but it kind of shows that Breads, in the high pressure situations, they've been doing really well. So if just like those small situations can be figured out as, gosh, it's a little bit of a, it's not a 3Z angle. It's not an own barrier. I wouldn't even call it own barrier. It's kind of the right play to go for the back pass. Kind of just misses it. Tries to like lead it a little bit. That same thing happened, chatting. There was a tournament yesterday. Right, it was Big Fish Friday. Oh, wow, Bells once again finding Breads. This is like, what is going on? They're finding these spots way a little, it almost feels like too often. Like maybe everyone's a little bit nervous. Honestly, getting dash punched, like, it makes sense, but it's always the person who got dash punched mistake. Like, you can always evade react to it. Technically, this is kind of like a chatting moment because like a lot of everyone gets dash punched eventually. It's inevitable, but it shouldn't really be happening in this frequency.
It's pummelers with 3 prize fighter stacks on the Juliet. What do you expect Bells to be doing? He will not be living up to the rare Bells KO name this time around. He'll certainly be trying to prioritize those. Now, we'll see whether or not he can find one more here. Gramella's got the energy burst. Bells will take a decent chunk of Gramella's stagger bar. There's the ensnare drums. Gramella will flip, try to get up at 3Z. Ricochets off a couple different ways and will not get collected by the Juliet of the soon-to-be Strikers. 3Z goes for the KO, fishes for it, doesn't actually find it thanks to that energy burst. Now, Reds loses the barrier here. KO comes through, power play opportunity. You already lose. Up to Bells, just has to find the angle. Now, Vaughn actually gets in on the action with a KO. Reds has the energy burst. He'll send it down to the bottom side. Hold on just a second. It's not over yet. Gramella's back online, but can't win the strike war versus Bells. He'll send it through, and the Sad Boys have equalized the set score.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad. Breads was holding that down insanely well. Had won the flip war, one might call it, and then Gramella just misses the strike at the end. That could have cleared it, and that strike will cost Cast to last. And already signaling like, hey, you should take Egoist away too. But if you also stagger Swagger up, you already have Chrono Boost. Chrono Cast is just better. It is insane. It is insanely lucky, but it's kind of chill that Octavia gets Stagger Swagger at least. It's like just a raw 12% speed you get from that is pretty, like, it's just really good. It feels really nice, and you just always have that even when your secondary isn't up. And it's kind of nice to already have Chrono Boost because that's one of the best ways to kind of like stop this Cast to Last Chrono Boost Octavia from going, is finding these opportunities where you can just throw out or just start dribbling the core away, but it just doesn't matter when you just randomly find KOs like that. Luckily, Bell's not getting the prize fighter stack off that though, because that would be huge, and we kind of saw that come out in a big way last set, where after the prize fighters were gone, just the amount of damage coming out from Bell's was a little bit too ridiculous. But now Vaughn still hasn't lost speed since kickoff, and this is just like, it's a point, like, feels like it, unless they can stop Vaughn's speed, it's going to be over.
Well, that's the other thing I wanted to comment on was the Stagger Swagger pickup from Gramella might actually help counter the prize fighter above all else, because a lot of Bell's abilities were even used just to pick up damage onto this Octavia to make sure that Gramella couldn't do much of anything. Now, though, looking to find a KO and will take away one prize fighter stack from Bells. Power play opportunity. You already lose, though, has the energy burst. Drawn base. Tries to get the forwards here for the Sundubu Strikers in position, but Vaughn is around enough to intercept passing angles. Make sure that they can't find this last barrier. Also, thing I wanted to comment on the last one, Freezy picks up the built different. Increased size for the most recent patch, up to 30% size now. So might feel a little bit better, not too much to notice, but also might have to pay a little bit closer attention to where he's standing, thanks to the beat drops and dash punches from Bells. Now, Grimella has a burst. We'll send it towards the barrier, finds that one. Trying to get this over to Threezy. Has his own burst, but he'll miss the core with it. Trying to get this one forward. Threezy drops back for the core, and Grimella will find it with the primary.
Yeah, great round from Sundubu. It looked like they were on the back foot. They were able to get Vaughn to lose the speed, and then we're just able to play it pretty well. Like you said, the build different pickup, it's even bigger because you're also, like literally it's even bigger because you have a Mako on your team that's increasing your size every once in a while. So you just get like really, really big, and the other team is just not expecting these huge punches to come out. There's the evade this time. Bell's not going to land a dash punch, and whenever, it's actually so huge to evade these dash punches because as soon as you do it, it's like 18 seconds where this Juliet does not have dash, and you like, and that's just the scoring tool that the opponent really has to get through your goalie, and not having it is huge. Great way to get through Vaughn there to kind of hit that barrier, but there, hey, some just stands a little bit too close to the wall, and then that's what happens.
One stack for Bells. Barrier will fall. Looking for the energy burst here. Has the ego with speed. Gets in position. Flip and dip. Doesn't quite hit it there. You're to lose, though. Up to try to get pressure online, and now it'll dissipate because Grimella's in the flow state. It'll run out. Vaughn's will expire as well. Bells almost finds another KO to Threezy Breezy, but doesn't have the prize fighter stacks to send him away. Threezy has to go elusive for a moment, and Vaughn's got the energy burst this time. Threezy backed into a corner, trying to fight for his life just to stay alive. Be able to do so now. Dives right back in with the Flying Phoenix. Well done to find that barrier, but it drifts back over to the red goal box. Off the corner now. Bells almost finds the angle, and now we'll send it home with the Flying Phoenix.
Yeah, the hold just not going through enough. It was that barrier take from Threezy was pretty clutch, and not dying is also really clutch because that's only one prize fighter for Bells right now instead of having two, which like again, we saw how that can scale and get really scary really fast. But so far, it's kind of the Octavia matchup has been going like honestly better for Sundubu than you'd expect, but not great right now. I mean, that point, like Octavius didn't even have speed. It was just kind of they got to the corner and then checkmated the Mako. And this is a kind of one of my thoughts on Mako is that you really don't have the same like ways of holding it down as some other goalies do. Like sometimes you will just lose the dash punch if you don't have like secondary, like you can't primary like react to it. You have to play a bit weirdly. Like there's just some times where you won't hold it down, which kind of sucks. And compared to now, who'll usually just like hold it down if like secondary is up like, every time, versus Julian in a 1v1. So that's like something to look at too. But right now both barriers open, and Vaughn has
instant hitboxes, right?
Yeah, I mean there's a bunch on. I mean Mako also has a good amount of hitboxes. Like I shouldn't say Mako's not weak, let me be clear, but sometimes it seemed a little bit overly strong. But oh wow,
good angle,
quick. They've been getting that one a lot too, and that's this is a Mako thing, right? Because Mako doesn't have like the immediate range. You can't. Your primary has to be charged up, and then you're all slow, and it's not, you can't even like if you try to flick your primary. Good dodge from Grimella on the dash punch. If you try to flick your primary, then it just doesn't work sometimes. So you can't really cover everything, where now can just throw a primary to the bottom or use secondary to gain speed to cover the whole lane. So on the open net, like it now just is just a little bit better at holding it down, which is why like I think that's like the third time this game where Vaughn just shot that shot downwards, so there's just nothing that Reds could do. But if this double barrier gets taken, this is a good spot to be in for Sundubu.
Mel in the flow state, but gets punished by Bells. Has an energy burst. Threezy tries to send it away. Bells will collect Threezy though. It'll find another prize fighter stack. That's 3 on Bells now. And it's a power play opportunity here. Gets it into the drone. Now looking down to Bells, but can't find the execution just yet. Now Threezy's back online. Flow states, both Octavia's racing towards the core. Neither one will really have a distinct advantage off of it. Reds will be able to collect Bells forward. There's the dash punch, and now there's the fiery flurry to send it back. Sad Boys are up 2-1.
Yeah, and it's going to be another draft. No more Cassie to L to really get anything like going too crazy, but there is aerials, there's twin drive, there's rapid fire, there's super surge. It's going to be interesting to see what's selected. The twin drive already being hovered, like definitely going to be the pick there. But I wouldn't be surprised to see rapid fire being taken over aerials. Instead, we do see aerials be taken to kind of help match that speed, especially with Castle S Chrono. You kind of want to be faster as soon as you start your wind up, but the rapid fire helps you keep your speed as well, which is pretty good as well. Bell is getting the 1-2 punch. I honestly would have probably denied that if I were Breads, because the scaling from this build, like this Bell's build is getting really scary. Egoist, 1-2 punch prize fighter, and even the extra special. It's just like so much damage that Bells has to kind of mess with your Octavia, and you don't have a now to kind of deal with that. So Bells now can just one-shot anyone. But speaking of like one-shotting, look at how low the members of Sad Boys are, and Vaughn might be the one getting KO'd this time.
Dangerous there. We'll live to see another day, though. While the meanwhile, Grimella and 3Z looking for the passing play. You already lose. Able to collect it on the goal line, though, and slip it right away. 3Z in pursuit. Can't find the core. And Bells will look to collect. There's a fiery flurry, but you already lose. Again, patient. Finds the way to get the clear out again. Pressure mounting from the soon-to-be strikers, but Caleb is standing strong. There's one more time, though, and 3Z will finally find the angle with that Flying Phoenix to send it in, critically hitting You Already Lose at the same time, and had the energy burst there for good time.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about how strong Bells' build is, but 3Z has that heavy impact and that build difference, so also has a pretty good build of his own. Was really going to be able to get damage, especially like, again, I found this same ult once again, ulting both Bells and Vaughn, which is really huge. Usually I like when Julies just keep their ult as a scoring tool, and they're, wow, all the way from downtown, and Snare Drum's just taking them out. But now Grimella has flip, and that's just going to be it. Oh, and one, though.
Bells will take one for the road, but beautiful repositioning there coming in for Grimella. Off of that weird secondary proc for You Already Lose that actually sent that down to the south side of the pitch. Grimella able to adapt in the nick of time. Those are the kinds of adaptations you really like to see. But yeah, to your point, right? Both these Julie builds certainly decently strong. You'd probably rather have Bells', but Breezy can put in the work and has proven to do that here. Very critical that I think Vaughn's gotten taken down very numerous times to low stagger and even taken off the pitch. But right now, he's in the flow state because it's a power play opportunity for the Sad Boys. They can't quite hold it, though. The soon-to-be Fords will be able to hold the line there. And Breads will come back online. Now in the drone base, a little bit of extra speed. Breezy tries to slip it past You Already Lose, but he's got a core flip of his own on the exchange. Bells' turn, trying to collect this core. Now waits for the speed gates. He'll come back online. Vaughn in the midfield, trying to come up with some kind of play for the Sad Boys, some kind of answer in this set. Breezy almost finds the KO there, but Vaughn will be able to evade. Overtime now for what seems like the first time in a long time between these two squads. As Vaughn will speed back to catch up to the core. Grimella finds a beautiful primary towards that barrier, and 3Z will collect, sending it home. We're going to a set 5.
Yeah, and this overtime, I mean, that round was insane, by the way. Bells just 1-2 punch, dash punch, flips, Breads, like, who's standing not that far back in his own goal area, but just got owned. But they were able to hold down, and if they can hold it down too overtime, Breads has Powerhouse Pauldrons and Knife's Edge, so you just have more power and hit that red core off of your strikes, especially if you get your Mako passive up. So it's just like that can go pretty insane. Monumentalist, though, on now is also like going to be really, really insane. But Team Player on Breads to get that red core more often, can get the core more often to Grimella, are kind of the highlights of this one. Like the quick strikes, fight or flight, it's all good. And like Vaughn being even faster, it's going to be good. But I actually really like this draft for Sundubu, and I think that this Team Player might be able to come in really, really clutch if you don't just die to dash punch for free. No, Grimella.
It's taken off there. I also tend to agree. Actually, it started with the first pick there. 3Z had that first pick. Demo and Big Fish both online. Opts for the quick strikes. Recently buffed because he doesn't want Vaughn to pick that up either. So we'll have to settle for the fight or flight, which was also recently buffed. But Grimella will come back online, now in the flow state. I'm looking to send this one back up to 3Z. will keep it alive for now. Both Octavias in their flow states. Breezy almost finds the KO, but comes up just shy once again. Now it's in the middle here. Grimella there in possession. There's the beat drop. Resets the cooldown on flow state once more. Gets slightly behind, but a beautiful pitch perfect from Obscure Breads. To keep the pressure online here for the soon-to-be Strikers. They still can't find this barrier, and now it's Bells' turn. Has the energy burst and the egoist speed that comes along with it. I'll be looking up to that top corner. Overtime now. Vaughn is there, and Snare Drums used, but he'll get KO'd for it, Breads will. And that's an angle.
Wow.
Actually, Vaughn gets credit for the goal as the punch hits that weird corner and bounces in.
Yeah, just a dribble off the top that's, I think, supposed to be a pass to Bells. Just kind of works out really, really well and sends that one in. But Bread's dying to the flip, just takes one step too far back. I don't even know if 1-2 punch was involved in that one. Just gets kind of sent, but now it's kind of Vaughn. It would have been Vaughn's game, but the dribbling in front of the net is all insane. And Grimella hits the fudgy angle. That's got to be the scrims with me, really pulling that one out there. Hits it around Vaughn off the corner. Doesn't need that flow state. Just was absolutely nuclear to take that one. Wow.
We are 2 to 3 goals away from deciding game 1 between the soon-to-be Strikers and Sad Boys here.
Ooh, wow.
Strikers coming back with some passion after their loss last week to Last Call. Showing that they've got what it takes to stand up to the Sad Boys, but a couple of energy bursts online for them. Vaughn now in position, looking to send it down towards Bells, but Obscure Breads holds the line. Prevent that barrier from falling this time. Flow state's still online for both Octavias. There's the beat drop. It'll find one barrier. Grimella trying to look for the Strike War victory. Breezy gets in position with the Fiery Flurry, looking to try to interrupt anything the Vaughn's doing. And now there's the energy burst right on the line. Everybody's back for the Sad Boys right now. And they'll keep the goal out for now. Grimella looks for the lopped pass up to Threezy, but goes slightly behind his back. Now Obscure Breads forward with the energy burst. You already lose. Will send it away with that proximity drone. Can't find the goal just yet. Bells now use that energy burst, the egoist speed. Breads doesn't find the clear this time, and the barrier will fall as we hit overtime. Vaughn activates the flow state, looking forward. Now it's back up to Threezy. He'll find the punch, dribble to himself, and send it in. It's game point for the soon-to-be Strikers.
Yeah, team player just went huge there, by the way. I'm pretty sure the only reason that Brez was able to find that clear to Grimella, that was able to get to Threezy, was because the team player was able to just get it right between. I don't know. It was a really, really tight angle. Like, Bells thought that he had everything covered, but it just wasn't. And Threezy's going to use flip. It has bullet barriers down.
Both barriers down. Soon-to-be Strikers might be able to take game 1 here. There's the flip. Bells stuffs it completely, and he'll find a barrier for the trouble, but won't find 2. Reds now down to the south side of the pitch. Grimella looking to pass forward. You already lose. Interrupts it. Now Bells finds a KO versus Grimella. Power play opportunity. Maybe the turnaround that the Sad Boys needs. Bells now on 3 prize fighter stacks. Yet again, but that 1-2 punch will rack up quite well. You already lose. Tries to get involved there as well. You see the drones continue to go off, and the hitboxes further keeping pressure alive for the Sad Boys. But they won't be able to find the goal in time. Now Bells with Obscure Breads will find it there. Bounces off the wall. Back and forth a couple times. Still possession. Largely for the Sad Boys here, though. Vaughn will collect in the flow state. Looking for Bells once more. Back over to Threezy. And one thing Sad Boys doing right now is doing an excellent job of buying themselves some space. Threezy hasn't been able to find the angle with the core. Almost had it there, but it goes slightly wide, and now it'll go right back up to him. The soon-to-be Strikers will take game 1.
And hey, team player. This is kind of what can you say? It's just Awakening week. Really, honestly, worth the trade for the Manu. It turns out, just both those goals, like both of the 2 final goals, just kind of gotten just because of team player. We're able to just make the core go so fast. You get the core up to the front, you get it to your brawler puts it in, and it just goes pretty well. Like, looking at the stat lines this game, it's pretty insane. Bells had 18 KOs, but they just weren't able to convert off of them. Once you use your dash punch, didn't have any like really cooldown reduction to kind of get that back. Threezy honestly had a pretty good CDR build. I mean, even though they weren't getting the same amount of picks, just has more opportunities with heavy impact and extra special and reverb, which definitely helped a little bit with the scoring. I mean, it was so close like that. It's really hard to say if that was the big deal, but the biggest thing is Breads being able to hold it down whenever there was someone that was KO'd, or even if Breads was KO'd, Grimella and 3Z Breezy were able to hold it down against his 18 KOs. It does, when you're a brawler and you look at that, you feel a little like upset. Maybe it's a little bit upset. Maybe Mako ended up being pretty huge when the points got delayed too. It's really good to be playing Mako when you have a barrier up and it's overtime, because you're playing a character that's like pretty simple to defend with, so high pressure situations are a bit easier to play out. You have the ability to give your team more speed and size, which is just really like scary for the other team when you have to play against a much faster core, and you're also just hitting the core harder with your pauldrons. So those situations also, Sundubu just kind of coming out on top and showing like, yeah, I think they beat Sad Boys last season too, didn't they?
I think they might have. I don't remember. Someone is gonna have to fact check us on that one.
Hey,
But
I got it.
Okay, Fudgy's got it. While Fudgy's on that, I'll say my piece. I will say, looking at raw numbers here, Thrazy does have more shots than Bells does, so maybe that's some merit to your CDR case. But to your point as well, right? With Bread's able to hold it down, having that team player to get it up to Grimella, and then Grimella able to find those connections to Threezy, all that's left is that execution, and the more opportunities that you provide to your forward, the better. Felt like that's exactly what was going on there. And for whatever reason, couldn't quite see that to come online, despite the first 2 sets of Sad Boys draft luck that we saw, right, in that first little bit. So very interesting to see there, and we'll see what adaptations come out here. But look, I would be shocked to just like stand up and be like, no, I want to play the Octavia mirror versus Vaughn. Grimella did, and it pays off here in set 5.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because you kind of get, it's also maybe, I think they have the right idea, because you're kind of devolving the game versus Sad Boys into this Octavia mirror, which is something you want to do. You don't want the game to be like traditional. You want it to be kind of weird. You kind of want to have some sort of like, you make it as like more gimmicky at it. They make it so that like the win condition is more clear. And the win condition that game, I think, was kind of better understood by Sundubu too, because the Octavia just like will hold the core in the enemy spot forever if given the ability to just kind of have the speed. And then your Julie, like even if your Julie gets these picks, like you probably shouldn't even really be going for them as often. Maybe I'm chatting, but it's good to hold your cooldowns just to finish it off, because your Octavia will set you up for success more often than not. If you have your cooldowns, you will just be able to get barriers, you will just be able to score. But if you don't have your cooldowns, then the other goalie just kind of has a chance to hold it down. And that's, like, again, that's kind of what we saw. Even though, like, on the redirect side, I think Vaughn had like 55 more redirects than Grimella that game. It was just pretty ridiculous. And yeah, and I did check, and I did remember correctly, Sundubu did beat Sad Boys 2-0 last season with, I believe, Hamster Quest was subbing in for Vaughn. It was the week 7. So it was the last week, and it was, Vaughn was subbed out for Hamster Quest.
Well, hey.
But, hey.
Now it's the main roster. There are no excuses here. We'll see what comes up in the next little bit here. We're going now to the Sad Boys pick of Taiko Temple up next. Earlier today, we saw EKC pull out a funny little creation composition, Fudgy. Don't know if you caught that. Aimee, Rune were the 2 forwards. So we'll see whether or not something like that gets replicated here, or what exactly we'll see. But certainly the creation characters seem incredibly strong. And I know Vaughn's been pretty excited about the Rune in general on this stage.
I don't know if you know about this, K-Bot, but Vaughn has picked this Atlas midfield on this map as well, and had success with it. So we see the hover.
There's no way this is a real composition, right? There's no way this is a real composition.
It went crazy.
The Dubu plus Atlas is a real composition.
Yeah, it
is.
You
have to be trolling me right now.
They've both been practicing both of these picks on this map. And I think they're ready for it.
Last week, Bells played Dubu on this map and didn't have a primary button. And they did end up winning that game. This week, though, you're going up against, you're down 0-1 in the set. You lock in Dubu Atlas forward. Meanwhile, Drakkar goalie, I didn't even know this was in the pocket for you already lose.
No, you already,
going on right now?
This is all adding up. This is all adding up. Knowers know that honestly, these are equal drafts in power. Mako Era
What?
X versus Vaughn. I mean, how do you get? Oh, what I say? I mean, like, what do you do? Like, Bells is so big. I don't think you understand this, K-Bot. Look at how large Bells is. Cast the Last plus the Spark of Focus start. Well, I was gonna say both goalies because I saw Atlas. No, it's Vaughn and Breads that are taking the hit. But look at it. What do you do? What do you do, K-Bot? What do you do? This is what
you lose the first 2 sets and you wait for X era scaling to come online. I mean, that's clearly a win condition, right?
All right, well, yeah, maybe, but yeah, shut up. Oh, hey, come on, like we're playing. Look at Alice.
It's a given.
It's
a given, Fudgy. They're gonna lose the first 2 sets. They picked X era.
Yeah, surely. I mean, honestly, it's kind of like this Atlas is kind of gonna be able to heal up this Dubu. So the Dubu just can't kill Dubu strat. Might not be as good as it might be otherwise, especially if Vaughn can get more CDR to Spark of Focus. But another big thing is how we cast the last start for Era X, although that was nerfed, so that is worth mentioning. It's still just like not, it's still really strong. Like I can guarantee you, Era X is not weak, and Cast the Last is not weak either. It turns out almost halving the duration of the buff increase. It's still pretty good. So it turns out the Awakening was just like insanely overtuned before. But hey, these things happen. But this is why I love Dubu 4 is so much fun to play. You're so big. I'm
a believer now.
Yeah, like it's so good. What the comms that I give my teammates is I say I've checkmated one whenever I have my ult, and I just stand in front of the goalie. Because, like, what can they do? But meanwhile, you already lose getting mixed up by the center Taiko drum! Just absolutely going nuclear. Soon Dubu Taiko drum going crazy. The flip has to be used here. A really good strike shot. And it goes cross map, but Breezy is always banned off this pick for a reason. Was banned off it last map, even though the Finny was, there's a 50-50 between Finny and X. But X now online, they get to play Mako Era X, a conflict again, like they love to play. And honestly, they're probably really happy to get this because Julie is seen to be not as strong as this map because your dash punch won't KO on the drums, so it ends up being a little bit weird. But wow, 3Z doing a really great job there, punching Bells outside of the healing circle of the Celestial intervention from Vaughn. So that kind of now Bells just kind of screwed and just walks into the Soon Dubu center barrier, the center drum, and then just gets absolutely sent into the wall. Gets a little bit of a combos of 3Z's newfound teammate, and now but no barriers found off the power play, so it's not that bad. Vaughn almost finds a KO on the 3Z though. Wow.
The drum is feeling like a Soon Dubu striker. Well, maybe not that time. Breezy will get KO'd off at this time. Was hoping that creation would go away, but the Cast the Last will stick around. And the goal will go in here. Sad Boys now up 2-1, and just the sheer number of the number of creations that make it impossible to do anything about seems crazy. The thing that made me say I'm a believer was when Obscure Breads put out the ensnare drum in front of his own net, and there was just like 3 other creations in front of him that he could do nothing about, and the goal went in anyway. I mean, what do you do? What do you do?
It is what can you do? But the answer is kill Bells. But right now it's not Bells who's staggered. Okay, now it is Bells who's staggered. But Vaughn, I don't know, is just able to find a surprising amount of damage with this pick pretty often. Like, there you go. KO's traded.
1 for 1.
Yeah, Alice and Maka both respectively finding their KS, which is a sentence that, I didn't think I'd be saying today. But it's able, and a good save there. Kind of a cool plus setup from Grimella there. You saw that, how it almost could have bounced off. There's some cool ideas there. But now, 1 barrier to none is just kind of a good sign for Sundubu, who are up 1 point, by the way. Okay, MOBA moment. Bells probably could have, the flip would have found it either way, but Bells just hitting it downwards. 2 MOBA brawlers, by the way, in this match. Kind of an interesting thing to note. So if you ever see any brawler just completely troll, that is why. Do not play MOBA if you're at home. Please don't. But, 3Z almost finds it there. This is now pretty intense.
There is the Celestial Intervention out, and a little bit of healing. up to Bells and Vaughn. Now uses the expanse, keeping this one forward, and Vaughn will take it himself to pick up the set. Now for the Sad Boys, one of the things these creations do, not only do they force the goals to go in, they can also shut down some of those critical ways to get it around the center bass drum. And so it'll be the set for the Sad Boys here. You already lose will get pick of the litter up first.
Yeah, there's like missile prop, twin drive, hot shot are kind of the big things to look at here. Missile prop's going to be really big on Drakkar. You have strike shot already, and now your primaries are stronger and going across the entire map. Twin drive on Mako is obviously really good. You just get your secondary up even more often. And the spark, though, is going to land on Vaughn, who now has 2 sparks after set 1 after winning set 1. So that's really scary. Now you might have to start denying these sparks if they show up in future drafts in like kind of spots that maybe you won't want them to. You're kind of hoping Breads gets MVP now so that you can deny sparks in the future, but you kind of we'll see what happens. But oh, yep, bye-bye Grimella. Just kind of gets absolutely sent by the Tofu Fortress. The Tofu Fortress may be a defensive tool traditionally, but today we're going to be seeing it do some other things. It gets a KO. It's been getting goals multiple times.
The other thing I'm pretty sure is that Grimella was in hit stun thanks to the cast of last that Bells had. So able to find that KO, and not a ton that Grimella can do. On that note, by the way, Awakenings picked up our peak performance for 3Z and quick strikes for Grimella. Grimella will feel pretty good about those quick strikes, especially with the recent buff, but can't imagine 3Z's feeling all that great with the peak performance and a little bit extra speed. No, my goodness, the Expanse will claim a victim, and another creation will claim one of the soon-to-be strikers. Vaughn looking for, now will get trapped in the ensnare drums. And Bells will come forward with the Dubu, who picked up the big fish in the last draft. It is feeling like quite a big fish right now.
Yeah, and I kind of want to talk, I want to talk about this Atlas. Now, I talked about the Dubu a lot, I want to talk about the Atlas. The Atlas, I've seen a lot of people, and by a lot of people I mean like joke, wow, insane pass from Vaughn to Bells.
Beautiful angle.
By a lot of people, I do mean Joker. Pick Asher midfield on this map for a lot of the same reasons. If that midfield just like feels terrible on this map. It just like it feels like it's so hard to contain the core. It's moving so fast. You can't really control it for extended periods of time. It generally sucks. I like playing Era on it because you have your NATO as a creation to just kind of force it in, and you have the speed to kind of keep up with the core. But that's really unfortunate. Bread's assuming that Grimella's not going to let it go through for free. But it goes through for free, and then Bells just gets the free barrier. But this Atlas kind of has like the same things Astra does. You have the size, you have a little bit of more size to help yourself in these midfield areas. You have also generally a pretty good range, like effective range with your primary and your secondary to cover those areas. And it kind of just results in making it really, really hard to get past Vaughn in the midfield. You have surprisingly, like a surprising amount of KO potential too. Because people just don't expect you to go for it. But there it goes, slips right through. I think Yardley might have like missed a shotgun or something. It's kind of weird because you get a little complacent when you have strike shot missile prop because you feel like you cover everything sometimes, and then you send it and you're like, oh wait, it's a little bit too close. So it doesn't quite hit, but great strike force there. Immediately get double barrier. Now Brett's is moving up. This is a really important part. You'll see goalies move up to this center bit, and there we go. Doesn't matter if you. Speaking of 2 goalies, I mean, if you have even Yvonne playing second goalie in the net, which is another really good thing about this map. It's just another reason why the Atlas is so good. I mean, I want to keep talking. I've been talking for a long time now.
You're going on and on and
on.
But
it's like, but this Atlas, it's like, I think it's really good. I actually genuinely think it's really good because you honestly want to play like 2 goalies on this map a lot of the time anyway. So why not just pick another goalie character that's just good on the map on its own? And
or pick 3 goalie characters for all we care. I mean, hey, that works too. Bells will get trapped on the wrong side of that Tofu Fortress for just a moment. And still, barriers online for both sides. Bells, of course, has this energy burst. Now you see that intervention come out, heals Bells back up to full when you thought he might have been in trouble. But here comes the X-Train. X-Maximus pumped, but a beautiful clear. Gets it past Breezy. Off center base drum. Grimella now will find the angle for 1 barrier. Looking for the second, it'll find it there. With the Bewitching Beam, looking to collect Vaughn, who almost gets KO'd, but gets saved by the side drum, and now Bells will be in position to pick up both barriers. One with the energy burst. There's a Summer Assault. Strike War 1 for a moment, but you get KO'd by the incoming Tofu Fortress. The inevitable comes out once more, and we're all tied up here in set 2.
Yeah, a bit of a rough one. Honestly, that was really scary for Sad Boys. I think 3Z had like maybe 2 opportunities where he might have been able to score if he had played like perfectly and then wasn't able to find it in time. But it's just, and finding those spots is honestly harder for X than for Dubu. If Dubu is just sitting up and has ult, like you're just gonna score like 9 out of 10 times if you just strike and then ult. But this time, they're not going to let that happen, although we'll be rescued. Celestial Intervention just sending Bells across the entire map to respawn in a different area. And now it's a lot of pressure onto Obscure Breads right now. The Creation's just kind of boxing the core in, but Vaughn did use both of them, and the cooldowns on Atlas are pretty long, especially that Expanse. So that's like one of the bigger downsides of picking this pick, but you have no practice against this, though. You don't know how to play against Atlas. You don't know the Atlas's kill range. You don't know Dubu's kill range. You don't know exactly how to play around this Tofu Fortress when it's right in your face. Like, they try to find an angle to get it through because there was a really narrow gap, but it's just like where you put your cursor is so like complex there because if it barely touches the wall, you're just own goaling. So gets owned there, and now it's 2-0 for Sad Boys and Egoist. Rapid Fire, they nerfed it. It's still really good. They brought it back to where it was before even, and it was still really good back then. Heavy Impact, though, on Drakkar. Drakkar now having like a really, really Giga Abyss build right now. It's going to have more shotguns. It's kind of really, hey, Sad Boys luck. Drakkar getting offered either Heavy Impact or Missile Prop. It's pretty good for him. Bell's going Super Surge. I don't know about that.
Was there something else? There had to have been something else there, right?
Like, there had to. There just definitely had to. I didn't really see. But
hang on.
But
X-Era
team
scaling.
player. Yeah, I was going to say that too. It's pretty crazy, right?
We got built different now. Prime time, or not prime time. Rapid Fire, rather, is up here for Grimella. Having that Bewitching Beam out a couple times. At this point, you really want to make sure that Duke is shrunk and able to do slightly less, especially now that he's got Super Surge, who will bring it in with the Summer Assault. Gets that dunk, and it's feeling himself there. Sad Boys, 2 goals away.
I mean, I'm a Soon Dubu fan. I'm a Soon Dubu sub, but I'm a little bit too much of a fan of this Dubu forward pick. I've been saying this pick is so real.
You've been chatting all day.
It's just my job. It's my job. It's good. It's just good. But 3Z gets the barrier, which is really good, but takes a lot of damage for it. And they don't have a sick Atlas to do anything for him.
Uses that energy burst and won't have that. 3Z low on stagger, as you mentioned. Now Vaughn looking for the KO there. Almost will find it with the primary. With that projection, but couldn't that time. Alright, good clear here. Possession now for the soon-to-be Strikers. Grimella tries to get up there with the energy burst. Now we'll look for the dribble a couple times. 3Z will get sent away, and you already lose. We'll have the energy burst to find the clear. Bells dives in with the somersault once more. Won't have that cooldown for a little while longer. And now it's in this corner here. Beautiful energy burst. Now the ensnare drums, and it'll find an angle away. Reds holds that barrier, standing there in the goal box. Still need to find an opportunity here. Easy will find a KO after Bells bounces back and forth across the map. Welcome to Taiko Temple. Sometimes you'll just get bounced around a little bit before you have to sit out. But Vaughn, beautiful flip, finds the Expanse to send it through.
I mean, they get the KO. I think Bread's just own barrier, like, for fun. I don't think it was a weird Tycho bug where it, like, bounces off the drum incorrectly. I think he just straight up hit it at the wall and then it bounced back on that barrier. Kind of good. See, so I talk about how missing dash punch is, like, really, really bad for Julie. Missing Tofu Fortress might be a little bit worse. Oh, the bounce is insane! It goes across the whole map. It's set point for Sad Boys, but it doesn't matter. Both players lost. 3Z just breaks through. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my.
Hang on. Let him adapt a little bit. The X-Era scaling might give him a chance still, Fudgy.
We'll see. Maybe the 10 Shadows technique is coming out.
Oh, wait a minute.
The adaptation. Mahoraga has just shown up in 3Z Freezy. He's gonna get double barrier and get into a goal. The Sad Boys comps are probably like, all right, guys, we just gotta stop trolling and we'll win. Meanwhile, the Sundubu Strikers
Meanwhile-
comps are like, guys, we stopped trolling. We're gonna win. So let's see who comes out on top.
Unstoppable force meets immovable object, except one of them is definitely going to lose this game. Now Grimella finds the KO against Bells, who is coming in on the Summer Assault. Power play opportunity. 3Z kind of in position here, but gets covered by the Expanse. Bread so far forward now. It'll be enough to find one barrier. Core will not really get caught by those ensnare drums. Breads will be back in time. You already lose. Dealing with 3Z. Meanwhile, Tofu Fortress is right there. Reds does have the energy burst and will get it out of there, preventing that last barrier from falling. Sad Boys, though, still looking to take this game right now. And Vaughn's in the egoist speed, looking to try to do just that. There's the flip off the barrier, or off the drum, I should say. Gets it up to Bells, but clear angles will still come through. One more time. Bells, opportunity, tries to go for a mix-up here, but the Reds will get it behind him. And Vaughn is in position, trying to feed this one over to Bells. Even still, it's the same sort of idea. Overtime, and snare drums out. 3Z, there's the burst, finds the barrier. Now has to look for the goal here, but it falls on the other side of the pitch as well. Vaughn looking for the dribble now off this center bass drum. It goes everywhere. Bells doesn't find the KO with the Tofu Fortress, and now it bounces behind him. Vaughn still has the energy burst, is built up enough with another egoist. Looking for it now. Bread's up to 3Z, who will get stunned away for a moment, but that's all the cooldowns used out of Vaughn. Now Grimella and 3Z looking to collapse on this one here. Got to get this one forward if they want to stay alive and continue to have chances. But Bells in the corner again. There's the flip to the top side, and he'll get it past Obscure Breads. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that last point was insane. Vaughn got 2 egoist procs. One of them was off of the secondary, just catching the core on the wall. So the Expanse just kind of like hits the core 1,000 times and instantly gives you core flip. So that was just a free egoist proc. Got another one. And then even then, after both of those, they end up finding the score. Honestly, Sundubu were looking a little silly that game. I think Sad Boys got them out of their comfort zone, despite them getting to pick Era and Mako X. And now they're just probably, and this is like probably pretty bad for the mental. Hopefully they like don't think that the other, like they understand that the Sad Boys are just picking possibly the best comp in the world. And and it's not just like they're, I mean, I don't know. You don't have practice, again, like they don't have any practice against this comp. They don't know, like they might, maybe they saw it coming. Maybe they knew they'd pick it. But even then, like, who are you going to scrim against that's going to practice this against you? Unless it's Sad Boys. I mean, they have scrimmed against Sad Boys in the past. I don't think they were picking this comp against them, though. So,
you want to know what I bet happened? What I bet
What
happened is that this comp came out in one of those Tea Time Tussle games. And Sad Boys are like, or Sundubu was like, oh no, that's like, what are they doing, right? They're not going to actually play these characters. And lo and behold, it actually comes out. I'm actually very curious now to see whether or not that happened. Folks, we're heading to Oni Village as the decider map here, which you mentioned getting Sundubu Strikers out of their comfort zone. This does not feel like it's going to be that, Budgie, at all. Sundubu Strikers, obviously, this map has been in the game for quite some time. They're used to playing the X-Era idea on here as well. So depending on one of the Starter Awakenings, it might, do you think we're going to see an X or Era ban out of the Sad Boys here potentially, just to try to keep them off of their game? Because I feel like it's a possibility.
I just highly doubt it, to be honest. I think we're either going to see, like maybe like, I think it might be a goalie target, because I don't think you're banning, you never ban Julie here. You never ban Julie or Rasmus, I don't think. If you are on the side, you could ban like Kazan if you don't want to play against that. If you really don't want to play against that, I could see that being banned in a brawler position. Midfield wise, I don't really see anything getting banned unless they don't want to play Octavia again and they feel like Octavia is an opportunity. I really don't see Era X or Mako being banned. I think all of them aren't good enough. They're all like, this is almost pretty much like the worst map for like all 3 of those picks, in my opinion. Like I really don't like Mako on this map. It's too easy to just kind of pass around Mako. Again, who doesn't have that speed to cover the whole barrier. You also, like Era just doesn't have as much range as Kai or Estelle, which are just the picks that Grimella likes to play on this map anyway. Vaughn also likes to play that Kai, so I kind of expect to see like maybe Kai Mir in the midfield. I honestly a little bit lost on the goalie picks. Maybe Bell's picks. Dubu again. Who knows? But I think the ban probably will be targeting Bread, so
Okay,
probably
no,
something they don't want to play against them.
Do not tell me you just said that with a straight face.
No, I mean,
you did not just say that Bells
you
was
never
about to
know.
pick Dubu on Oni Village.
It's a good way to get the barriers. It's hard to get the barriers on this map, but when Dubu has that ult, you just send it down, and then what can they do? What can you do? I mean, they couldn't do anything last game. Maybe the map was a little bit better shaped for the Dubu Fortress, Tofu Fortress, but I'm just saying, it may be you bring it out once again. But I mean, Bells is very well known for picking exactly Julie or Rasmus on this map.
Yeah.
So I don't expect to see anything mixed up. I think they're going to go with what they've known. They call it Sad Boys Village sometimes. They've only lost.
Do they call
a
it
few
that?
times.
I don't think
Vaughn
they call
calls
it that.
a lot
Now,
of things that.
Vaughn does call a lot of things. There was a moment in time where the Sad Boys were undefeated on this map. I think probably until some points during season 2. But we digress. As we're loading into Striker Select now, we're going to look at the starter rankings in just a moment. Ban phase coming out here. A couple of interesting ban hovers, and it will be the Dubu ban for the Sad
on the
Boys.
same
Juliet
page.
ban.
I can't. I've been saying though. I don't know if that was on purpose from Vaughn, or if you're just picking random characters. But the Kazan was being hovered because I think that's like a pretty reasonable ban because you just don't want to have to deal with that. Because if you have to play against a Kazan who's just killing your goalie, sometimes you just lose the game on the spot because you're playing against Kazan and you're not playing Kazan. But instead, we see the Rasmus Mirror come in. See the Juno from Vaughn, which he's been playing a lot of Juno in the goalie position and in the midfield position. So expected to see that. We see all egoists being taken.
Egoist.
So that's pretty crazy. But honestly, I like Grimella has a good matchup here. Barrage is really, really good into these slimes. You kind of just beat all the slimes if you're one Barrage. So you can kind of counter the entirety of Vaughn's ult. I mean, Barrage is just a good awakening always. But on the side, it's just interesting because Breads also plays this pick a lot on this map, the Drakkar. So expecting to see that makes a lot of sense. I don't think he was ever gonna pick Dubu. Maybe I don't think he was gonna pick Dubu. I don't know. I don't know if Vaughn was just clicking random things for fun. Maybe he meant to pick. They were like, let's ban Kazan, and he somehow reached on the opposite side of Striker Select to hit Dubu instead of Kazan. But good KO from Grimella. Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Finds one there. Power play opportunity. Reds tries to keep it forward here. You already lose in the strike war. Well done there. Get it away from 3Z Breezy. One more time, though. We'll collect it this time on the Whiplash. Now we'll send it there as the goal gates open, but you would lose will be in position. Now it's Bell's turn. Pulls it back with a death touch. Gut check to obscure Breads, who's got the shotgun to send it away. In overtime now in Oni Village. Welcome to Core Speed Central. Haven't seen this one in a while. Here's the flip, and he'll slot it right in. Right past Yuri Luz, who was not expecting it to come out that fast.
Yeah, I mean, Grimella honestly surprised that Caleb or Yuri Luz would just strike there. Knowing, really honestly trusting Caleb, that's just a mistake. You should just try to react to that after you barrage. Just barrage and then react strike. But instead just instantly strikes is a little bit worried. Which is it's just out not characteristic. So again, so much so that even Grimella just stood still for a second, was like, wait, do I just get the score for free right now? And then shoots it right past you already lose. But this egoist start, I mean, fire up start was pretty bad before. This is not at that dissimilar. It's really not. Oh, double barrier. That's unfortunate. But it's just everyone's going to be so fast. Someone's going to get quick strikes and then just be even faster. Everyone just has so much evade. Honestly, probably maybe a reason Julie isn't picked is that everyone is just going to be evading. But yeah, that's going to be a flip KO into a goal. A little bit of a highlight play there.
Ooh. Put that one in your highlight reel, Ratman. Jeez. Vaughn showing that he's got it on so many different characters stay in the midfield position. We know, of course, he's been playing the Juno pick quite a bit. Especially in the midfield slot. And it has been considered to be rather strong for those reasons you were mentioning earlier, but beautiful spacing there on that flip to send it in. And now we'll see the equalizing here. It'll be interesting as this one continues to develop and continue to watch that core flip economy right now starting to favor the soon-to-be striker, especially with You Already Lose burning his right there. Goes, wait, Reds will evade there for a moment, and Bells will pick up the goal with the pendulum swing.
This is weird. I think comp-wise, I'm not the biggest fan of Drakkar goalie on this map. I think there's just other goalies will hold it down better, and the forward pressure you give from your shotguns like isn't that much, and it's counterable, especially when you're playing against Juno, like Rasmus, who are just trying to hold the core as long as they can. It's just going to be hard, because if they just follow the core, they just hold it, they just walk with it over and over again, then there's not too much Drakkar can do to get it past them. You see here, like, we haven't seen a strike shotgun really. It delays really well. It gives time for Grimella to cut back and help out on defense, but it doesn't like just win your interaction as often as you'd like. It used to back when everyone was bad, but now everyone knows that you can just kind of wait for the shotgun to go through, and the character's not quite as strong as initially predicted. But I mean, we saw Drakkar goalie last game, and it worked out well then, so it could work out well this game. We'll have to see.
About to hit overtime here in this round on Oni Village. Both these goalies holding on to a single barrier even still. Barrage coming out here. 3Z checks it with pendulum swing. You Already Lose will flip it away. Sad Boys looks like they'll maintain possession here for a moment. Grimella finds a weird Giga Blast interaction now, and there's the KO. 3Z will find it. Vaughn jumps back, but is not there to cover enough in time. We're on to a goal 5 in set 1.
Yeah, Vaughn's like, don't worry, guys. The Juno goalie practice is going to come through huge. Jenna gets into the goal box, but not going to be enough. Yeah, aware. 3Z able to get it's the pendulum swing to kill. You Already Lose. To KO You Already Lose, and then immediately uses the pendulum swing to get the goal. But something I was talking to, or Grimella was talking to me about yesterday, is that how everyone sucks at using flip now. Everyone just sucks. Like, and we saw it there. Like, 3Z just kind of flips, even though there's 2 people in front of him at a decent range, and there's just really no way that's going to get through. Once again, oh, never mind, though, Vaughn. Can they find, I guess, hey, Grimella finds the spot right there, hits it around the members of Sad Boys to get that one.
In these players' defense, Fudgy, they're getting a core flip about once, or they're probably getting it 3 times every 2 times that they would have gotten it in any other game, right? Because they've got the Egoist for the 25 refund. So they've got plenty of energy bursts to work with. I think they're allowed to be sloppy with 1 or 2.
That's how losers think, K-Bot. You're thinking, I'll
All
have so many opportunities. No, you won't. You're playing against Sad Boys. You're playing against one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world. You got to be using every flip as well as you can, and Grimella did that and got barrier and then got the goal, and now they get to go to their first draft, and they're up 1. Like, this is crazy. Isn't that like, yo, this is like a pretty like even comps, and it's just kind of like it feels like it's a skill matchup right now. Maybe honestly the Kai midfield being a little bit better into the Juno midfield, but other than that, like, everyone doing like pretty well against each other. Gets to rapid fire, which is like pretty huge. Team player though is going to go to You Already Lose, and I think this Awakening's really, really good on this map. I think it's good on every map. I think on this map, like, especially where you actually are allowed to pass, like, team player is just going to create some plays that Breads is going to honestly is well equipped to deal with as Strike Shot Drakkar. You have your like, you really, this shotgun's gonna be really good at blocking these passing lanes. So that's really nice. This Strike Shot as well there is kind of blocking the pass. So that's something to look out for, is like, can Breads keep up with the speed and use this Drakkar effectively? But great setup there, the pass in front of Breads to use that Strike Shot shotgun to get that goal. Just like really well coordinated from soon-to-be strikers.
Ooh. Reds wins the strike war versus Bells with the strike shot, but now Bells will find a KO. 3Z looks for the pendulum swing here as well, and now we'll set it down to the bottom side, but You Already Loses back in time on the blazing pace. Power play opportunity still for the Sad Boys, but Morel is about to be back online, and now, once again, that lock and load comes up for Obscure Breads just in the nick of time, interrupting any play. Grimella down to the bottom side. You Already Lose does have both the blazing pace and a barrage to keep it out of the net. Now 3Z will pull it back with the Death Punch. Whiplash, beautifully done down to Grimella. Can't quite find the placement. Egoist, here it goes. There's the energy burst. Can't find it though. Vaughn will find the denial, but it doesn't matter because Grimella once again finds an angle to the top corner.
Yeah, there was a slime at that top corner, so I think You Already Lose was looking at that and kind of thought, okay, that's covered. It disappears after the Strike Wars won, which kind of just brain blasts them, and then just isn't covering that spot because just knew it was covered a second ago. But it just these slimes, you gotta honestly, your team's got to be good at playing with your Juno as well. You have to know when these slimes are going to dissipate, or at least have a really good feel for it and know when you can trust the slimes and when you can't. And that was a situation where you couldn't trust the slime, and it ended up being a pretty bad spot for them. But another thing, I didn't really point this out during draft, is that 3Z Breezy has built different, and the Rasmus with size is just known to be the best awakening you can get on this character pretty much always. It's just whatever size awakening is up, and there you go. Size is just helping you there. The pendulum swing is so much larger to get that last barrier. You Already Lose also burns flip, even though barrier's already lost because of just that sit stun, probably buffering it. And that's going to be another KO though. That's the second Bells has gone this set. I mean, we thought 3Z gets some in that first one too. Oh, Bells burning flip. This is what I mean. Every player just sucks at using flip. But maybe it was a buffer too. Maybe it was also a buffer. Like, these things happen. And now
got it covered. Look now, looks for the pass, and nobody from the Tsunubu Strikers was expecting that pass to come out from Vaughn, and for Bells to be ready for it. That's the difference at the highest level of play with the communication. And the Sad Boys will pick up another one.
Yeah, just a mistake there. I think likely what happened is Breads thought 3Z would strike it, but 3Z was just out of range. And then Breads was like, okay, now I need to strike for Vaughn, and then hesitated for a second. Just needed to strike down. I don't think Bells had Pendulum Swing to cover that bottom area, but it was a hard moment. The core's moving fast. Someone just flipped the core. There's a lot of pressure, and it ends up going in Sad Boy's favor. But right now, it's looking, once again, good for Tsunubu Strikers. They're just able to find these barriers a little bit faster. Earlier, I was saying I don't know if I believe in the forward pressure from this Drakkar, but I've just been proven wrong, definitely. It's been doing really, really well at just moving the core forward, keeping the core forward, and getting barriers, helping get barriers, because covering one angle is so much. It's so valuable just to cover one angle. Pendulum Swing's going to force out the flip, though, and put us almost in overtime once again, where the core's about to be moving real quick.
You know, the other thing that's worth noting is that Breads doesn't have aerials or missile propulsion yet. This is just raw strike shot right now. Imagine what could potentially happen if he picks up more range later on down the line in one of these Awakenings carousels. We'll see whether or not that comes to fruition in just a moment. Could even think about denying some other speed and popping up in that cloak every once in a while, but we'll see whether or not that happens. Now Giga Blast will find one. Vaughn taken off the pitch for a couple seconds. 3Z in this corner, and just will find the goal while You Already Lose is stuck in animation of the Giga Blast. Tsunubu Strikers continue to stay ahead.
Yeah, insane point. So Grimella gets the Giga Blast KO onto Vaughn, who has Flip. So Flip taken off the table. Even though there's a lot of them this game, it's super huge to get those KOs and prevent those flips from happening, because flipping more tends to mean you win. Then 3Z Breezy has Flip, gets the Egoist speed, and then doesn't just burn Flip early. Uses this speed instead to contain the core, really well disciplined, and then is able to get the goal because of not using the flip, which is also a huge part about this Egoist, is that especially in lower elo, you'll see people get this speed and then just burn their flip immediately. And then it's just, no, you got this speed is what makes this Egoist, like, one of the reasons Egoist train is so good, is that you're just super fast. I think it's just, the speed is insane. You're way too fast. Like, what can they do if you just run circles around them and just cover every angle? It's so frustrating to play against, and everyone's got to do it this game. So hold on to that speed, 3Z Breezy, good job. But now it's both barriers lost, and Sad Boys are the ones on the upper hand.
Breezy almost takes that one, but they'll get sent away once more by You Already Lose. Grimella covers the passing angle with that Giga Blast once more, and once again, Tsunubu Strikers doing a great job of interrupting a lot of these plays that the Sad Boys are going for. But now, Slime gets it past 3Z Breezy.
Oh.
Has that Egoist speed.
Whoa.
Bread's passed up. Bell's still in position. Looks for a shot towards the goal. Now 3Z pull it back with the Death Touch. Barrage once more, but You Already Lose has got a core flip to send it away. Bells and Vaughn very close, in pursuit now of the goal, and Bells will take it himself on the pendulum swing. It's another goal 5, the 10th this game.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward spot. Grimella looking a little bit nervous there. Kind of gets owned twice. One just hits it to Bells when there was a clear angle. And then two, Vaughn just hard reads it. But it doesn't matter. A good kickoff leads into a really good setup. 3Z Breezy able to get the second barrier. And the Slimes from Vaughn ruining his own flip there. The Slime, though, uses the secondary to catch it there and then pass it up. 3Z almost actually gets the second hit with the pendulum swing. Like, sees this, or knows that, like, this is not going in. But this is another flip. The stun from 3Z Breezy actually kind of messes it up, I think, because, like, Grimella was trying to play off of that stun. But the soft hit of 3Z's primary, I think, slowed down the core, which kind of is just like a bit of an issue. But Friota is perfectly spaced around 3Z Breezy to swap that core, but it's still an open goal. I don't know, this is crazy, K-Bot.
It is continuing to be crazy. Open goal once more for the Sunubu Strikers. Might go up 2-0 in game 3. Versus the Sad Boys with the goal right here. Pendulum swing is slightly wide that time. Molten Bolt will connect, slow down Bells for just a moment. Giga Blast comes out once more. There's the Pendulum Swing, but both Vaughn and Yordi Luz are back now. There's the barrage coming forward. The goal line save is made. Slime used once again to get it away. Obscure Breads has the space to cover it with that energy burst. Vaughn will take a shot. It'll find the barrier. Overtime still. Bells tries to pull it back in with the death touch. Can't find it there. Grimella, there's the Giga Blast. Looking for 3Z Breezy once more. Now it's off the corner again, but Vaughn will interrupt it with another Slime. Looking for Bells once more, and there's the pendulum swing on the conversion, equalizing us at one set apiece.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous point. Caleb played extremely well, lost both barriers, and then just held it down ridiculously. Didn't lose a single strike war, played super disciplined. Caught Sundubu lacking a few times where they just needed to hold and strike second, but they just got a little bit complacent. They ended up striking first. Caleb knew they was playing just perfectly, just waited it out, always knew that how the situation could go and what to do, and always just did the right thing. And because of that, they ended up winning the race to getting the Egoists in time, and also getting to overtime, where this time it's going to be Vaughn and Yordi Luz who have the advantages with team player plus Juno for red core speed. I didn't really talk about this draft at all, but there's a lot of pretty interesting takes here. Grimella gets cast to last, which can kind of grow into something really huge later on in this game if another speed awakening is taken. Your secondary lasting longer is really, really good. The nerfs kind of affect Kai getting cast more than a lot of other characters. It's really not as good of a take as it used to be, but still good. It's still really good. If you can get Chrono later, which you can't because Vaughn has it, if you can get Aerials or really any other speed awakening, it gets really, really good. So that's something to look out for. Even if they lose this set, there's some scaling there. Bells gets that size to equalize, which is really huge because Bells was already doing a lot of work getting those goals. Got the goal in the last one too. It's just was a little bit better at placing those primaries. You got to place your primaries deep. Otherwise, the other goalie will just position behind your range and then just block it. So that's what we see Caleb doing a lot, is standing behind the range of the pendulum swings from the Rasmus. While sometimes, when someone loses something, it's because they're caught on the goal line, in getting stunned by it. So there, Barrage is able to beat Barrage or something like that, and that's 2 barriers to 1. And that's just because of how they're manipulating this core and forcing Yordi Luz to move back. You kind of got to get the goalie to move back first before you get this barrier most of the time.
Now looking for the pass to one another, but Bells is back in time. 3 energy bursts online right now for the Sad Boys. Don't even need it to take the barrier. There it is! Bells will line it up and send Breads away with another pendulum swing. KOing him just like he was in the last game with the same button. Or, no, it's not the same button because it was the Tofu Fortress most of the time, I suppose. Not really the rollout log, but I digress. Still up 1-0 here for the Sad Boys. One thing I want to talk about, though, that you haven't touched on that isn't really a revelation, but is something probably worth mentioning, is that, of course, Vaughn picks up his first dash training on the Juno, an incredibly strong thing for this Juno pick. You do have the ability to strike while you are in mid-air, so having that increased range will improve the efficiency of this Juno.
Yeah, it's very similar to, I guess, honestly, very similar to Estelle secondary, where you just, now you cover cross. They cannot cross clear without having to worry about this dash just coming in and taking control. Gramella's been staggered for a while, and wow, okay, Vaughn is able to cover that flip. And I get the KO. Rasmus, one of the best characters in the game at finishing off KOs. Any combination of two abilities should end up with a KO being found. Although like people have gotten better, people are a lot better at using their evades to dodge that first ability, which kind of can be rough because it doesn't like they're pretty reactable, right? Like you see the hook come out, you see the primary come out, so you kind of have to get those evades out first before you get that KO. But now we have ego speed on the bells, which is going to be like really scary. Like again, team player, man, it's just so good, and it just gets another goal for Sad Boys.
Once again, finds its mark, and Reds is not back enough to react in time. Still, 2 energy bursts online, and about to be 3 for the Sad Boys as they are continuing to keep up the pressure in this set. Might be able to take this one 3-0 after being able to find this. There's that team player pass back. And now Bell's in position again. Goes off both goal gates as they're opening. And the goal won't go in yet. Breezy kind of looking for Grimella down there on the bottom. But actually he'll just send the core right back over to the Sad Boys. Now on top of one another. But Breezy will find the barrier with a strike. Breads tries to get it away here. But Vaughn will keep it forward here with this energy burst. Now Breads dips in the cloak. But Bells will still find the angle down to the bottom side. It's a 3-0 set for the Sad Boys. And they're 1 set away from going up 2 wins and 0 losses for the season so far.
Yeah, I mean, these awakenings and how the game's going is really favoring Sad Boys' style of play a little bit more. We're going to see probably Demo get picked up. I think there's some people are going Sparks. 3C's going Sparks, so he could go it. He could just go Spec too. It's kind of a tough one. He could Demo, actually. I just realized he took Twin Drive instead. So, yeah, the 3C's going to get the Demo, which I think is, although is nerfed heavily, is still just good. It's still really good to break barriers and get your cooldowns back because you usually can regain possession and then just strike, like, you'll have your primary back at least, and that's, like, pretty big. And the goalie's usually not expecting that. It's still, I think it's a little bit underrated right now. I think people think it's, like, really weak, but it's just like, pretty, I think it's okay now. I think it's just balanced now. Red's getting that hot shot. Yeah, the size is, and obviously the size is just huge on this pick, but hot shot going to Breads is going to be really nice. It's just like one of the best awakenings on goalie for this character in general. Like you already have 2 primaries, so you're just getting like your cooldown down more often than not. You're always hitting the core with it pretty much is what you're aiming to do anyway. But hey, good job, Grimella. Gets the goal in. This is what I was going to talk about earlier, is that this is how Sundubu likes to play. They like to play Grimella and 3Z up there, 2v1ing, like kind of getting some passing plays, finding ways to collapse together in the forward position, where Sad Boys, in like their ideal states, like are kind of just playing double goalie and then passing it up the Bells. And this team player is really huge for that style of play this game. I mean, Vaughn's obviously going to move up here and stuff like that, and they're going to, then Yarder is going to use the eject button to have that forward pressure. But, oh, great double bear from 3-2, who now has primary again, but isn't going to find the opportunity to use it. Almost gets it, though. It's a really scary spot for Sad Boys. But, and then, especially with this flip about to come up for 3Z, and it does, now has the Egoist. It's moving up, but it's going to be moved out just a little bit, and maybe it could be another barrier taken, but not quite. Held on so far by Sundubu.
Goes right around Bell's death touch. Vaughn looking for the pass down. Now the energy burst comes out. He already loses there in time, but it goes right over to Grimella, who guides it in with another barrage and doesn't have to commit that energy burst either. This one could be a 3-0 set back for the Sundubu Strikers, setting us to, we've gone to set 5s potentially every game this series, right? It will have been game 1, game 2, and assuming one more goal goes in, game 3 here, but it goes right past Breads. Move forward. Back now, and probably see this one die down in the midfield. No, never mind. Bells finds the whiplash, able to take that barrier. And now it goes around. You already lose. Once again, the Giga Blast animation, but beautiful mix-up from Bells down to the bottom corner. Breads can't react in time, and the Sad Boys will get one on the board here.
Yeah, it's on those situations, in my opinion, it's so over that you just have to run inside of Bells and just be like, use your flip to get through me now, because there's no way of like defending that. You have no time to react, and even if you do react, you'll just use flip anyway. So you're basically bringing yourself into like a 50-50 situation of either he won't have to use flip or will have to use flip. Oh, Bells goes for like the forbidden tech, where you flip, walk forward, hook backwards to pull the core towards you, and then strike war. but doesn't end up working out. It's also really hard to do on MOBA. So interesting stuff from Bells there to go for that. But right now, it's a lot of pressure mounting. Both barriers are down, and only one taken in return. This is really scary for Sundubu.
Giga Blast comes up just shy, but the KO comes through nonetheless. Bells will find the Strike War win versus Grimella, and now it's match point for the Sad Boys.
Yeah, just honestly, getting the KO on the Breads, it's just what this story kind of was in Season 2, was that Breads was the one that kind of like was the lead, like in-game sort of like powerhouse for this team that was able to just always hold it down and give the forwards time to do whatever they want. Things have kind of changed, I think. I think Breads is also still that like key cornerstone of the defense, but Grimella has become like really like the connector between the two, and really has like stepped up for this team in a lot of ways and become one of the like things you have to worry about this team as 3Z Breezy gets the primary through and it takes us to a set 5. And this is a big draft. There's going to be quite a few pretty good things, but I'm not sure what's going to be that good for 3Z here. We see 1-2. We see like the aerials is what I'm really interested in seeing what happens with that. I think it could get to Drakkar. Right,
it could, but actually it's probably just going to get picked up by Vaughn here, right? Rather than going for the Super Surge, I'd imagine. No, Vaughn's going to pick up the 1-2 punch, which is another really fantastic pick on this Juno. Means that Aerials is going to fall to Breads for that increased range. But among Titans coming in here for You Already Lose, giving even more size over to Bells.
Yeah, this is insane. Everyone got what they wanted, I think, except for Bells, who kind of has to just take Glass Cannon, which isn't a bad by any means. It's kind of not great into Drakkar, because Drakkar's just going to be shotgunning you randomly to reset that, like not even like intentionally. So that's a big pickup. Everyone else gets like pretty big pickups. This Super Search on Grimella is going to combine with this Castellast to give even more speed for even longer. We have 1-2 punch on Juno, which is going to make the core move even faster than it already has been, which is not something you kind of want from Sundubu. But hopefully, like, once again, I mean, you kind of want, like, aerials on Drakkar is the way to counteract that. Is you just stop the core in its tracks, you slow it down a little bit for your forwards to take control of, and that can be really, really big for Sundubu Strikers. Is this aerials and this extended range on the primary. Like, look, it's just covering, like, over half the field right now of every shotgun. And you get 2 of those. You get 2 of those, by the way. So that's pretty nice. You also have hot shots, so you're getting even more of those. So that's something to look out for. Everyone else, though, again, just getting good stuff, but wow. All right. Yeah.
Bang! Pendulum swing hits hard every once in a while, especially when you've got double size buffs, thanks to the Among Us pickup from You Already Lose. And Bells will find the goal there for the Sad Boys. But again, these are the moments that really matter. Pressure is all on here, Fudgy, and there are very few of these, it feels like, that the Sad Boys end up dropping in their career as a team. And of course, what I will say, though, it's been fantastic play so far from the Sundubu Strikers. Feels like this team always plays to the level of their opponent and have certainly made it a run for their money, looking to close it out here, but have to come from behind. Won't get it around here or lose that time. And still looking for it here.
It's all about the clutch gene right now. You're in set 5, you're in set 3, and that's a KO. 3Z Breezy going to pick that up. This is going to be really huge for them. They have the flip still. They've had it for a while now. Just been getting that 12% speed from Egoist, which is still nice, by the way. Like, even if you're not using it. Should use this flip to get this barrier, though. It's just worth. You're going to get your, like, someone's going to get flip eventually either way. Probably could have had an opportunity there to use it, but just being greedy is okay, too. Vaughn was getting a little bit low and is still getting a little bit low right now. He's now staggered. If Grimella can find a lineup for that, that could be a KO incoming. But instead, they're just going to keep mounting this pressure. And Vaughn getting flipped, though, is really, really scary now because it's not going to get KO'd very likely at this point. And it's probably going to have an opportunity to get this barrier. But meanwhile, there's 2 flips on the side of Sundubu, 1 taken out, and finally Vaughn's is used defensively. Just, yeah, really intense back and forth right now. Among Us honestly might be helping with the spacing with 3Z, because 3Z, it makes it a little bit harder to get that hit stun onto the enemy goalie. Maybe that's chatting, but it's like it could work. It could actually maybe be a little bit helpful. Reds almost gets owned by the strike shot, missing, but now in a really hard spot in the 1v1 versus Bells. 3Z might have to flip defensively here, but instead it's will be Bells that gets the pass. in Strike Wars, Grimella and 3Z Breezy to get that one through, and now it's match point.
It's match point for the Sad Boys. It always comes to about this time, where eventually the Sad Boys will be able to claw it back. And looking for this now. Bells to the bottom corner. Try and take this barrier. We'll find it. Now there's the energy burst. Get it past Obscure Breads and open goal gates. You already lose. Looking to take it himself. It'll score the final goal. It was well fought for the Sundubu Strikers, but the Sad Boys will maintain their record at the end of it all. They advance to 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, it just felt like an experience gap at the end. It felt like, Sad Boys have been here so many times. Sundubu, not quite as much. And in those high-pressure situations, it's going to be the team with more experience, the team that's, ready to hold it down, the team that's ready to make the confident plays that they need to in these moments and, know exactly what they need to do to win, that are going to come out on top. And things like team player help out with that a lot. It's things like everything that's led up to that game. Things like Vaughn having 349 redirects is going to be the things you need, and the most damage in game, and most shots, and half the saves of your goalie, and 7 assists, and 2 KOs. So Juno is looking a little strong this patch. Definitely, it's a little ridiculous, to be honest. The buffs that came in for Juno. Not enough. No one really picking it up. Vaughn saying okay. Everyone keeps talking about how this character might be OP, but Vaughn's the only one who's decided I'm going to pick it up and make it work. And Vaughn made it work this game. Not to undersell any of the performances of. Yard or Lose had some insane holds that game. Honestly, they lose that game if they lose one of those sets earlier that went to 5. That they only they were down a barrier. With no barriers up, and Yard or Lose went crazy. They just lose that game if if it's a different goalie. When the other goalie gives in the pressure and gives that in. Bell's just finding has 10 goals this game. Honestly, look at if you look at the stat lines, how they play the game is just completely different. They're just waiting for Bells to score. They know Bells will score eventually. But Grimella, they don't have that same game plan with 3Z. Instead, it's Grimella has to walk up and get honestly more goals than 3Z that game, which is just how they play. It makes sense. The Barrage is really good at getting through Vaughn in a double goalie situation, but it's just it's tough.
It is tough. And it's tough, you're looking at that game in a nutshell, but let's talk about the whole series, right? They were able to pull through finally in game 1, very close in game 2 as well. Unfortunately couldn't quite end up pulling it out in the end. Now that I remember, I don't think it actually went to set 5 because they ended up losing in set 3 or 4 or something of the sort. Because X-Hero scaling didn't fully come online. But even still, right? I think this series in a nutshell, above all else to me, screams the amount of flexibility that there's been for the Sad Boys, right? Especially look at Vaughn in the midfield. Played Octavia, Atlas, Juno in the midfield slot, right? 3 picks that at one point or another, and probably still, feel incredibly niche, right? And this guy's able to literally just pull whatever he wants to out of the hat and serve it up for whoever's next. So shout outs there, of course, to everyone that played. Again, brilliantly fought from the Sundubu Strikers. End of the day, couldn't quite pull it through, but they'll be back. They'll be hungry. They might be down 0-2 right now, but they are certainly not out of this league whatsoever, especially when you're putting up that kind of a performance versus one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better myself. This team, they're hungry. They're super hungry, and I know it. I'm filling in for their scrims. I'm watching their scrims. I'm watching their prep, and they want to win. They really, really, really want to win. They're not happy with top half. They're not let's try to make playoffs, guys. They're how do we win? How do we beat every team? What's the formula? What do we need to do? What do we need to change? How can we improve to get there? And as we saw, they are reaching and they're grabbing the the hat, the graduation caps of Sad Boys there, and might be pulling it off soon. So I'm excited to see more of them. But
incredibly excited. But up next, we've got another one coming. It will be the Bun Bun Bonanza versus Oshi no Core Flip. 2 teams that kind of had different stories in week 1, despite both picking up losses. Oshi no Core Flip played incredibly well versus Demon's Raw, at least to my eye, right? I think they played better than most people expected. Indeed, picking up a game and maybe a little bit of a troll draft from Demon's Raw, but nonetheless, they're still able to pull through. Bun Bun Bonanza, though, got completely crushed by Core Overflow last week. And so they'll be coming back looking for redemption against another one of these teams that might be similar in their own skill level. However, I thought or Oshi will be playing with a substitute today. Merchant will be out, and I believe it's Daftgrass stepping into the goal box for this team here, Fudgy.
All right, I mean, I'm gonna say it. Why didn't they DM me? I would have subbed in.
Goalie Waffles?
Goalie Waffles was ready.
Goalie Waffles?
The Goalie Waffles is ready. You're such a doubter, K-Bot. You're such a doubter. You have not seen the Scrim Bucks. You have not seen.
You're right. I haven't seen
ego-
the Scrim Bucks, but I did see the ego check where you went even with the goalie that you thought you gapped. So
Well, I don't. Hey, I mean, you watch the games and you tell me every game's a goalie gap. And you come back to me. And you tell me the goalies were even that game. It's all up to you. I mean, I think we both played great that game.
all I'm saying
and
is
it
that
was-
the goalies did not make a significant amount of difference in those matches.
I don't think there are
That's
many
all I'm
goalies,
saying.
and I'm saying I don't think there are many goalies that would have. But moving on, there's actually there's a chance. I mean, this isn't mean too much, but I actually I might be playing with Oshino Core Flip a little bit soon. I think we're gonna do some scrims for possible the Phoenix Land. Check that out, by the way. There's gonna be a Phoenix Land.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the teams. I mean, I'm sure they're talking to other people too, but that could be cool. These guys are cool. Kashikoma, really cool guy. Met at the Philadelphia LAN. I went on a nice little breakfast date with him. And Miribeg was in that ego check and went crazy mode with Gramella, who we just saw. So also, honestly, Oshino Core, these are both teams that are constantly underrated. And then sometimes it turns out they were just rated, and then it turns out they were underrated, over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Bun Bonanza, a team that was people were kind of question marking, saying is this an NASL level team? Scyther 12's not a brawler player. The Ari has never qualified for an NASL technically, but it's played in all of them. Is this team good enough? And then they went crazy at Dubu Cup. They beat Sundubu Strikers and shut everyone up. And then they've been doing had mixed results in weeklies, losing to some teams you wouldn't expect an NASL team to lose to. Maybe Platinum exclusive, just but maybe those teams are just really good. And they kind of have to have another chance to prove themselves today, where they have to beat Oshino Core Flip, who's another team that people rate lowly. They have a sub in right now, and Merchant, who's supposed to be the star of the show, isn't in. So honestly, if you're Bun, it's a really bad luck to lose this game. But at the same time, it shouldn't be easy by any means.
I don't think it's going to be easy. And I don't know anything, right? I am an Oshino Core Flip believer. Right now, I'm buying stocks for them because I think people are underrating this team. And again, I think especially their forward duo looked really good versus Demons Raw. There aren't many teams that'll keep things close with Demons Raw, even if they end up trolling a little bit on Striker Select. And Oshi was able to do it. And again, I think it's testament. I think Mary Meg has continued to show up in event after event for this team, especially. I had question marks though in that game about Merchant's play a little bit. Merchant used to be the star of this roster, right? On that staple Vice pick, where there was a constant forward pressure, a lot of damage, and one of the reasons why kill comps were even invented in the first place. Now, it doesn't feel like Merchant's quite playing as much. And of course, he's not here to defend himself today. So I don't know how much Daftgrass has been playing. Or how much that'll kind of change the team environment, whether it be for better or for worse for Oshino Core Flip. So a couple of question marks, of course, around the substitution. But to your point, I would see no reason to say that this team will perform any less good with Daftgrass in compared to with Merchant. And yeah, I mean, Bun Bonanza still has to come out here and prove themselves. Of course, it's a tough matchup versus Core Overflow in week 1, but you got to brush that off and focus on what's ahead because this is a match, Fudgy, that could potentially have playoff implications later on down the line should both these teams be in the race later on in the season with this head-to-head tiebreaker that they're going to play now in week 2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You've said this before, any team that's most people have Demons Raw, Sad Boys, Core Overflow locked in the playoffs, but every other team, you could really just put them anywhere on the power ranking and make an argument for it and not, and you could be right and you just be right. Like it's pretty ridiculous how like close it feels between the rest of the teams in this league. So every match matters so much more, and it kind of like on and yeah, like you said before, like I mean, Merchant kind of looking a little bit weaker. Hasn't really been playing the game as far as I know. They probably scrim sometimes, but I mean I don't know the frequency of that. But I don't know. Does Daftgrass still play the game either?
I don't know.
I
I
haven't
don't
seen
think
this
so.
guy enter a tournament.
Hey.
Maybe he's playing solo queue. I don't know.
We're about to find out as we get into game 1. It was Atlas's lab picked by Oshino Coreflip first, and that'll be the one that we're heading to up first here. I will say, in Daftgrass's defense, I mean, come on, how hard could goalie play? You just have to play Mako and hold the button, right? Isn't that all you have to do?
Hey, that's true. That's true. And they're probably going to ban Aimi because, I mean, you're just going to ban Kashikama as Aimi because that's usually the right thing to do. But Kashikama, one of the first people to pick up the Juno, too, which makes it a little bit scary. And Octavia getting banned, I think that's... I don't even know who's being targeted. I don't know who's been practicing that. I haven't been paying enough attention to Oshino Coreflip to see who's been picking that. But we're looking at Era X Mako, which is... Hey! I mean...
Very unique composition from Oshino Coreflip. How about this? So, Aimi Estelle Zentaro out of this side for Bun Bun Bonanza. Of course, Lily Bun, known kind of for that Aimi goalie pick, but Liari back on the Estelle, a pick we don't see very often, but the start explains it. Aerials cast to last, with everyone on Bun Bun Bonanza going for those aerials.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of like EKC style comp. I was thinking about this, how Bun Bun and EKC are like kind of the same team, but not really.
What?
Like they pick very similar. They play similarly. They play very similar, and they play like very similar comps. They'll go for this same like Estelle. I mean, Estelle, Aimi, Centaur. This is just in EKC. Like this is their like what the bread and butter. Like this is what they would pick
Estelle,
here,
right?
Well, they would pick it, assuming like Luna gets banned,
maybe.
right? If Luna gets banned, then they're probably running this.
Yeah.
And it works out really well because you have a lot of damage input, like coming in from all three members, and great passing plays. They get the barriers, they just finish it off. The Air X. That's Castellas. I mean, we saw this earlier though. We saw Castellas start on Era X and not win. So maybe it's weak. Maybe maybe is this the agenda to lower Mako win rate? Did the patch work? The answer is like probably a little bit. It's like probably definitely not OP. Only one barrier found there is honestly a good thing for Bun Bun. Maybe make the bull rush in, but I mean, yeah, Daftgrass. Like honest, like Mako's not hard to play. you said it. Like it's really not gonna be that big of an issue. It's really gonna be up to the forward duo, and if Daft doesn't make dumb mistakes. I won't really consider that one to be like I was gonna say timing, but all right, like get owned, Daft, I guess. But like Mako doesn't like have the same tools to cover that cross. Like it's kind of hard. I just keep talking about this. You are not fast. You do not have a projectile that can be instantly activated like most other goalies do. It's just, and it's rough. It makes it harder to defend. It's like Dubu, but instead of holding it down, you get to speed your team up. Because Dubu has ways, has the size, has the like summer assault to kind of move around a little bit more, has the log that is a projectile. Like you just have more when you're playing these characters. But sometimes you don't need more to defend when you can just make your X really big and win every strike war for free and a little bit faster, as we just saw there, to make that one work out. But yeah, all right. Yeah, Scyther 12 has become kind of a beast on the brawler pick and just showing it off in spades there. Quick 3-0 from Bun Bun Bonanza. And if their damage can outscale the Era X, then it's just looking pretty rough for Oshino Coreflip.
Which, in fairness, if there's any map to do it on, it could be Atlas's lab, right? With a little bit of increased damage. So we'll see what comes through. Of course, it will be Scyther 12 first pick. Doesn't get a lot of damage options here, though will end up going for the 1-2 punch nonetheless.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, chatting. I mean, 1-2 punch on Taro is disgusting.
Okay,
like,
I didn't see it. I was like looking everywhere except the bottom left corner.
Yeah. All right, you're good. There's also Prize Fighter, which isn't gonna be picking up by anyone. Isn't really needed. And honestly, like, no Stagger Swagger is being picked up because it's getting denied. Egoist is probably, honestly, it's like so close between Egoist and Stagger Swagger for me right now. It's so hard to decide which defensive awakening to pick. but EOS just provides so much forward pressure and gives you so many more evades. It's just so nice. So I'm not surprised to see that getting taken over Stagger Swagger, but it does mean that nothing's going to go to Mirimeg. So Mirimeg's going to be a big target this game for that damage, but gets both barriers there instead, so that's pretty good thing in return. Meanwhile, Liari got Hot Shot, which is just like one of the best awakens on Estelle. Already has Ariel's Hot Shot. You can get anything else and you're happy, but Mirimeg's going to end up playing it in off of that really good start where the double barriers were taken.
Well on Mirimeg, and this is something that I don't think we've talked about nearly as much. Mirimeg, not typically known for playing a pick like the X, right? You think of Mirimeg as your Asher player, Julie player a lot of the time, but I feel like I'd probably, well, no, probably not, because Kashikoma's normally the one that plays Rasmus, but X is not a pick we normally see him on, so to see him here, we'll have to see how well he's going to be able to perform, especially in a composition that is designed and geared around getting Mirimeg the highest possibility of trying to convert in the enemy goal box. See whether or not he can do it here, because that X, you know, sure, has the extra size, has some of those extra things, but also doesn't really have all those conversion tools. And Liari's just going to be able to pick up another goal there.
And here's a big thing. Playing against Estelle Centauro as a goalie is super annoying. You just have, like, Liari has the piercing shot, the shootout. That's already just annoying, but Scyther 12 has a piercing shot in the secondary that is also just, like, comes with this little annoying guy that just sends a bunch of like cooldowns at you after the beam comes through. So you just have like 2 Estelle beams coming at you, and one has a little guy at the end of it. So it's not fun to play against, and there's a lot of ways to hit stun Daftgrass as well, which is really important to kind of deny these cooldowns from being used. The secondary and primary both can be canceled by any form of hit stun on Mako, so the counterplay kind of can come in really huge, and they get Mirimeg KO'd, which is also huge. I mean, they're just like dismantling this team right now. I don't know what else to say. Bun's playing great.
Well, it turns out when you take out the X completely, there's like barely any offensive pressure, right? Because the entire point was to get the X in position. But if the X is off of the map, it's kind of difficult for the X to have any level of pressure. So the KO comes through, Scyther 12 drops back, and that opens up this power play opportunity. And then it's just a matter of getting all the pieces forward as well. Lilybun, by the way, had a really nice save to buy enough time for Scyther to come back, and now the damage continues to mount as another KO happens, and it's another goal for the Bun Bonanza. They're up 2-0 and looking to close this out in 3 rather quick.
Yeah, rather quickly, especially. It's going by real fast. And it's just going to be more Bis gone. I mean, there's a rapid fire there, and then you have to either deny Super Surge and then just kind of give up. Like, whoa. I mean, it's interesting. Maybe you don't take anything, and then Dara takes rapid fire. Maybe you're trolling if you do that, though. But the Super Surge is going to get taken nonetheless. All right, I'm sorry. I'm just, am I bad? Am I exclamation mark Goats? I'm Goats Esports member. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know.
I don't think I'm wrong in that demo is weaker than Super Surge on Zentaro, especially right now. There's a double barrier map. So if you really want to blitz it out, maybe you say, I have enough damage. I don't think that's really a case ever. I think you just win this game by getting more damage and winning. But whoa, I don't even know what happened there. Someone got deleted. I think Liari's gone, but Kashikoma is really low. Maybe you didn't need the damage. Kashikoma already staggered. But yeah, no Super Surge, no dash. Oh no, that's why no Super Surge. Because you already have aerials, so you already have a dash extension. So you don't want to lose the game instantly. I'm a noob. It makes so much sense now. All right, my bad, guys. Exclamation mark Goats. But yeah, so the pick makes way more sense now. I was just confused. Forgot his aerial start. So in the meantime, though, I mean, they still have insane damage. Kakuma was off the map, and I'm just surprised that Oshino Core Flip didn't go damage. Maybe they've been practicing Era X Mako. I'm pretty sure Merchant's been practicing Mako, so they're probably like familiar with the comp, but they're going to Atlas Lab, which is like their bread and butter map, so you expect them to play their bread and butter comps of like just going damage, but
does Daftgrass play any damage goalies?
I feel like Daft plays everyone. I feel like Daft just kind of plays everyone.
When he played goalies, he was mostly playing like Atlas, right? Like 87% of the time. I feel like he was on Atlas. Someone's probably going to have to fact check me and pull up the Season 2 stats document. But I don't think he's actually, like, certainly nothing like a Vice I think he has in his arsenal. but I don't really know what else he could play. Because I felt like he stuck to more of that traditional style. But meanwhile, Mary Meg gonna find both barriers. Lilybun still looking to find the clear, but Mary Meg will eventually punch it back with the X Maximus. We'll see. I mean, hey, it is set 3 after all, so possibility for finally some level of scaling to come online, I suppose, especially thanks to the Super Surge. Maybe provides a little bit of extra mobility for Mary Meg on that X. But only time will tell, of course, whether or not it will come through, because damage comp is stopping for nobody. It's still going to be a Bun Bun Bonanza, but double barriers fall once more, and now it's going to go in. So hang on a second. Oceano core flip now on set point.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the Kin comp's making more sense now. Mirrormag, like, pretty much all of their good spots and points are Mirrormag just having, like, insane speed and size and walking through both barriers. Because once you get into that melee range as X, like, there's not really anything Aimee can do. Like, once you get that close, it's extremely scary. You kind of got to deal with Mirrormag and get that KO, like, before Mirrormag can get close. But now, I mean, I was kind of underrating it earlier, but the spark resilience that Mirrormag has now is just making it that much harder to get the KO. And has the extra speed to dodge things as well from Fight or Flight. So, and that spark can scale even farther as the game progresses. So it's pretty important that Bun Bun clears this out now. Kashikoma has that prime time too as well, which is like really helpful for helping buff Mirrormag and get things through. But as long as they can keep the core forward, like eventually they will win. And I mean, that's the way they're playing right now. They're just keeping it forward. No barriers taken yet. Everyone looking extremely low on Oceano core flip. But Mirrormag's going to be the one that somehow finds the first KO and brings him into a power play situation.
To your point about the spark, maybe there's a viewer that's been paying closer attention than I, as now double KO comes through. Mirrormag looking for the A's, but Liari will go elusive there for a moment. Can't quite find the strike as the pass forward. Bellringer down. Lilybun looking for the clear. Liari steps back, and the goal will stay out for now. And the hold will come through. Now Barrier on the other side hits the Maelstrom, looking for this one. Shot back and forth. It's overtime. Course going everywhere. Scyther looking for the shot here. Deathgrass still in position, and now lets it slip by. It'll be now game point for the side of Bun Bun Bonanza. What I was trying to say earlier before all of that nonsense happened was I don't think we've seen a spark come up in a draft so far. So it feels like Mirrormag might be basically guaranteed sparks in the next 2 should those happen. So this point could be critical if Bun Bun Bonanza wants to close it out.
Yeah, and there's also like spec training still up for whoever wants to either take or deny that, but Mirrormag's definitely getting MVP if they win this point. It's another KO to add to that. Honestly, Mirrormag might be in a little bit too much of a 1v9 mode in that last point. Probably had some opportunities to pass Akashi, but chose not to. But gets both barriers the same way Mirrormag's just been doing it, just in a straight line. But Cypher 12 should be getting this barrier, but Daftgrass is going to be able to hold on. This is insane. And now it's really about using this power play, but they're not really finding great ways to. Kashi's now back online and kind of is going to provide them better footing to set up Mirrormag to get this goal. But Cypher 12 might not get KO'd.
Yeah, Dash is out of the way of trouble there. And now, buff size, Mirrormag forward. There's the bell ringer, and Kashikoma will put the goal in. Ochi core flip. Down but not out yet. This is the X-era Mako scaling, Fudgy. It's online again. And here's Mirrormag with the first pick. We'll see whether or not he elects to go for a spark. No sparks on the board here. Instead, going to have to settle for the quick strikes, which he'll take as the X.
I mean, settle for the newly buffed quick strike set. Now is 20%. Going to give you even more energy, going to give you more scoring. And how the way they've been playing, Quick Strike is honestly going to be really, really good for them. We see the Deadeye getting picked up for more damage. We're seeing double size Centauro now. It's interesting. I've seen it for a long time. People underrate, like say that like size isn't that good on Centauro. You don't really need it as much as you just want pure damage. But seeing Scyther 12 have the double size build, we're going to see if like that size is going to be really good for getting his barriers. And hey, I mean, as I say that, it's the 2 barriers found. All your cooldowns are back, even though it's only 3 seconds. You're in 6 seconds of cooldowns back. Like, it's just, you get your primary back most of the time, and that's really good. And now there's 2 people dead. Daft immediately has a secondary canceled, and the glitch pop's gonna get the credit for that one. And it's just like, what do you do?
Thank you, Lily, for scoring that one. It felt like there were a couple of opportunities to strike that one towards the net, but hey, the goal goes in regardless. sometimes it's just more important that the goal goes in. Doesn't matter how sloppy it ends up looking in the process. Now, see whether or not Miri Meg can get forward enough. Probably waiting for the X Maximus cooldown to come online at some point, but Scyther 12 picks up the core. Now looking for a couple of fancy dash plays around with that aerial start. Barrier will be collected, though, from Oshino core flip. X Maximus out, but the core is going to get away from Mary Meg and now goes right behind Daftgrass. Lilybun forward, looking for Scyther, who already has used the core flip. And the KO comes through. Tashikoma taken off of the pitch completely. And Liari looking for the pass down to Scyther. Almost comes up with that Rose Warp. And here is a beautiful Firewall Sentry from Lilybun, setting it up brilliantly for Scyther. It is once again game point for Bun Bun Bonanza.
I think that's. I can't tell if there's a chance there that Scyther made an insane play there by using the ult to block the second. And Lilybun, okay. All right, whatever. Who knows what happened last point? Lilybun is just so good at doing this, by the way. It's so annoying to play against this. You can't stand too close to the wall because Lilybun will just dash punch you with Glitch Pop plus Cyber Swipe from across the map. And hey, Lilybun does it again. He gets another KO. Just, yeah, showing why this Ivy pick used to be denied so heavily from Lilybun. Now there's just so many picks, it feels like hard to deny just one. But it's just so hard to play against. And Scyther 12 has the setup, has the dash extended range, gets the KO, gets the score, and that's the whole. That's over. I didn't even realize. It's just over. Yeah.
All right.
Bun Bun Bonanza.
Pudgy?
It might be a Bun Bun Bonanza.
Pudgy, close your eyes. Close your eyes.
They're
How
all
many
closed,
team
they're closed.
KOs did the Bun Bun Bonanza get?
They got. I think they only got like 12. I think it was a really fast game.
I'm going to take the over on 12. And I was... Oh, well, it was exactly 12.
I'm insane.
No.
I'm insane, K-Bot. Pudgy Waffle.
That's pretty good.
I can just...
That's pretty good.
You just know, like...
Well,
guys like me,
know.
players like me, we just know.
Someone's got to check this guy's PC. He might be hacking.
I might be hacking. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, you'd think it would be a really, really high number, but they won so fast. Like, those first two sets, they just won so fast. And it's, like, you get surprised sometimes. You think, like, oh, we were dead that whole game, but they only got, like, 10 KOs. But it's like, oh, well, they KO'd you 10 times and scored 9 times, right? So...
I will say, that was an incredibly fast game. 15 minutes for 4 sets on Atlas's lab. That was like a breath of fresh air for me. Felt like that was a marathon of a series in the last one versus Sad Boys and Tsunami Strikers. But I was like, oh, okay, there's just KOs happening everywhere, and they'll eventually convert off of some of those KOs. And we saw that come out numerous times. You started to criticize Scyther earlier, but hey, played the Centauro incredibly well.
Well, I was criticizing a noob draft, what I thought was a weird draft position, but I was just being stupid. Scyther 12 is a beast. This guy, I mean, he has more redirects than anyone on this team, despite being the brawler. Like, you don't see that very often. It's just, like, honestly, and this is what I mean. It's like they're just EKC. Like, Scyther 12 and XCD, they're just really, really good at taking control, like, of the midfield and keeping the core up as the brawler, which is like super important. If you can keep the pressure up, just kind of like blitz through the entire offense, blitz through the opponent's midfielder. If you can be like that sort of like container for your team, then you just have so much more forward pressure than like if you're a different brawler that's just not as good at holding that core up. It's a world of difference, and this is like one of the big strengths that Bun Bun has over other teams, I think, is that Scyther 12, and it comes from not being a brawler player initially, in my opinion. Like, brawler players they think too much about scoring instead of like, how do I make this a high percentage play? How do I just contain the score until I have an opportunity? Instead of just thinking like maybe this will work. Like, Scyther 12 really digs for those right plays. Just knows like, when do I go for a lot of damage? When do I want to like go for a setup? And it's like, it's always a setup. It's never just like, maybe this will work. It's just really good containing of the core, really good just like playing correctly. And that's how it works. And we're already going to IME's app for game 2, which is Bun Bun's pick, right?
Yep, this will be Bun Bun's pick. So opting into the potential Rasmus mirror or trying to ban it away. We'll see which the option is here, or whether Oshi just decides to do it. But for that matter, I mean, we've seen both Scyther and Liari play this Rasmus. So depending on what gets banned here, I could very much see Bun Bun Bonanza sticking to a potential Rasmus pick here. only time will tell, of course, what exactly will end up happening. But to your point as well, with that Zentaro pickup, right? The ability to continue throwing out those cooldowns, keeping forward, and having that kind of awareness on the aerials pick, I think altogether is critical. But the bans come through. They are now in Mako, which means we are seeing Rasmus here, Fudgy. Kashikoma will switch over to hover that Rasmus, and it's a matter of time to decide who it will be for the side of Bunbuck.
Yeah, it's definitely Liari on Rasmus because Cypher 12 also plays Julie, and it makes sense to run the Rasmus Julie when both are up. Both are just monsters at getting KOs. Daftgrass going Atlas is kind of fallen out of favor as a goalie pick for a while. You just don't have the same forward pressure, but it's still like really solid. And we saw the character being really solid earlier. I mean, it has a 100% win rate today, I'm pretty sure, unless someone picked it in their earlier matches.
No,
it was midfield though, but we see Stagger Swagger start in Spark of Focus. It's really interesting. Stagger Swagger, it's like it feels really good to have it at the start because you just get a little bit of extra speed and you feel a little like you can't just get like damaged over and over again. But here we see, and this is something like we saw from last game, you always see IME players do, is that they'll just use their secondary to hit the person on the side of kickoff and make them send farther back, and you basically just instantly lose kickoff. And on this map, kickoff is like super important because if you can keep the core on the opponent's side more often, then it's just like you will just win the game. Even if like KOs like what so what?
Something I think we should genuinely do is like kickoffs, because I think that's something that a lot of players just don't consider, but it actually sounds at the highest level of play incredibly important, especially map dependent and dependent on what strikers you're actually playing. So that could be a cool exercise. We should do that sometime.
Yeah.
Kickoff athletic.
Yeah, for sure. I love talking about kickoffs because like me, honestly, Grimella too. We just like talk about like how do we do the kickoff here? I think we do we move our brawler to like middle on Oni? Like it's all weird, but great flip gets through like their entire team, and then it's just like it's like on this map a cool kickoff mix-up I like to do is you send both your players to the middle and you both chase down whichever side the core is on. So you have two people on your kickoff side, and then you hit it on, so you're basically guaranteed to get it onto their side, and you know they're going to try and go through the outlet on the other side, so you preemptively move there as the midfielder. It's just like there's a lot of cool things you can do like that. But
I'm going to need the X's and O's here.
Yeah.
I know you've got it in your head.
It just doesn't come out. It doesn't come out. I'm just speaking a little too fast. Yeah, it makes sense. All right. Hey, if I see the player do it, I think some of these, like I know I've seen other teams do it, so it'll be interesting. I'll call it out if I see it. But Liari gets the hook played it now and has flipped, but yeah, great save by Daftgrass. But there's only so much you can do with no cooldowns and two enemies running at you pretty quickly because you have double pummelers. So you get 30% speed, permanent slick kicks basically as soon as you get that KO. So it's something that like everyone takes. You see this start every time now. You see pummelers on both characters and Julie Rasmus. So pretty like expected start. Lilybun got the IME too. So a little bit surprising, honestly. Like that was a now Mako ban. Like the Mako ban, not as surprising, but I honestly don't think it's that good of a pick on this map. Even with like sort of the double brawler start. I also think now, like I guess I don't know, maybe it's a now goalie deny, but there's interesting stuff happening there. But 2 KOs found is going to result in a quick power play, and it's just again Daftgrass just stuck in the spot where there's just nothing you can do. So like even like honestly, even with like a sub, I don't know how much difference like Merchant could make in a situation like this, unless like was maybe a different goalie that has more forward pressure. But that's not even. It's just brawlers. It's just both forwards are just dying.
I mean, welcome to Jaime's app, right? There's a reason why Bunbud Bonanza picked this when it was left up by Oshino Flip. And this is the reason why, right? They're comfortable on this map. They know how to play it. They feel incredibly confident. And the fact that they have 2 players that regularly play these 2 strikers. I know Liari at one point basically one-tricked Rasmus, it felt like, right? While trying to sub in for other teams and the like. So certainly something that they'll all be comfortable on. We'll see, though, if Oshino Flip can start to turn things around like they were trying to in that last game, as now it's a power play opportunity for them. Kashi comes up just a little bit late. Good divine intervention there. Keeping Kashi alive, but also great collapse and team play from Bun Bun Bonanza. And now that intervention won't save Kashi this time, as the dash punch will connect from Scyther. Power play opportunity. We're in overtime now. Still in the corner. Scyther looking for the shot here towards the barrier. Can't quite find it yet. There's a fiery flurry. Deathgrass will wait it out. Liari now down to the bottom side. Scyther almost finds it versus Kashi. Now health bar chunked down to half. But it still feels like
no barriers
offense to the Bun Bun Bonanza, despite no barriers falling. Lily Bun dropped back. Now there's a glitch pop. Finds the wrong side of it, but it doesn't matter. Bounces all over the place. And now finally will hit that barrier. Gets a weird angle out of Deathgrass. Lily will save it away. Now Liari looking for Scyther off the pit. Can't find it. There's the fiery flurry. Evade will be used. Punch comes up just a little bit short. Deathgrass will be able to send it away. Once again, forward. Here we go. Scyther again. Flying Phoenix this time short, but Miri Megs will collect it. A beautiful fadeaway shot to the top corner for Scyther there. Finally, the goal gets scored. We're on to our first carousel.
Yeah, that was a mind-numbing round. Because people are just trading KOs constantly, and Knife's Edge is on the table. It should get picked up by Lilybun, in my opinion, but maybe we see like Twin Drive being taken or Team Player, and to kind of force the Atlas to deny it. But in my opinion, this Atlas deny should just be like possibly game winning for the side of Ocean no Core Flip if they know how to use it correctly. With Deathgrass, who has these momentum boots and stagger swagger, is not going to be allowed to move up to the mid line and just always have speed up there and just play as a second midfielder and kind of just keep the core on the opponent's side. And if Deathgrass can execute this like style of play, I truly think that like Ocean no Core Flip have the advantage, like despite any other awakenings taken this time, assuming people don't just randomly constantly get hooked in
bad news for you there,
2024.
Bad news.
This map's
for
been
you,
out
Fudgy.
for a while, guys. I think that maybe, just maybe, we should be expecting the hooks a little bit more and evading it a little bit more. It's hard. It is not easy. I'm not going to say it's easy, but I mean, this is NASL. You kind of got to be able to like hit evade on these dash punches, hit evade on these hooks. But great pull from Kashikoma is going to get the core flip out and put them in a good situation. Yeah, they should just get barrier there. Deathgrass, I really wish he was moving up a little bit more, but just isn't as confident against the IME. It doesn't really need to be when your teammates have double pummelers and are just going to put that in anyway.
Well done on the execution and collapse for Oshi no Core Flip. And yeah, I mean, to your point, look at how fast this guy's moving when he's in the Knife's Edge on this side. Feels like barely anything should be going to a wide angle, but nonetheless, the stuff will come through. Now on both sides, as Mirror Meg will pick up barrier versus Lilybun. Pendulum Swing from Kashikoma will collect as well. It's 2-0 up for Oshi no Core Flip right now.
Yeah, Mirror just calls out Lilybun there, like says like Lilybun moves up to try to bait out dash punch, and Mirror Meg's like gladly, and then just kind of takes the free barrier, and then Kashikoma gets a good conversion onto the score right after. But like, I honestly think I don't know, I was going to talk about how I think a good adaptation for Deathgrass to make is help out on kickoff more and just like run up to where the core is with that bonus speed to be able to help out more. But instead, he's kind of playing defensively really well, like isn't letting anything through that like shouldn't be let through, but at the same time isn't providing any like extra forward pressure. But they haven't needed it this round, especially. They are up, and it's just like, yeah, good flip. Just kind of hold it. Like Daft is just kind of playing like textbook Atlas. Played like Mako last game. It's picking maybe the hardest goalies in the game. Probably maybe because of a lack of playing the game that much. But as long as he has a good understanding of the game, we know Daft is a good player. So you don't really lose that as time goes on. So playing the simple goalies has been working out pretty well for them so far, but we'll have to see if Scyther 12 can find a goal. And he does.
Weird bounce, but nonetheless collected by the Bun Bun Bonanza, and Scyther will put it in. Trying to keep this equal, and yeah, I mean, again, I don't think Deathgrass has played all that much, right? But even when he was playing, and when he was playing in the goalie slot, I'm pretty sure it was mostly this Atlas. So doubt there's a lot of flexibility here. When one champion gets banned away, you've got to go to your other striker. KO comes through here. Another power play opportunity. Pummeler speed, active once more. We'll fall back for a moment. Lilybun finds the cyber swipe away. Now looking for the passes, but Liari will intercept and they'll buy enough time for Scyther to come back online. Now, looking to exchange some of those stagger bars. Now, trying to keep it close to that angle, but Firewall Sentry will help Lilybun get it away. Scyther now looking towards here. One expanse already used now by Daftgrass, and now that barrier will fall. Liari's Whiplash comes up just shy. Lilybun keeps it forward, but Mirimeg will collect. Another power play opportunity. Here comes the speed once more. As Lily buys a bit more time. Pendulum swing. Beautiful pass from Mirimeg up around that corner. Perfect position for that pendulum swing to fall.
I mean, honestly, I was about to say there's just no way to score this goal because like you can't really score on someone with flip in the 2v1 with no dash punch, or ult to like block that off from Julie. But I was just proven wrong immediately, and the reward is extra special coming to Rasmus. Now it's also denying IME. Pro Rasmus at the end might get like aerials if you're a real one, if you're a knower. Or put a prize fighter out. Oh, this is insane. I thought someone was going to take prize fighter. I thought prize fighter over demo would be taken in this draft. But instead, it's fallen all the way down. And now, I mean, Liari has like a sick win condition now. Like every time you get a hook, you're just like stacking it up. And people are getting hooked and people are getting dash punched. Even if you get an assist on the dash punch, you're getting a little bit more damage coming through. But there we go. We see another Celestial Intervention help out the team. And honestly, Mirimeg, I kind of just want Mirimeg to use these dash punches to get more barriers and to go for more KOs sometimes. But there, it just worked out really, really well. Walked it in, waited, like made sure, like didn't let Lilybun get like a free clear. Just like, just wait. Just strike second, you know? Striking second's really good in this game.
It's not easy. It's
really
not
is.
easy, right? Patience
Sometimes
is a virtue, though. It's only easy when you've got it in your own head, right? You're walking with it. You go, okay, I am definitely going to wait on this one. It's not easy when you're just thinking you want to play the game and you know, continue to go for it. But the patience is required at this level of play. What's also required is holds like this now on the Bun Bun Bonanza power play. Well done from Mirimeg and Daftgrass, both combined to keep that one out of the net. Mirimeg still low on the top side of the map. Doesn't look like anyone's going for him. And it does look like the core will get away even just for a moment, though Strike War lost by Kachikoma gets it up to Scyther. Was Liari. Couldn't find it there. Now maybe turn around here. Kashi sends it back into this corner, finds the barrier, looking for the pass up to Mirimeg, has the dash punch, but won't get too far forward enough. Now Daftgrass, Energy Burst, keeps it away from Scyther for a moment. Well, Liari's Pendulum Swing sends it right through Kachikoma. Glitch Pop saves for Lilybun. A little bit ahead of herself there on that clear, and it gets another opportunity for Oshino core flip. There's the projection, sends it back. Primary is exchanged by both goalies. Keeping this core out of the net on both sides. Now this time, Lilybun dives in as a player falls off. Liari looking for the dribble off the wall. Can't find it there either. Now it's down to the bottom corner. Well done. Finally, the pressure mounts, and they've exhausted all the cooldowns out of Daftgrass. Bun Bun Bonanza finds the equalizer.
No, honestly, Oshino Corflip get really complacent at the end there. Mirimeg, I mean, he really just needed to kind of find a spot where Mirimeg could get a dash punch or something in to score that. But instead, like, especially because that's how you have to play with two open barriers. Okay, yeah, 3 people in the corner. What are you going to do, Daftgrass? But instead, like, they kind of, Mirimeg walks backwards to try and kill Scyther 12 and gets immediately punished for it. And then Kashikoma, who moves up to try to replace Mirimeg's spot, gets immediately hooked and also punished for it. So, like, really, just like, again, like, okay, well, hey, that's good. Mirimeg spawns and just says instantly dash punches for a KO. But also, Lilybun has found this clear every single time it's been available through the bottom there. Daftgrass hasn't shown the ability or the confidence to consistently go for that clear either. So we're not sure. I'm not sure if it's in Daftgrass's like repertoire at all, or if it's just there hasn't been a situation yet where Daft thought it was worth going for. But it's just it's been a little bit harder, and still, like, again, just like less forward pressure. Lilybun is able to hold it down just as well with less like defensive tools, and it's just more offensive tools. And you kind of need to find some equalizer for that. And I do think seeing, like, especially like on these power plays, like Daft need, like, if Daft can move up and find more pressure, like things can go a little bit better for them. But instead, we're in the corner once again. Lilybun goes for that up clear, but isn't going to find it this time. And now let's see if they can convert. Yeah, I did jinx it.
That's all your fault, Fudgy.
Well, hey.
Oshi Fudgy Waffles, by the way.
Fudgy Waffles. Maybe soon, but wow. Yeah.
Beautiful.
All right.
Done. Well done by Liari. Did have 3 prize fighter stacks that set, which I was trying to find an opportunity to mention, but you wouldn't quite let me. And Liari will pick up MVP on that last draft. Specialized training comes online for this Rasmus of the Bun Bun Bonanza. It feels like that might be all she wrote for this one. But
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a chatter, but specialized training, yeah, like, hey, I've lost games with specialized training, Rasmus. So, you know, anyone can. It really isn't, like, what makes it so good is now you get to pull it backwards. I'm saying me being the, you know, the GOAT. So
but
it's
have
just like
you,
anyone can, you know?
Have you lost with Pummeler's prize fighter specialized on Imy's app, Rasmus?
I've lost with Knife's Edge specialized training in a NASA game. And So. But, I mean, hey, you can go watch that game on Sundays. Come check out NASA. But that's not right now. It's really like, it's dependent, because even though you have like really good trainings, like it depends if you can find opportunities to use this specialized training, because again, like people should just be evading your long pulls, but what's so good about spec is now you have the opportunity to pull them behind like this. Like, thank you, Liari, for showing exactly what I'm talking about, is that you can now just walk up to people if they're too close to the middle or to a wall and just pull them back. You can also use your secondary to slow them for a bit to line it up for yourself too. So it's just like getting that extra option to find KOs. You basically have like reverse dash punch now always available to you. And that's the biggest thing about getting specialized training. Almost gets another one on Demiri Meg there, but not quite. And might get KO'd soon too and lose a prize fighter stack, but nope. Scyther 12 going to bail Liari out there and get the goal.
Finds the goal there, now 2 away for the Bun Bun Bonanza. To your point, of course, things are only going to get more difficult from here. Liari has not gotten KO'd since picking up that prize fighter Awakening, and now another barrier falls. Scyther almost collects the core there. Now Mirimeg actually find the barrier on the other side as well. Passed up. Glitch Pop will interrupt things for a moment. There's the Firewall Sentry. Covers nearly the entire map. Scyther looking for the dribble. The expanse is used from Daft Grass. Still has an energy burst and will use it there to send it away. Liari looking for Scyther once more. There's the core flip again. The Daft Grass is ready. Mirimeg will pick up a KO, this time versus Liari, minimizing prize fighter stacks, and now will send the goal in himself. Thanks to Kashi picking up that other KO there. 1-1 here now in set 4.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how, like, it really can just go both ways any given point. Which isn't a good sign if you're the one who picked the map, to be honest. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter either way. I shouldn't have said that. It's just really like, it's just strange that, like, both teams can just randomly find these KOs. Like, usually you expect one team to just be better at it. Like, one team to just kind of step up and be able to, like, avoid getting KO'd as much. But instead, it's just a quick power play into a quick point for Ocean to core flip this round.
But it's a Julie Rasmus mirror match on Imy's app, Fudgy. If there's, like, one that is more like, this is just going to be something that both teams can win and execute on, it would be this one, I would think.
I guess that's true. I don't know. I think I'm a little... I think, like, both teams are playing a little strange this game. But, yeah, great play there. Like, it's the same thing. These rounds are going so fast. It's whoever finds a pick. Yep. If someone just kind of caught lacking, and it's just someone getting caught lacking. It's not, like, a crazy outplay or a crazy checkmate situation. It's just people that are, like, not 100% focused and, like, don't see that, like, don't have a good enough eye on Rasmus, or a good enough eye on Julie. But this time, you know, they're really honing in because they really got to win this point. They do not want to go to set 5 if you are Bun Bun Bonanza, but that pick might be what sells it here. Mirimeg has flip in front of the net.
Looking for it again on the power play opportunity. Has the flip. There it is. Used. And will find Lilybun, but not the goal. Scyther has to try to find a way to hold. Liari's back online. Whiplash is there to send it away, but the forward to the net cannot hold. And we're heading to a set 5 as Oshino core flip is able to execute.
Yeah, maybe this is the map. Maybe Oshi needed a map like this, like you said before. Exactly what you were saying before. Is that, like, they just have, like, they have the ability to, like, play equal with this team because of how, like, it doesn't matter if they don't have that goalie synergy anymore, because they just have, this map is all about the forwards and how they can perform and how they can get the picks and how they can execute on those picks. And 1-2 punch going to Juliet is going to be something really good for that as well. This is a really interesting spot if you're Erasmus, Now, this is okay. We're gonna see the spark getting taken, but I'm telling you, you go among titans with specialized training prize fighter pummelers, and you're just so small. You're so hard to hook, and you can just run up behind people and pull them into the wall, and they just never expect it. I've done this in one ranked game, so it has to be good, K-Bot. I'm telling you.
Okay. Mary Meg had an interesting decision there. Did kind of have to pick up the 1-2 punch to prevent Scyther from getting it, but now has 2 sparks, heavy impact 1-2 punch with pummelers. So this potential area for the dash punch effectiveness has grown immensely in size compared to the built different with the pummelers for Scyther 12 on the other side. So Mary Meg, potential opportunity to find a lot more KOs here as time progresses. See whether or not Bun Bun can get this goal as Lily Bun goes forward with the Firewall Sentry. And indeed, Scyther will strike it in. Leori finds the Death Touch to take care of Miri Meg for just a moment. That's a prize fighter stack. And Scyther will be looking for the dribble here. Can't quite find the execution. One more time, maybe. No, not this time. As a flip is used to send it away. And Kashi is going to pull Leori back. Miri Meg will find a KO on the backside, though. Another power play opportunity. This time, though, for Oshido core flip. Good evade from Kashikoma. Away from the death touch of Leori, and now Lilybun finds the clear angle. Up to Leori, who will send it around. Lilybun forward, uses the energy burst. Can't find the goal. Now Leori pulled back by the death touch of Kashikoma, who's doing a great job at interrupting things here, but it doesn't matter because Scyther has come through with the Flying Phoenix. 2 goals away once more for the Bun Bun Bonanza.
And I want to address some attention to this Lily Bun build we currently have. This is kind of gone under the radar. It's really insane build. You have Team Player, which is just like all you need to be for like as a goalie defensive awakening. And then you have Super Surge, Missile Prop, Deadeye. So you're doing insane damage from across the map. Now your Missile Prop makes it so your ult, you don't have to use your, you don't have to dash and then ult if you want to ult defensively, because you're already reaching the entire map with just your ult. But hey, you still can do it if you want and get a free KO. And Akashi Koma is staggered as well. Like, this should be over unless Akashi Koma is able to find something. But look how fast Scyther 12 putting in the has been increasing that mile time, has been running it quite a bit. And whoa, what a shot! Yeah, that was insane. Like, it just waits for that, hits it perfectly at the end of that Juliet ulti. And then, just great play. Just great play there. Now, Bun Bun Bonanza are 1 away. Liari uses specialized training, and it might be over.
That's 3 prize fighter stacks already for Liari. And the Bun Bun Bonanza are looking to close this match out here. Looking to redeem themselves after their crushing loss versus Core Overflow last week. Looking here now versus Oshido Core Flip. And going forward again. Scyther looking for another KO. Can't find it there. Kashi will pull back the core with that touch. Not finding anyone else. And now, passing plays and the possession kept up here for the Bun Bun Bonanza, though Kashi is winning some of these strike wars versus Scyther. Datgrass down to Mary Meg. Larry with the pendulum swing. Gut checking the goalie back again. Pass comes out again. Here's Liari. Death touch. Beautifully done. Has that increased effectiveness on the pull in rather than the pull from the other side. And now the energy burst is going to come out of Scyther to secure the match. Bun Bun Bonanza will take the victory over Oshinoko.
Yep, and just as we expected it, in a quick 2, well, I don't know, no one expected that. It was honestly, I'm impressed generally by how Oshi played today. Once again, I mean, last week, again, like you said, they played really well. They had a great performance against Demon's Raw. This time they come in with a sub who maybe hasn't been playing the game that much, who played really well, pretty well, was able to hold it down in most situations and just kind of play the Atlas to the extent they needed to. But look at these KOs. Miri Meg versus Liari here, both rocking the 12 KOs, and then really only 2 more KOs total on the side of Bun Bun Bonanza, but just the conversion rate being high enough, just that much higher enough, and Lily Bun able to provide that much more forward pressure with 6 assists to really make those KOs matter. And that's what kind of what matters on those kinds of maps. It doesn't really, like, even if you're able to hold it down, even if you're able to prevent a few KOs with your Celestial Intervention, I do truly think that these eject goalies that have more forward pressure tend to matter more. Even if the forwards pretty much went even that game in a lot of ways, it didn't matter as much when, like, you just have a third forward.
and what percentage of the time, right, was Lilybun using or setting up those firewall sentries in order to create space for those goals to go in, right? To continue adding fuel to the fire in order to make sure that things could go in. As you mentioned, Javgras picked up that knife's edge early. You were hoping that he'd go a little bit further forward, but couldn't quite do it. Didn't quite feel comfortable getting all the way there. And sometimes that is enough to make the difference when your goalie can't just sit at the midfield line and continue passing things forward because you're afraid something might fall back behind you. So hats off there. Of course, still think Oshino Coreflip played decently well, but Bonbon Bonanza was a better team tonight.
Yeah, even in game one, where it was a lot more of a bun sided game, like there were some great moments, like of playing around in that Mako era X comp, really like making this X 1v9 like work, like really supporting their X really well, and just allowing Mirabeg to just kind of walk up and take all the parries and score. There was that one set where they were doing it really, really well, and that's how they just completely won the set completely. So, and then this, like again, like in this round, they were looking even, and they were winning some of those sets, bringing it to a set 5. It's generally a good look. You probably feel okay if you're Oshino Coreflip. This was a very important game for playoffs implications because every game is a very important game for playoffs implications. But I mean, hey, if you're playing this well right now, like you're kind of telling people like, hey, like don't underrate us. Like if Merchant comes back too, and if Merchant decides also like, hey, you know what, let's win this and like start grinding the game more, get back to maybe like, I mean, hey, the top 3 goalie in season 2, right, was voted All Pro. Like along with some other really great players, like some really, really great players, voted All Pro. Merchant, Merchant, Ken definitely has it in him, and Kashi and Miramag are looking better than ever. So keep your eyes on Oshi.
Could just be the season warm-up thing again, as Oshi climbed last season. Perhaps so too. They will climb in season 3. But folks, we've got one more match tonight for you. It's Last Call versus the Bozo Bunch. Don't go anywhere. That match is coming on the other side of this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the North American Strikers League Season 3, Week 2. What's up, everybody? My name is Tech with a period at the end, so you can corestrike.gg me. Today, I am joined with none other than Brickbat. Brick, how are you doing today?
I am doing fantastic after some very interesting series, some very cool to watch series. We're finally wrapping out the day with Last Call versus Bozo Bunch. Of course, these two teams, 2 out of the 3 teams in the Last Call Bozo Era's Kitten Club, like trifecta, like the kind of the middle of the power rankings, Ouroboros. Kind of what's going on. Basically, the lore behind it is that Last Call never loses to Bozo Bunch in a series. Bozo Bunch never loses to EKC in a series, and EKC never loses to Last Call in a series. So I think that going into this, Borg, Frightfully Fresh, and Hook Resets have to be very, very confident. But with Moffin Coey being kind of the X factor on as substituting in today, I think anything's possible. This guy is an absolute beast. I mean, we saw in the patch notes Kazan Goalie being the more problematic one for Odyssey Interactive, and I think this guy is almost single-handedly responsible for bringing those numbers up. But it's actually going to be, as soon as I say that, bit of a caster's curse. It's going to be a Kazan ban from the side of Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough, right? If you hear someone's that good at Kazan, just get them out of the game, man. Try to stay alive, especially on a map like Atlas Lab where you can just hit that center and explode off any direction that you want. Very kill-heavy map, and we'll see on the right side here, X, Rasmus, and Era. We'll see if that Era and X in that midfield, in that forward, is going to be able to rack up so many damage and so many damage. Yeah, that's the word. So much damage, so many KOs. You know, that's what we typically see, especially out of a team like Bozo Bunch. But here we go, right off the start. Starting Awakenings are going to be Egoist, and who even cares what the other one is? All 6 players opting for Egoist. You know, fair enough.
Yeah, and I think when it's an Egoist start, getting your flip is so powerful. You get so much move speed for so long with it that I think one player to be watching over the course of this game is going to be I. They are self-professed one of the best Era NATOers in the game, and Era NATOs, when used well, can blow a lot of those evades that will be very, very crucial for getting that energy advantage this game. So going into that, I really, really want to see how Muncher uses his tornadoes, how I uses his tornadoes to make sure that Drop Leto and Muffin Corey have that energy advantage. And already we're going to see some stuff coming out swinging with Muffin Corey already getting a Death Touch KO.
Yeah, Drop Leto lit a ton there, and somehow Frightfully Fresh manages to scoop that core out of their barrier every single time. 3 incredible saves from them, as now it's a big power play on the side of Last Call, and looking up, the barrier finally drops on the side of Bozo Bunch, looking to strike it through. Hook resets, not able to get it, but Drop Leto staggered, low HP, and they are moving up the field here, and we see the core just stuck in the side of Last Call. Somehow I and Drop Leto so much control as they finally take that second barrier, looking for the last one now. Both sides have nothing to their name, and Drop Leto shoots it bottom corner. The first goal goes to the side of Bozo Bunch.
And Drop Leto positioning perfectly to intercept the kind of the bounce of the core off the top side bumper, which, you know, when you're a brawler player, knowing when that's going to end up is a very, very good skill to have, and Drop Leto proving that, you know, even though Brawler gets the rep of being the kind of the brain dead role, it's still a lot of positioning. It's still a lot of thought going into it. But already, I mean, it's only set 1 and we're seeing so many stagger bars already. I'm a little worried about how the rest of the game's going to go.
Yeah, I mean, if they're KOing like this, we might not even see Egoist being used that much, as another player taken out again, this time all the way through Last Call's net. Around the world to try to take it, and the perfect flip from Muffin Coey there. A nice save to keep it out of the barrier, and somehow Drop Leto and Muffin keep that last barrier alive. Bozo Bunch is locking it down in the defense, looking to pass up field as another player goes off the field. Somehow the save, but also the KO. Hook resets, has to 1v3, and it's not going to be enough when you go up against Drop Leto. A nice attempt there from Hook resets, but an even better strike war win there.
Yeah, and I had the spiel. I got on my soapbox for the Egoist start and how important that was. And we saw our first proc there from Frightfully Fresh, of which he used it and immediately died afterwards. So maybe it won't have as big of a impact as I thought it would be. But I mean, we do see Borg and Hook resets as well as the entirety of Bozo Bunch racking up that energy. So maybe we'll see a little bit of an Ego Bonanza coming up soon. But we'll see if anyone dies in the interim.
Yeah, nice Molten Bolt there to take that last barrier, but we see it happen all too often where as soon as last call gets all the barriers, look at that death touch there, managing to keep it safe. Muffin all the way up with the core flip, has to kind of throw it away, and no one there to pass it up to as Dropletto was KO'd. Borg looking for the pass to Hook resets, but not able to find it, dribbling in front of the net for as long as they can. The Zentaro ult not able to force it through, and once again it goes back to the side of last call.
Muffin Curry already showing up, despite being a substitute, the resident NASA goalie that's been subbing in, usually being the traditional goalie for Plink Plonk, but already he's been looking so great right now, as we already see an exchange of flips, and wow, an excellent bounce. It makes a demon angle from Frightfully Fresh, earning the side of last call their first point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you don't even need abilities. You just need a core flip and a great angle. A nice find there from Frightfully Fresh, keeping themselves alive in this first set. I mean, Bozo Bunch is up 2-1, but things can change in the blink of an eye, especially with awakenings like Egoist, especially with all the KOs coming out of these two different teams. And look at the save from Frightfully Fresh, somehow making that Feeny ability to work as Borg just takes both the barriers.
Yeah, an excellent play already from the side of last call. I mean, they're playing so disciplined right now, I feel like. And oh, what an excellent pass! Going down to Borg from Hook resets, evening up this set. And I mean, I was just talking about that before that goal, but I think that the single aspect that characterizes last call is discipline. I mean, this is the oldest team by age average by a good margin, and you know what? When you don't have the same reflexes that you used to, you gotta play smart, and that's the one thing that Borg, Hook resets, and Frightfully Fresh are all so good at doing. They know how to respond to each situation perfectly. And I think a good foil for that in this game is actually Muffin Koi. You can't mix this guy up. I've actually had the great opportunity to play against Muffin Curry a lot in solo queue, and this guy is an absolute mechanical beast. And oh my gosh, as I say that though, Muncher, not wanting to be outdone, is actually just sending out so many tornadoes, doing so much damage, does the double KO!
Oh man, the whole side of last call just explodes through the goal box as Borg has to sit there and watch the core shot in the bottom of the net. Bozo Bunch taking the set here finally, and Dropletto credited with MVP. Look at these awakenings too. I feel like 1-2 punch is pretty strong, but you seeing any other ones that might be great for these strikers?
Yeah, I mean, every time Rapid Fire comes up on a carousel, it's definitely something that you want to keep track of. It does fall in the hands of Frightfully Fresh, who already looked dangerous in the first set on that Finny, and will only be more dangerous as time goes on. And Prime Time is also there, a good deny, and a good pickup for the Drakkar as well for the side of Hook resets, which means that Timeless does fall to I. Now, it's not exactly like the make or break awakening on Era, but it's certainly more than helpful. That extra size on the tornado allows you to have more pressure with that. So at the end of the day, I don't think anyone's too upset. In fact, Borg even is able to get that potential spark scaling going, which could force a bad deny later on in the game. So good game plan coming out from both teams, I think.
Yeah, definitely have to agree with you there, as you probably know better than I do, but here we go. Hook resets looking for the shot, almost finding a Dropletto this time is the one staggered. I mean, we've seen how aggressive they play, just running all the way into the battle. And look at that, the beautiful combo there from Borg to KO Dropletto off the top. And now it's I and Muffin Koi. They have to try and save this here. Borg looking for the pass, but not coordinated enough as they weren't sure where they were, but enough Zentaro spam will get the job done. Using that ult, Borg putting it away for the first goal this set. And, you know, it's not that difficult, especially when you have a ton of cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the thing to look out for right now is we're going to be seeing an Egoist proc here on Borg right now, and another one coming up soon for Fresh and Reset. So if they're not able to get damage pressure down to the side of last call, then they're going to be at a severely disadvantaged state. But as I say that, actually, it's going to be a double barrier taken down from the side of last call. They're going to be losing their barriers. And ooh, flip comes up for Borg.
Ooh, and this time the goalie doing it themselves. Frightfully Fresh credited with that KO there. makes things that much easier for their forward as Freshly Fresh creeping out, trying to pass it to the forwards. Borg manages to get it up somehow. Not quite sure how they'd manage that one, but so many abilities this time. Muffin Koei slammed through the back of the net. The KO coming out. And now, here we go, looking for more people. Beautiful save, but the dunk with the Molten Bolt from Hook Resets, making it work. And look at this. Things have turned for the Tide of Last Call.
Yeah, and honestly, the coverage from the entire side of Last Call, I mean, mwah, like artwork. I mean, that was so beautiful. They look so coordinated. They look like they all knew exactly what they were doing. They were on, I mean, the same exact page. They were reading each other like they were at the Last Call library, checking each other out. And I mean, that's the type of play you expect to see from that team. And when they're going like that, I mean, what can you do? I mean, they're just looking like beasts right now.
They are looking like beasts, and there's a double barrier. Borg looking to put this one in, but the spin from Dropletto just keeping it long enough. And I think LC might actually stand for a library card, and Bozo Bunch is going to have to pick one up if they need to read these plays. This time, dribbling to themselves up in the corner, but not able to make it work. This time, Muffin Koei sending it back to themselves as finally the second barrier drops. Does have the core flip, will make the save easier, but we've seen so many KOs coming out from Last Call, looking for the shot, almost read off the Atlas wall. Borg shoots it, the ult from Muffin Koei, somehow keeping them alive as Frightfully Fresh passing it up to the midfielders for one more attempt, but Borg from downtown Zentaro Dash sends it to the bottom.
Yeah, that's a nice little set over for Last Call. And actually, while looking at this draft, I mean, it was really good from Last Call. Like let's not, let me be clear. That was an amazing play from all of them. But I mean, some of the saves we saw from Muffin Koei, and I need to finish my solo queue, talk about it. I don't think you could mix this guy up. This guy will pass every single reaction check that you throw at him, and he'll do it fine, which he did so many times. I mean, he made so many godly saves against the coordinated plays of Last Call. But I think there's a flip side to it. This guy burns bright, and he burns very short, which I think what I'm trying to say is that he could sometimes implode. He could do the goalie implosion, but that will cost you that double barrier or that easy goal or something. Like, he's very vulnerable to doing that. He hasn't found that kind of that top level consistency. But at the same time, I don't think I've seen a player pass reaction checks like he has. Maybe like he's up there in terms of just from sheer reaction speed and knowing how to handle high intensity situations.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's only so much you could do when Last Call isn't looking to reaction check you. They're looking to checkmate you in all of these situations, which we're seeing right now. I mean, look at the game state right now for the side of Bozo Bunch. They're low and they're just feeling staggered all the time. They're not getting any egoist procs because they're forced to dodge all the time. I mean, look at Borg. He's just running around the map. An angry little man right now, flip after flip after flip, and boom, bada bing, pow. He gets into the goal just like that.
I mean, most of the lapses in defense you've seen from Muffin Koei are because they've saved it 2-3 times in a row, and the fourth one finally goes through, or they're dead. There's really no other option in which we've seen the core go in the net, and you know, that's something to keep in mind. And despite all of that, Last Call somehow making it work, somehow putting in the effort and the beautiful teamwork to make it work. There we go. Borg once again getting that top barrier. Dropletto flying around, being the gnat and the thorn in Bozo Bunch's side. Here we go. Freshly Fresh loses the barrier there. A little bit of a misplay, but we'll see if it matters here. All these strikers pushing forward. Freshly Fresh with that egoist, able to just run all the way upfield as Borg using so many cooldowns, but has to get it past the iron wall of Muffin Koei. Not able to yet as Hook Resets taken off the map, but a beautiful core flip does drop that second barrier. And now things are scary here.
Yeah, definitely here. As right now, we do see Hook Resets finally coming on, and a good strike shot from Fresh is actually going to be clearing it out, as now Muncher has a 1v1 opportunity, not going to capitalize on it, but Muffin Koei with the egoist proc can make some offensive plays here should he get his hands on the core. The flip does come out, but I mean, Last Call there, but it doesn't even matter. Ping-ponging back and forth will go the way of Dropletto, and that's going to be evening up the set 1-1.
Yeah, X is just too big to strike it past in that sense, and Bozo Bunch picks one up this set, evening things out. But look at the kickoff. Look at how many abilities come out so quickly in order to keep it on one side. And, you know, getting it past that little gravity well is so hard. And Dropletto just core flips in front of the net. He does not care and will put it right past you. The absolute disrespect from Dropletto.
I mean, there's no other. That was crazy. That was insane from Dropletto. I mean, he made the entirety of last call look goofy for about 3 minutes there, and I mean that's the type you want. You know, the type of play you see from Bozo Bunch. I mean, just insane plays like that. I mean, Dropletto is so stylish on that X, and Moff Curry, of course, holding it down right now. Borg trying to preserve his flip, but we'll see if he eventually will blow it. There it goes.
Oh, an interesting little mix-up to pass it up. And we see so many of these micro plays coming out from both teams where it's just very small mix-ups that somehow make it work. Just like we saw Dropletto last time, and already back to being aggressive after they were KO'd immediately with the X Maximus, trying to punch it through. Instead, losing almost all of their health, has to evade and will be sent off the bottom there. Once again, a power play for last call, and the core flip not working out. I has to fall back and save that one as Borg and Hook resets are going to try to pass it to each other forward here, but off the gravity well in the center. The second barrier will go down. Freshly Fresh trying to stall it till the very end as the dash just not connecting for Dropletto. But look at the use of abilities from Muff and Koei is, ooh, the core flip coming out to save that beautiful shot there. And things are moving so quick. Will the ult be enough? It will not on the goal line. Muffin Koei making another save. This is so consistent and so suppressive coming out from this side here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Borg's going for mix-ups, but Moffin's reading all of them. I mean, like I said, you cannot mix this guy up. The only way that you're going to get goals is like that. I mean, getting yourself in the position where you're center of the net and you have to make him take the 50-50, where you checkmate him like that. I mean, Moffin is, I think, playing so well right now, and I mean, I think that's reflected in the stat line. It's a completely even game. Is wow, all of a sudden Muncher coming out with a flip and a NATO.
Yeah, exactly. And look at that. How do you save that? It is touching the circle. Like, I don't understand. Maybe it's I don't even know. This guy has zero ping and a genius brain as somehow both barriers finally going down. The only way to take them is if Muffin Koei is not in the net, and Borg trying to pass it forward. Dropletto doing a little ego check there. Frightfully Fresh pushed up so far, but somehow manages to save it as the pass up to Borg with the core flip, shoots it through, and last call takes the third set here, and one more is all they need to take this first game.
Yeah, and I think a pretty critical set win. I mean, we might see I mean, there it is, the super surge there for Borg. It was like, you know, as you get farther along the draft with no super surge drop, the likelihood of it popping up only increases, and there it is, it eventually triggers. And I think Frightfully Fresh also finds himself in a perfect position to deny the cast to last away from the Era and the X, which might be a very big pickup. There we go, and now it looks like the side of Bozo Bunch are kind of not getting their best. They're not feasting on scraps per se. X and Era will always find tradings that are good for them, but they're not getting the game-changing scaling that the comp is known for, and that's going to be a little bit of trouble coming into this. And when you see an X-Era win the first set, I mean, you kind of like throw your hands up in the air and be like, oh, well, we're losing, you know, first round to the scaling comp. That's really bad for us. But, I mean, it looks like last call is bringing it back. It looks like we're seeing the game state that we've come to know and love from X-Era, you know, down here on set 4 looking to make the comeback.
Yeah, and you know, another player, if we're talking about absolute standouts in this game, Borg, seems like it's Muffin Koei's kryptonite. So many cooldowns and just the ability to win Strike War after Strike War and somehow take these barriers is what's so important. And look at this, Dropletto once again brought to such low HP. The Era buff keeping him alive for a little bit longer, but not long enough. Dropletto finally sent off the back, and Muffin Koei just buying his time, knows he can strike it past and ends up almost getting the barrier, but finally will after that ult there. And Dropletto respawns at the perfect time to save that. What absolute textbooks play coming out here from Bozo Bunch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is coming down to the wire here. We are in set 4, 0-0 in overtime, and we'll see if Dropletto and Muncher can get enough control of the core. I mean, oh my gosh, Rightfully Fresh. a Lion save, but Dropleto's gonna have one more opportunity here. No, it's gonna get denied away from Borg. The Bell Ringer comes out. Hook resets, not getting control of the core, but Fresh is there to cover now. Borg dribbling off Black Hole in the center, sends a pass up to Hook resets, not finding him, trying to find any sort of hole in the armor left by Moff and Koei, but it's just not being found. This man is holding.
How are these goalies locking it down? It seems unwinnable as finally the goal goes in off a core flip, has all 3 players, and absolutely ridiculous. If that's what it takes to get a goal in, I am glad I'm not in this match.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw like 4 flips come out in like 2 seconds. I mean, the core was going fast already, and all of a sudden it just accelerated to light speed, and now all of a sudden it's going to be Bozo Bunch. Of course, they still have that comeback to make, but they're going to find themselves advantage on the set right now. I mean, again, look at those energy bars, look at those Egoist procs, see who has the play-making potential, and right now, it's actually kind of dead even actually looking at it. Everyone's got about 2 bars.
Yeah, and I see Dropleto's getting targeted so much by Borg and Hook resets, and of course, rightfully Fresh, who's able to put out so much damage with that Castellas picked up from last set. Have to be happy about that one, as X can say smoke for the longest time, but it doesn't even matter. Dropleto just strikes it right through the barrier, and now has the Egoist, has the core flip, burns it, unfortunately. Won't be able to capitalize off that, as Mafakoi trying to set up their forwards, looking for anything they can do to hold on to this one barrier. They want to be up in this set here, and they already are. Borg to counter, core flip finds the barrier, and now things are scary for Muffin as they have to try to get it up, but Dropleto strikes it through, wins the strike war against Frightfully Fresh, and Bozo Bunch go up 2-0.
Yeah, and you know what? Bozo Bunch, I think it was an interesting. I'm doing a bit of chatting, but last call, they are known for making these textbook plays, for playing honest, for playing their game, and for beating you by putting you in bad situations, which the game state allows. You know, theory, crafting, and all that. Bozo Bunch is about magic. Bozo Bunch is the team that plays around extremely chaotic situations very, very well. Like I said, Moff and Koei, you can't reaction check this guy. You can't mix up this guy. And if that chaos is allowed to thrive, and you know teams start panicking like last call, and you know it's gonna be Bozo's side. You know it's gonna be a Bozo sweep, and that's what we saw this set as we get into set 5 here. Moff and Koei earning a well-deserved MVP as we get into this draft here, and there's an interesting mix here. I mean, there's the heavy impacts, which Demolition is also very good for the Rasmus goalie, very infamous, but I think it might be a heavy impact tonight. Yep, we see that. I mean, that's just so much damage for the Zentaro. Quick Strikes is good. You cannot deny the Chrono Boost as a Zentaro, really, especially since you have the dash training already in Super Surge, but it's actually going to look like Muncher doesn't even care about that, or I doesn't even care about that. They're going to be picking up the Monumentalist instead, which means that, this is an interesting draft. I mean, this Deadeye and Feeney is also going to be very, very scary, and the heavy impacts, no slouch on any Rasmus at any Rasmus in any position. The cooldowns are so useful because you almost always hit 2 things with your primary and secondary. So getting that extra cooldown, not to mention the extra damage. I mean, Borg already being on the the end of that as well. But as I say that, it's gonna be Dropleto the side of the Finny caliber sniper.
Yeah, that thing is an absolute laser, and look at the size of that as it comes out. The Monumentalist Timeless era there is going to be sending out absolute semi-trucks of these Maelstroms here, and look at the damage coming out. Dropleto, even though he's buffed, will go off the bottom, taken out. An absolute massive amount of damage coming out from the last call team, but finally that second barrier goes down, looking to strike it through, but doesn't have that midfield support, as now Dropleto's back up and trying to save things. The core flip from Borg, sending it to the top corner. Checkmate, as there's not much you can do about that. But set 5 on game 1, I mean, what more can you ask for these 2 teams?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this is the point where that X era is its scariest. I mean, this X is just swinging away. The era is sending out Shrink Ray and NATO after Shrink Ray after NATO. But despite all that, I mean, Borg and Hook resets are absolutely, I mean, they're just killing them over and over and over again. And we're about to see another Egoist proc come out with Borg, but it's gonna be I actually winning that flip off, getting that one barrier, and whoa, Dropleto just comes back swinging.
Oh my gosh, no time wasted as Dropletto knew what he wanted to do. Immediately Borg taken off the map, which is going to make things easier, and somehow Dropletto not able to strike it through immediately on low HP, and Borg almost does the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many katanas and beams and hooks and guns, you know, flying around. I mean, look at this! Moffin just had his entire health bar just decimated in half a second by a single Finny thing, and he might have to pay for it with his life. Oh no! Actually call an ambulance, but it's gonna be for Borg instead now, Frightfully Fresh. Electing to use that flip. The flip comes out for Dropletto, and there it goes into the bottom corner. The Finny not able to react to that in time, and now on set 5, we have an evened up set.
Yeah, Dropletto is the thorn in Frightfully Fresh's side right now, who's using this Feeny ability to the perfect, like, it's an absolute masterclass coming out of defense from them. I mean, I haven't seen too many Feeny goalies, especially, you know, on a map like this, but when you do see someone as good as Frightfully Fresh, it's frightful.
Absolutely, and when I played in Seraphim, I did have the opportunity to play with a Finny goalie, shout out Yachie, but I mean, when the big thing about Finny goalies who are inexperienced is that they are very bad on the defense, but once you know how to use that Finny tool as well, you could actually be a little bit of a wall. It might not necessarily be an iron wall, but you could be an aluminum wall on basically what is the most offensive character in the game. And I mean, look at that! I mean, Frightfully Fresh is holding it down right now.
Ooh, and Borg with a nice shot. This time blocked away, though. Does have the core flip, so Bozomunch has to make sure it does not go to Borg upfield as I try to make it work. Borg flipping, though. Does a nice job relieving some pressure, and somehow it stays alive, but not for long. So this time, I pushing up, and things are scary. Somehow, Frightfully Fresh finding that one. The hook does come out, though. Muffin Cully has the core flip, is moving so quickly, and Dropletto once again KO'd out of the goal. And Borg and Hook Resets have to make the right play here. The core flip saves things on the side of Bozobunch, and Hook Reset looking for the Molten Bolt, not able to find it. This time cut off, and Muffin Cully doing such a good job at stopping these plays before they happen. Passing it up to the midfield, and things are scary. There's so much room, and Borg with the double tap, sending it into the top of the net, and we're on match point for game number 1.
Yeah, and Borg, absolute clutch factor right there. Bozobunch might be a team of magic, but Borg has a little bit of, he has a few tricks up his own sleeve as well. As now a good Finny primary actually going to set Bozobunch back a little bit. I mean, look at Dropletto, no dodge, has to use all of his cooldowns right now, and he might be paying for it with his life very soon.
Yeah, now Hook Reset's able to go on the offense with a power play as well. Finally, the first barrier falls, and the second shortly after. This might be the game if they're able to do it before Dropletto respawns, but Moffenkoe buying enough time for Dropletto to come back, but loses his life for it with no evade after burning the core flip, and surely this is Last Call's game to win. Borg looking for the pass, sends it back to Frightfully Fresh, trying to shoot it in that corner there. The core flip does come out, and another KO, this time on the eye. Borg to Hook Resets. No! The save is not good enough as Hook Resets manages to take that first game for Last Call, and what a performance from these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other words for it. This was a banger of a first match. I am so hyped to see what the next game brings out for us. I mean, we saw so many amazing plays from basically every single member in that game right there, and in the end, it is going to be Last Call taking it. I mean, fulfilling, you know, the Ouroboros prophecy, but we still got two more games for it, that if Bozobunch wins, they can be the heroes to break what the Omega Strikers gods have ordained for them. But I mean, look, going back to the game itself, I mean, jeez Louise. I mean, 10 goal participation from Borg, 39k damage, almost as many redirects as his midfielder. I mean, a clinical game. There was an era of Omega Strikers, a very recent era of Omega Strikers, where every single team just said, you can't let Borg get Zentaro. You know, that time is past us now. As more and more players are playing that Zentaro up to that level, we have new, you know, challengers to the Zentaro throne, NXCD being the big one. But but sometimes we're driven, we're brought back to why that era of Omega Strikers lasted for months, months of at a time, a very long time, and that was one of those games. I mean, such an insane performance, MVP of that game in my books, but no slouch, of course. Frightfully Fresh and Hook Resets playing, being exactly what they needed to be that game, being the Iron Wall, or the Iron Wall on Affinity of all things, as well as giving Borg all of those opportunities to absolutely style on the side of Bozo Bunch. But we saw more than signs of life. I mean, we saw a whole biome of life coming from the side of Bozo Bunch. So going into game 2, I wouldn't feel too bad if I were them.
No, I mean, and that was an insanely close game, despite last call having over double the amount of KOs. I mean, Borg alone credited with 12, right? They had 19 on the team with Bozo Bunch only having 9, which I say only 9, like that's not a lot, because 19 is just absurd. Borg with 12, come on, man, 40k damage, and Dropletto at 45,000 damage. Like, this is just an absolute banger of a match, and heavy hitters on both sides. I mean, I wasn't entirely sure who was going to win at any point in time. Like, every time I thought one team was going to win, you just lose both your barriers and immediately die. So we'll see if anything changes on the next map. I believe the next map is Oni Village, but don't quote me on that one. We'll see if the strategy changes. I mean, I know the speedways sort of can mix things up when you're trying to KO. It messes up that time. It makes it a little bit harder. And it's just a pretty wide open map. It doesn't have that gravity well in the middle. But do you expect to see any comp changes moving into this next one? Or, I mean, both these teams locked it down. So what do you think?
Well, I think the big one here is that we do have a substitution. Moffin Koi is going to be saying farewell, but you'll catch him tomorrow. So not too sad about that. But Forgot is going to be the one put in. So I think the immediate composition, is Forgot going to play Dubu? I mean, this guy has very narrowly beaten the Dubu one-trick allegations, does have some other picks in his back pocket. But I think given the opportunity, given, not even a good, just a decent Awakening start, he's going to want to play Dubu, especially on Oni Village, one where Dubu can perform really well on for being that defensive wall, but also using that Tofu Fortress for a lot of offensive opportunities. I mean, it's basically the bread and butter of a Mega Strikers play. It's like the classic way to play goalie nowadays. So given that, I would not be surprised if he picked it. I mean, as well as I and Dropletto. I mean, Era X, they're literally known for these picks, other than like a Pocket Octavia. Dropletto even likes to flex how bad he's at the Juliet. At times, I mean, we see when he streams, he puts the little his Juliet, sub 50% win rate on it. But I mean, he won a Nassau series with it last week. So it's not a complete pushover. But I mean, there it is. It's the Dubu pin. I mean, you're against Forgot, you ban Dubu. That's what you do.
Yeah, fair enough. They saw the signs in the profile picture in the lobby and were like, I'm not having any of that. So Dubu Kazan will be the bans on Oni Village. Not too surprising. I mean, basically 2 target bans, so not super unexpected here. And we will see the Zentaro of Borg again, and this time Forgot. We'll see if he can hold up as well as Muffin Koi did last game, because that was absurd.
Yeah, and it just clicked in my head why teams are letting Borg get the Zentaro now. It's because Kazan exists. I mean, Borg Borg is like the grandfather of Zentaro, right? He may not be that for Kazan because it's still a generally newer character, and but Borg's Kazan is really scary. This guy, I mean, back in beta, this guy literally basically invented the playstyle of just going for KOs and nothing else. So Kazan is such a perfect fit for him. Of course, he's definitely diversified and is much better as a player now, of course, but it's still there, and if you gives his hand, if he gets his hands on Kazan, it's going to be rough. But I mean, no slouch, of course, on the Centaur, which he's proving already, getting 2 barriers here on Oni Village.
Yeah, and there's that Julie Dropletto pick you said. Let's see if that 50% win rate or sub 50% comes into action. Already taking both barriers, and Forgot just so patient in that net. And you know, I'm not entirely surprised with that Kazan ban, like you mentioned. I mean, if someone is pioneering the KO meta in the beta, you've caused a lot of problems for me in my ranked games. So thanks a lot, Borg. Maybe I'm not rooting for you. I might have to root for Bozo Bunch here. And look at this Dropletto on 1 HP, but has a core flip. Borg looking for the dash, and that wall is going to be the difference. But Borg just shoots it in the Forgot's face. He does not care.
Yeah, just an absolute straight shot coming out from Borg. I mean, the no mix-up, always, an old reliable, and Borg knows that all too well. And now going into this as well, I mean, Dropletto and Forgot have flip, and I also has it, but we'll see what can be done defensively. Mako, a character that can hunker it down defensively, not able to do it there, but still got one more barrier on Oni Village to work with, so you're not worrying at all if you're a goalie right now.
Yeah, and these goalies are going to have hell of a time. I mean, the starting awakening, we didn't talk about it at all, but Twin Drive will be the starting awakening, which is, of course, why we see the Atlas. And with that Dubu ban, makes sense entirely. As the forwards, Borg and Dropletto, are going to be two people to look out for, especially hook resets, being able to use that Rose Warp, use that teleport, and just be an absolute thorn in their side. I get it.
Yeah, and something I want to talk about as well is, I mean, this is a Twin Drive start for an Atlas on Oni Village. I mean, talking about the classics for Forgot, I mean, Twin Drive Atlas is literally like a staple BIS awakening. It's the it's Fisher Price's first BIS. If you're a new player, you basically learn don't give Twin Drive to Atlas, and then from there the rest of drafting knowledge comes out. But speaking of offensive plays, though, away from the Atlas, Dropletto and I have an opportunity to score here, but it's going to be blocked away by Frightfully Fresh and resets. We'll see if Bozo Bunch is able to manage, but Borg's going to now even it up, and now it's an open map for both.
Did you see the strike indicator? And a nice shot there from Borg, threading the needle. But did you see the two ability awakenings, Borg's dash and hook resets primary, just covering the entirety of that barrier? Like, there is nowhere you can throw the core if you're a goalie. And that's where, where the Atlas comes in. That's the strength. Use that secondary, create a giant wall that's literally impenetrable. And that's like your only defense, because if you're seeing what these two forwards are doing, yeah, you are not saving that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the entirety of Last Call, I don't know, they just get into their fifth element mind link future prediction chamber, and they're all on the same page. I mean, their coordination, I just cannot sing enough praises of it. They have practiced so much together, but I mean, they're just synchronizing everything that they need to synchronize. It's such a good clean play from the side of this team, and that's what makes them so exciting to watch here, is now they have another scoring attempt.
Yeah, and there it is, that secondary saving things again. Forgot passing to Dropletto in the goal. Absolutely not caring, nonchalant as they are, and once again just sort of moving slowly, with these speedballs. Frightfully Fresh trying to keep it alive, has to use the core flip. Want to keep this last barrier. And I love how much trust, you talked about the mind link future prediction chamber of Last Call, and they just trust Frightfully Fresh in the goal. Like, they will allow the forwards from Bozo Bunch to sit there and just take pot shots, and they just sit back and laugh and wait for the pass forward. Actually,
interesting story. So I hang out with Fresh a lot. A friend of mine, I think he's a very cool dude. But when this team first got together, Frightfully Fresh was actually a lot less consistent of a player, and we were talking about how he was feeling about his new team, and he literally said, I'm playing with a Kazan main. I need to learn how to be an Iron Wall, or this team will not function. And lo and behold, a couple months later, there he is. I mean, being such a hard goalie to get through, and giving, Borg and hook resets all the opportunities they need to play up, play forward, be in Forgot's face, and we're going to see the rewards of that. I mean, look at this draft. Are we going to see a Super Search deny from Forgot? This is an amazing draft from the side of Last Call. And there it is. Okay. You're going to do it, but hey, I mean, there are a ton of other opportunities here, and that means the Chrono Boost goes over to Frightfully Fresh. Even with the Mako nerfs, even with the Chrono Boost nerfs to add on top of that, Mako still loves having it, and any sort of speed that she could give on her secondary will be the tide of the fight. And did I just see a missile propulsion on Juliet?
You just did. I'm not quite sure what she's trying to propel, or if she has any missiles. I don't think the fist detaches.
Yeah, I mean, it might have literally been a checkmate in draft. I think it was okay. So yeah, it was timeless Among Us missile propulsion. So the thing that does nothing, and the thing that actively hurts you. So I mean, if that's not a good draft for last call, I don't know what is. And we're already seeing the effects of that. Hook resets and Borg making it look clean, making it look easy, and with with eye off the map, they're going to be taking that point easy, easy peasy.
Yeah, not the Bis Juliet awakenings that you're used to seeing. So have to make do with what it is. Sometimes in life you're dealt a bad hand, and that's the case if you lose the set. That's a little bit of punishment there, as one barrier is already down on both sides, and Hook Resets looking to make it work. And look at the positioning from Hook Resets. I'm loving that from them as the core flip comes out to keep things away for just a little bit longer. And Freshly Fresh is able to lock it down. He's able to be that wall, and look at Borg. He doesn't care. Forgot, just has to sit there and take it. Oh no.
I mean, the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse board made him look goofy. I mean, that was crazy. I mean, I've not seen such a critical, like Sherlock Holmes discombobulate. I mean, he took him to town. I can't get over that. That was insane. Hook Resets is currently dead, but that might not even matter. Wow, an amazing shot denied by an even better straight shot from Forgot.
Oh man, I think that's punishment and a little bit of retribution last game from when Dropletto just core flipped it in front of the net and sat there. This time Dropletto will finally get a point on the board for Bozo Bunch, but that's definitely payback, right? That's retribution for last game, 100%.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, it was basically. Now that you mention it, it was kind of deja vu. I mean, just standing in front of the goalie and getting it, but. I mean, looks like Bozo Bunch just come back swinging. They immediately get a double barrier here, so we'll see if Dropletto is able to convert. Has that flip, elects to use it, but it's going to be denied away from Fresh.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice attempt there. You're doing anything you can at this point. It's set point, and Dropletto just not quick enough, able to read that one as it flies across the goal. But Borg has the projectile. Will get blocked away by that Atlas wall, but Forgot's abilities are slowly being chipped away as last call just working on this defense, somehow able to save it again though. You could have told me he had prime time and I would have believed it. The way that wall came back up, and Hook Reset's having trouble getting it through both of the people in the top and loses their life for it. Borg's gonna have to stall, but instead dashes the wrong direction, and Freshly Fresh burns their core flip in the goal.
Yeah, now Borg has flip to work with defensively as well. Can work with that if he needs be, but for now they are going to get it cleared away here as we get into overtime. Hook Resets potentially with an opportunity, does not have the cooldowns though. The spell buff will come into play here. Might have an opportunity to score very, very soon. I mean, there is Borg though. Whiffing the flip means that Forgot is probably going to have all the space in the world he needs to clear this. So right now it's down to Fresh to hold a little bit longer unless Borg pulls something magical out here, but nah, it's not going to be found. It looks like right now the side of Bozo Bunch have it too easy on the defensive side, which means that they could play aggressively here. And right now we're just seeing some nice little passing plays. Good revive though.
Yeah, Dropletto pulled all the way back. Forgot sort of directing his teammate where he has to go, where he has to make things work, and Borg just dribbling, not able to find any opening, especially on the Atlas with a dash punch, the bread and butter coming out from Dropletto. And look at this, 2-2 in the set, and Bozo Bunch is somehow clawing their way back.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like it is last call's game to win right now, but we can't discount out Bozo Bunch again. Team of Magic here is Dropletto does get one barrier, but not a super big deal. Borg just gets one in response. But I mean, it's another 0.5 set. You'll love to see it. Banger games. Both teams are playing amazingly.
Yeah, way too many cooldowns to deal with if you're Freshly Fresh. And look at I is just moving up. The ult comes out and the core flip to save it. I thought for sure that was a goal there if they had the opportunity, but we're going back. Forgot on such low HP might actually get KO'd, and if Forgot is able to get it up to Dropletto, that's surely a goal, right? That's punching it through. Dropletto once again answering back for the crimes of Borg. this time. And look at this. Bozo Bunch, despite all odds, even with Julie Missile Prop, takes that second set.
Yeah, it gets MVP for himself as well. Has the pick of litters, 2 size trading, staggered swagger, heavy impacts, knife's edge. Has basically anything that they want they can pick here. But on the flip side of that, it means that you can't really deny away this Centauro. I mean, he will always get something good. And on Oni Village, that 12% move speed from stagger swagger will mean a lot. Of course, heavy impacts means that you can get KOs along that side lane, which will be very, very important. But I mean, kind of at the end of the day, everyone got, I would say, generically good awakenings. I mean, size and quick strike. I mean, quick strikes, by the way, something that I is a huge fan of. They love just dribbling it up, essentially. So maybe the kind of biggest winner of this draft, I'd say, maybe just goes to I for comfort. I mean, we're already seeing some of it there, playing with a little bit of fire there against Borg, but they will have an opportunity here to take out the last barrier fresh.
Yeah, and I think Quick Strike is sort of an underrated awakening. I mean, of course, everyone recognizes that it's good, and especially when you put it on a core control character like Kai, who's able to just self-dribble it, stall time for teammates, and we've seen a decent amount of KOs come out already this game, so having an awakening like that is a really big deal, as Borg just making it work over and over again, taking these barriers like it is nobody's business, and the pass up, Borg trying to get it to themselves up to a hook reset, who's able to find it. Doesn't even need the ult, but little added security never hurt anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Borg just basically blew all of Forgot's resources there and made it really hard for Forgot to save anything that hook resets really didn't. Actually, I did want to talk about quick strikes really quickly because it was recently very buffed, and I think it goes from, I think the 5% in strike cooldown isn't a lot on paper, but in reality, there was a world where quick strikes was like by far and away the most dominant awakening in the entire game, and that was when they had, you know, it was 20%. It used to, I mean, it used to be like 25 or 30 or something, and it was nerfed once. They haven't undone that nerf, but 20% is where like the muscle memory really starts to kick in for a lot of players, and they start using it beautifully to dribble around players. And we haven't seen too many of those plays yet from but we might see them very, very soon, especially if it gets in the corner over and over again like it is. But you know, as I say that, actually, hook resets and Borg are actually able to maintain core control very well. And even if Bozo Bunch are able to get something through, Fresh is just there to defend.
Yeah, and you know, Oni Village, a map where we see oftentimes double goalies, like in this case, Forgotten Eye are just locking it down, whereas Hook Reset, you know, kind of plays that further role, but make it a single goalie as the primary one's taken out, and there's the second barrier, but a beautiful Giga Blast from Eye will save it for a little bit longer as Hook Resets and Borg able to put that one in and go up 2-0 in this set, but a huge KO, and just shows how powerful KOing someone like Forgot is, and their impact on the game.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw one slip up. I mean, like a 2-pixel slip up from Forgot and punished him for it. And I mean, what clinical player, right? I mean, the theory, the science of last call, they have it. They know their stuff. They're so disciplined. They know everything that they need to know. They can execute everything that they need to execute. Nothing flashy, just clean. And I think that's what's giving them that huge advantage here over Bozo Bunch, able to just maintain the sort of, you know, the sort of air superiority that we've been seeing come out. But as I say that, it's going to be an open goal for Fresh.
Yeah, and somehow just shot immediately in. And, you know, we've seen Frightfully Fresh save most of the Julie dash punches, which is, I don't even know how you do that. I might need some advice. I'm going to call them up after this game and see what you have to do. And I mean, the one time that Dropletto finally does get it through the barrier is the one time they score. Like, you need to break both of these barriers, and it needs to be done quickly to make last call panic. And no matter what happens, it seems like we're not seeing them panic at all. This time, Hook Reset's there to save the day, and the core flip coming out from Eye this time. Those midfielders both putting in work and helping out their goalie, make their lives a little bit easier as the core flip comes through from Dropletto. The good mix-up pass up to Eye, and Hook Resets in a dangerous place there, staying alive and able to recover most of their health.
I'm like a little curious. Oh, a bit of a missed dribble there, but that gives Dropletto an opportunity. But it's going to be defended away pretty easily. I think Mako has those tools to deal with a dash punch, which means that it's not completely over if Dropletto does get that dash punch in front of the goal, but won't mean anything really in the end if the core never comes to him, which as of right now, it isn't really looking that way as Hook resets in Frightfully Fresh. Does have to blow a core flip, but it is playing interference on Dropletto's scoring opportunity, and enough opportunities come their way. Borg and Hook resets able to open it up.
Yeah, I mean, look at the wall. Hook resets and Borg just playing perpendicular to each other. They're just one's up, one's down, and Hook is just able to find the pass to Borg every single time. I mean, finally cut off with the reset, and Forgot has to sit there and watch as his dreams are crushed. Final set and last chance. 3 more points stands between them and making Bozo Bunch's record a thing of the past.
Yeah, I'm interested here to see. It looks like Hook resets is hovering the Egoist. To be fair, it's a good deny. Egoist is a sort of like shake up on the game state. It's a awakening that lets you solo carry no matter the circumstance. It's a thing that allows you to do so many different clutch plays with the movement speed, with the flip. And if you're confident right now as last call, what you want to be denying is things that upset the status quo of the game state. And that's exactly what Hook resets did there, despite the fact that he even gave up aerials, which is, arguably one of Estelle's, if not Estelle's best in slot training for it. But, things are already going well for you. You don't need the best in slot to close out the game. You just needed the way things to stay the way they are. And that's what Hook resets is looking to do. So a really, really good draft from him. But going into that, I mean, Hot Shot for this Atlas is going to be big. The cooldowns being kind of Atlas's biggest issue, and now with that Hot Shot, it won't be as big of an issue, as well as the aerials for the Twin Drive Kai as well. He's going to be able to run around the map wherever he pleases, and the extra missiles, extra missile range is no joke either. But I've just been talking about the draft this whole time, and in the background, Hook resets and crew have gotten a goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's the last call show right now. Hook resets and Borg are finding each other, and I mean, Borg's primary just struck it through I and Forgot. Like, what do you do? Like, how does that even happen? It's just the Borg show right now, and the Borg show continues, and we'll maybe be seeing an encore as Dropletto tries to punish for it, and somehow Frightfully Fresh just loses both the barriers for fun. It'd be like that, but we'll see if Bozo Bunch is able to capitalize on it. A nice secondary there from Atlas will keep things alive for a little bit longer, and Borg is taken off the map, but the mix-up from Hook reset's not good enough. Has that Egoist now, and we'll see if they're able to solo carry. Flying around the map, the core flip shoots at bottom, but unfortunately for them, Forgot had a core flip of their own to keep things alive for a little bit as Dropletto getting wombo comboed by last call's defense, and things are slowing down now.
Yeah, Borg here though, trying to look for something to score. And ooh, an excellent angle. Hook resets, recognizing that he has the opportunity to score right then and there, and now we're just 1 point away from last call taking the entire series and fulfilling the Ouroboros prophecy. Bozo Bunch does not beat last call in a series.
Yeah, following the flow chart, and made even harder by the fact that Frightfully Fresh still has their core flip, will be able to get out of jail free. His eye is building it up quickly with the quick strikes. Dropletto tries the mix up, but Hook reset is there. And look at this, Frightfully Fresh just able to buff the teammates, make them go quicker as Borg sends Eye off the map. Somehow Forgot is surviving on 1 HP, but there's no barriers left and nowhere to stand if you're the Bozo Bunch. Last call takes this series 2-0 in some well-fought games here.
Yeah, and even though it went down to the wire in the last game, this one definitely looked more last call favored. Excellent play, as expected, from all 3 members of this team. Well played, well positioned. Basically went through with the scoring combos, made sure that Forgot was always on his toes, and when you put the goalie under that much pressure, they're eventually going to slip up, even though they're a Twin Drive Atlas. And I mean, I see that look at that. I mean, 63 shots from Borg, 54 from Hook resets, hell, 32 from Fresh for the for the fun of it. I mean Fresh was less than 10 away from the brawler of the enemy team in terms of shots. I mean, it was just, this team was firing on all cylinders this series, and it really showed. Now, I think if I'm correct, they took a series off of Sundubu, who looked really good today against Sad Boys, even though they didn't pull out the win. And now they've won against Bozo Bunch, and this is a team, I think, going into week 3 of competition, has momentum behind him. They're exciting to watch. I'm excited to see what they're able to pull out next week in North American Strikers League, because they're just looking so damn good coming into the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Last Call's undefeated so far in the season. You know, this match making it 2-0. We'll see if they're able to continue it moving forward. I mean, if they keep playing like this, I don't know if there's any other teams that can stop them. Quite frankly, but nevertheless, well played from Bozo Bunch. That first match, obviously a lot closer. I think part of it is just the map. Part of it is a lot of awakening centric things that happened. I mean, we saw this side, the missile prop
Juliet,
Julie,
07.
that's not ideal. Like, I mean, that's something you can pick for fun, but not something you're happy about picking, and especially not in NASL.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, props to the side of Last Call, of course, recognizing that drafting checkmate could happen and taking advantage of it. And I mean, yeah, I mean, what's interesting, I think, for Last Call is that they're beating a lot of the teams that are, you know, that are the sort of vanguard of what people would call like the middle of the pack. Bozo Bunch, soon to be right, really good teams. They're here in the NASL for a reason, but they're not the big three. And the big three are Core Overflow, Demons Raw, and the Sad Boys, which look amazing. All of them look like the teams to beat. And so I'm excited to see how they will match up against these absolute dynasties of in the NASL. So we'll see. I mean, if they're going to win against, if they're going to make kind of a series win for the history books, it's going to be against these teams. And that's, I think, where we'll see kind of the true colors of Last Call, how cool under pressure they could stay, how well, you know, how well thought out is their Omega Strikers math, how tested are their theories. We're going to be seeing that put to the test. You know, we're going to see them pull out, you know, their Scantrons for against those teams. And I'm excited to see that coming into this season here.
Yeah, we'll see moving on if the other teams do have the LC library card and are able to sort of read what's happening in the future. Super hype matches, of course, save the best for last. And that's why they're named Last Call. You know, you got to put them last in the day. But, you know, enough chatting from me. Brickbat, is there anything you want to say? I believe we're going to hop into a quick break before we get into some player interviews, get to learn some more about the game, hear some chatting, see some people, and put a name to a face.
Yeah, well, I hope everyone's staying warm. I've heard the weather in basically every part of the of North America is atrocious right now. So I hope everyone's staying warm. Hope everyone's enjoying Omega Strikers. Hope y'all enjoyed the show. But yeah, we'll be transitioning to a quick break. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good one.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
That Alex does. That's not my job.
Oh yeah.
What is your job around here?
I push buttons.
Okay.
We're so chill. Oh, never mind. We're not.
Yo, you just
No,
hit
it's
every
fine.
key on your keyboard when that happened.
It was an accident. Okay. I'll put the ball in the net. Give me like 5 tries though.
5 guys.
5 guys. Oh yeah. Guys, he's f***ing dead again. Oh, I can come kill.
Oh wait, how did I miss that?
As they say, I've got Guys,
I had to
they
read and everything.
scored. Guys, I don't want to play anymore.
Alright, Alex, you can... Bloom, you're in.
I'm to FF.
Guys, I'm tired.
Alex, that guy is bigger and faster than you. It's really
Yeah, it is
scary.
a bit of a problem.
Oh,
But he ain't got heart like me. He ain't got a bigger heart than me, okay?
This guy back.
So, chat, what are the odds we get reverse 3-0'd here?
I'm leaning 80%.
You think 80%?
Yeah, I'm leaning 80.
Okay, alright.
If he flips this, I don't save it. Swear to God, no cap.
Oh, real? No!
I don't know how it killed me. I'm leaning like 92%.
Guys, he doesn't have heart like I do.
92%.
Guys! Oh, it's a fiery. The play of a lifetime. He gets the barrier. He passes down to his Drakkar. The handsome and talented Drakkar, waiting for him to pass.
Handsome and talented. More like the average Jabbar, am I right?
So true.
Goodbye, teammate. Not what I meant.
Bro, they're not even focused on me! They're focused on the me, not the core! These It's fine, you guys hold.
Nice.
Oh, they got mind controlled! Jedi mind tricks, baby. Oh, okay. This time for real, there's no universe. I'm surviving. Wait, they almost got mind controlled though. Again, keep killing me. It's like, am I like a f***ing, you know, it's because I play Julia and everyone's a bull who plays this game, so they're just trying to get me.
What?
It's like, you know, the color red or something.
Oh,
Juliet red?
Well, not this skin. Wait, is she not? I'm colorblind, so I actually don't know. No.
Nice.
Oh my god! He's the one who's dead, bro! He didn't even get hit! This Imi guy, by the way, literally watching me trying to snipe every time I dash punch.
Cleared.
Cleared. Oh my
Alright.
gosh.
Cleared.
Did I just not shoot the enemy?
Cleared. Cleared. Where's my team?
Gone.
Cleared. Cleared.
Oh no, your primary ruined it, Fox.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's chill.
You should be sorry, you monster.
It's so chill. Oh! Oh. What a save from their no-name guy. Who is that?
Go Appa.
Nice.
I figured you could score that, but like, I don't know where Kyle is.
Guys, I was more worried I'd miss this strike, to be honest.
Yeah, I low-key thought you were about to miss that since you were at the very top.
I was more worried I'd miss this strike than anything.
Oh, the Appa gap. The Appa gap.
Oh wait, that's
Double hits and
Megaverse.
strike.
Nice.
Looky, this time you can.
Oh no, I got killed by the
Ouch.
vertical.
Ouch.
Lovered
Perma-shrinking
Kello.
Julie isn't as big a deal as perma-shrinking.
Oh my god,
Wait, what just happened?
we got the bear!
Oh!
It's just one.
Guys, they're mind controls! The Jedi mind tricks, bro. We have like the best Jedi mind tricks in the fucking world. Either me or Drew get away with some of the most illegal shit because of the Jedi mind tricks. Insane.
Because of you.
No! I innovated! I knew I had to innovate instantly. I just didn't hit it fast enough. Nice try, Box.
We're about at NISI, yeah, that's because of nerves.
Weeklies aren't
and
real,
Appa
bro.
Being on other characters other
I'm
than Julie.
gapped.
Like, now we don't have that problem. It's been a whole season. Appa's had
Go.
years to recover from the Julie one-trick illness.
Surely. Surely I've recovered. Surely I've recovered. Surely I've
These
recovered.
guys don't even ban Julie, so like, what's the
Surely
point,
I've recovered.
right?
Smile.
It's me! Share this!
That does it for day 2 of the North American Strikers League in Season 3. But now I'm joined by a couple of the players to break down some of the action that we had going on throughout the day. First, I'll start with Hook Resets, coming off of last call's victory over the Bozo Bunch. Hook, how does it feel to pick up that victory today?
It feels really, really good. I'm beyond stressed because these guys, they always bring really tough games. I really respect Muncher as a midfielder, as an era player, even though I didn't play it. It's always really fun games.
Yeah, that was the funny thing, is that it was almost like you all had swapped one tricks at one point, because I think there was an era on the other side, and I think someone else was playing actually, or no, it was Moffin in on the Rasmus goalie, which was fun to see. What were your thoughts of playing versus Moffin in a competitive setting?
Oh, this is my second time actually playing against him. This we played against him the other night in the late night thing, I think, and he actually beat us. He's really freaking good. He will walk up and he is perfect with his spacing on just knowing how to be super annoying with those Rasmus primaries. So shout outs to him. I think that guy's Nassau level personally. He's really good.
Like a lot
Massive
of people
kudos.
had some eyeballs turned with that last game. Speaking of eyeballs turned, Vaughn, Sad Boys struggled a little bit versus the soon-to-be Strikers. What was your reaction to that series?
I mean, Grimmel was playing like a fucking Grimmel was playing really well. That guy was going turbo nuclear 1v9 Blizzard mode, so he really was working us, and Breads was holding it down. So we kind of had to really focus up. You know that meme on Twitter where the guy squares himself up with the headset on from Parasite? Someone in chat knows exactly what I'm talking about. That was us. Going into game 2 and 3, we really had to focus, especially on game 3. Any energy start game just feels so mickey. So we had to really boss up to be able to beat them. I thought they played crazy well today. I've never seen them play better, so it was really hard games.
Seems like there might be peaking at the right time. I also saw you type in chat that you thought Gramello was now an S tier midfielder. Who else is in that tier?
Hey, it's
Besides
me and
yourself?
Kainoob. He's welcome to the club now. That guy earned
He's
it.
welcome to
If
the
he
club.
keeps playing like he did today, he's in it. I mean, that guy those games were so hard. That guy's a beast. I mean, let's be clear.
Also, I have to ask, why were you playing 3 goalie characters on Taiko Temple? I have to ask.
Well, I have to ask. Did you watch the game?
I did watch the game. In fact, I was casting the game.
Okay. Well, I'll ask you the second question. What was the score of that game?
Score of the game was 3-0.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
As far as I
that's
know.
probably my answer.
Okay.
No is no.
Okay. All right.
So if you want
we got that established.
a non-snippy answer is that I played it in winners finals in a weekly this week versus EKC, and we won on that. And the logic is the same as when I tried Rune in Divu Cup, where it's if I can't out dribble and out skill and out pass my opponent midfield, what if I just inch the ball forward over and over and over until I get the ball through? And also, we had been planning on going it today because we're just trying to have a lot of fun this season, and it seemed really fun. And it's just to prove that a lot of people like to talk about like meta this, meta that. It's just, you can win with whatever you want. So, yeah, I was glad that we got to go to the temple. We'll be going to the temple again in the future. It's a fun map to play.
Look forward to that, I suppose, for future matches. Speaking of EKC, of course, you all played up against that composition, as Vaughn mentioned in another tournament, but you pulled out an interesting composition of your own NXZD in that game 1 with you playing Imi alongside a Rune midfield. What was drafting up that composition like? How did that kind of come about?
Yeah, we've been working on that composition for a while in scrims across the last couple of weeks, and the main idea is that his creations on Taiko are really overwhelming, and I know that I have a strong IME. Katsuna's really been enjoying the Rune recently, and Soren can play good now, or even like Finny is another option that we had for that comp outside of the now. But with the now buffs recently, we've decided to move towards now instead of Finny. Feels a lot more like solid, but I feel like that competition really could work if we refine it a bit more and make it happen. We brought it really far today. and we weren't able to close it out. But I think it does have like a lot of potential.
I mean, it definitely seems like it at least surprised Core Overflow there a little bit for the first couple sets of that game. Of course, ending left a little bit to be desired, I think, from all parties,
Yeah.
but you all were able to squeak it out there in the end. What was kind of your thought process like? Do you have anything to say about how that one kind of ended?
I mean, like it was a really good series up until that last map. I mean, Inky's Splash Zone was a fun map for us. We love that map, of course, and we were happy to play on it again. The Tycho game was kind of disheartening as after the reverse sweep, but we came back. And then that Atlas map, Atlas Lab game, it was a lot of fun up to that one point. It was really unfortunate that like it had to end like that, and there wasn't much like that could really be done to resolve it. But
yeah,
the series in general was a very fun match. I love playing against Leo. He's a very strong player, and I always feel like I have a good game against him.
A lot of fun to watch, too, let me tell you. And of course, there are plenty more matches left to watch and play. And on that note, let's take a look at the standings exiting week 2 of the North American Strikers League. Of course, not much is shifting around in week 2 with only 2 matches played, but it is Last Call, the other undefeated team alongside Sad Boys and Demons Raw. Hook, how's it feel to get listed next to those 2 giants?
Oh, it's pretty surreal considering last season I only had 1 win. I feel like I'm really just every week getting a little bit better. It feels great. Huge shout out. I'm really happy that Borg's back. He brings this kind of intangibility to our team that I feel like will make us beat anyone on a good day. So I'm really glad. Huge shout out to Fresh too. That guy, I don't know like how much you're watching, but the saves he makes on Finny of all characters, that's like not the craziest defensively against Dropletto. Like my teammates are sick. That's all I have to say.
I feel like every single time I listen to one of you all, the one of you compliments the other two every single time without fail. For Last Call, it's fantastic to see. Of course, as we look a little bit further down, EKC is tied in the middle of the pack here, 1-1. Next week, NXCD, you're up against Oshino Core Flip, so probably looking forward to getting a hopefully a little more even matchup and hopefully get another win on the board, right?
Yeah, I'm very excited for that match. We play Oshi a lot. We even like warmed up with them tonight for tonight's match, and they're pretty close partners of ours. So I'm excited to see what will happen regular season.
Should be a lot of fun to watch that one. Vaughn, I'll go to you. 2 weeks. We haven't gotten to hear from you much of anything yet. What surprised you so far this season, especially as we look at where we are right now?
Gramella. Gramella has been the most surprising, without question. I think, other than Gramella, I think that's tough. I think what surprised me is if you didn't look at any schedules, seeing Sundubu 0-2. I guess I guess that's also Gramella's team, but like I feel like in the rankings, this team was ranked a bit higher than Oshi and Quest, which are the 2 teams we see at the bottom right now. And if you didn't look at schedule, you'd be like, oh, they're 0-2. I wonder why, because they seem like they're on the upswing. But mostly, I think the only really surprising thing is watching certain picks get taken, not maybe necessarily the standings. It's also super early in the season. I think if any team has a shot of going undefeated, it's probably Demons Raw as the Vegas favorite for sure.
Not yourself?
But otherwise,
Sure.
no, I don't think so. Like you can see like we played today, like we're just gonna try stuff and we're going for the light season 1 approach. You just squeak into playoffs and then we'll see how it goes. Like I think it's important because we've been together so long as a team that you just don't want to have like super major burnout. I'm trying to balance that for like Bells, so I think we'll probably eat some losses now and again, but I think as long as any team is trying to make playoffs, like anything can go down. So you never know.
And I think a lot of teams are incredibly close and are eyeing some of those playoff spots. It'll be interesting to see how our standings develop, especially as we head into week 3, as we take a look at some of those matches we're going to see. It'll be the Sad Boys versus Bozo Bunch up first, followed by that Oshi EKC match we talked about a little bit ago. Core Overflow versus Last Call, Demons Raw versus Bun Bun Bonanza, and Quest Esports versus the Sundubu Strikers. Hook, you're up against Core Overflow. It'll be The first time you all are up against one of these larger 3 teams, how do you all think you're going to fare? What are you going to do to try to prepare heading into that match?
So far we've been preparing quite a bit, I would say, in terms of our map preparation and bends, and it's probably just gonna just be the keep repeat. So far we played against them in a couple tournaments. I don't think we've actually managed to take the set yet, but we have taken a couple matches, and I think that as we're going together and figuring out exactly what we like as a team, I can see us taking the games for sure. It's not going to be easy. Joker's my former teammate from Beta, and I think when I play against him, it's always pretty hype. So it's just going to be hard, but I'm looking forward to it.
Should be a lot of fun to watch that. And ICD, I'll send this question over to you. A question I'd like to ask, looking into the schedule. If you had to pick one match that's not your own that you're most excited for, which one would it be?
This week, I'm definitely looking at match 5. Actually, I feel like Quest has a lot to prove still, and I'm excited to see Carmelo play again. Of course, he had an insane performance today. So for this week, definitely the Quest soon-to-be rematch myself.
That'll be a lot of fun to watch. I know a lot of folks are hoping that Quest Esports can start pulling it together, but they've got a rough schedule, right? They had to play what against? It was Demons Raw. No, was it Demons Raw last week? No, it wasn't. It was Sad Boys last week, Demons Raw this week. That's right. So that's not exactly the start you want to see, but of course, playtime will come. And I know, Vaughn, I imagine you've got some decent faith at Hamster Quest.
Yeah, he's the Glizzard. As I've said for Gramello once, and I'll say it for his opponent, Sad Boys Season 2 Championship. He has a ring. He's on the squad, and he contributed. My eyes, specifically, though, are on the last call Cal matchup because I think Cal is regarded as this like de facto third team. Like it feels like if there was an aggregate community tier list that was made based off the rankings, it's like the Sad Boys Demons tier, and then it's the Cal tier, and then it's everyone else tier. But I don't really know how much I can say that Cal's in the tier of their own. I feel like Last Call is one of those teams that you could argue is on a similar level. Whether or not they win this matchup, I mean, it's just one best of 3, so it can't say for sure. But now that Borg is back in the roster, I'm just thinking that I don't know, this Cow team is strong. All the players individually are strong, but I think they will struggle, and I think there's a real world that's going to be the closest match next week by a million miles. So I'm looking forward to watching match 3 for sure.
I think it'll be a real test of both those teams' mettle, and it'll be something that you won't want to miss next week. Of course, matches for the North American Strikers League will resume next Saturday, January 20th at 3 p.m. Eastern. But you can tune in tomorrow for some North American Strikers Academy matches. Be on the lookout for more information about which matches and what time that will be. But of course, you could expect that streamed right here on twitch.tv/BestieInSlot. Folks, from all of us here putting on the North American Strikers League, thank you all so much for joining. We hope you all enjoyed the show today, and we hope we'll see you back next week. Take care, everybody.